Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Welcome to the GR Vios Spring Cup.
What you talking about?
Bring on the heat.
Let's go racing.
All young men with suits and ties, just sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one on the lady that will bring you down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the rivers, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one on the lady that will rock this place.
One of the things that a driver cannot predict nor control is actually the weather.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play.
Today, the majority of vehicle manufacturers trust Denso's quality and performance. And since we are one of the largest suppliers of original equipment in the world, chances are good that the vehicles you're servicing already rely on Denso's products to perform at their best. So, when a vehicle needs maintenance or repair, choose our aftermarket products for optimum fit, outstanding technical expertise, and service. Denso has built a strong sales and service network of more than 10,000 major distributors throughout the world who trust our aftermarket products. Denso's aftermarket products are known for their premium quality. We are one of the few automotive component manufacturers that offers an overall optimum fit in a wide range of vehicles. Our parts integrate seamlessly with modern vehicle electronic systems for better overall performance and precision. Denso creates optimal aftermarket parts that ensure vehicles stay on the road longer and run like new. With vision, creativity, and teamwork, we overcome difficulties in development, mass production, and quality. Take our Iridium spark plugs, one of Denso's world-first innovations with state-of-the-art material. Our engineers were challenged to be the pioneers of the world's thinnest 0.4 millimeter central electrode and developed a new iridium alloy while considering a variety of issues. We combined innovative production processes, like a high-speed automated production line, to exactly position the iridium alloy chip on the electrode tip, and developed a new 360-degree laser welding method. All of our Iridium spark plugs are manufactured under the same original equipment quality control and subjected to rigorous safety and performance tests to ensure their quality. More than 6 billion spark plugs have been made. They gained the trust of professionals and are used by major motorsports teams. Just like our extensive line of Iridium plugs, and to meet the need of each region, all of our aftermarket products are designed for better fit and higher performance than most products in the market anywhere in the world. We are proud to support you in providing high-quality products that guarantee your customers' satisfaction and reinforce their trust in your service.
sweat and tears, I keep pushing on. Can't hold me back. Come on, come on. Train, sleep, repeat.
Train, sleep, repeat.
Now I'm ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
You can't compete.
Hey, I'm here to steal the show.
Let's go.
Train, sleep, repeat. Let's go, let's go.
You can make it. Are you ready? Let's go. Let's go, let's go.
Train, sleep, repeat.
Let's go, let's go. You're gonna steal the show.
Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Hey, let's go, let's go.
Toyota, all about the drive.
That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Welcome to the Gia Vios Spring Cup.
What you talking about?
Bring on the heat.
Let's go racing.
All young men with suits and ties, just sitting in the crowd smoking big cigars. I hope you're ready for what's coming now. I'm the one, I'm the lady that would bring you down. There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play, where the whiskey's running like the river, but they all never come for the booze and bass. I'm the one, I'm the lady that'll rock this place.
One of the things that a driver cannot predict nor control is actually the weather.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
There's a joint on the corner where the big boys play.
What's up, champions? Welcome back to Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship. This is the highlights of the previous race, but man, it was absolutely massive. So much of drama, so much of action that happened right now. And only race 3 and race 4 left there, Victor. So anything can happen, but look at the amount of things that happened so far.
Yeah, this is where we saw Kamal Ali spin out. I did manage to talk to him during the break, and it's just that little bit of a touch just on the outside of the track there that caused his downfall. And to use his words, it's like once he knew what had happened, he was like, oh, okay, I guess it's gonna happen now. So he took it in stride. He knew that it's not quite the end of the world because we still have 2 more races to go, but but you know, especially for those guys at the top there, seeing how competitive things are, I'm expecting that this is going to shape up to be a very competitive grand finals.
Yeah, definitely. We saw lots of action that happened. The rivalries have been heated up seasons after seasons, and they are back here again to actually put a name on themselves in the championship. So who is going to be the champion? We will find out very soon.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Victor. Look at this beautiful car. My goodness, this is the AE86. And you can see up close and personal right here at One Utama Shopping Complex Center Court, Old Wing. Yes, thank you for those who are here. Setia bersama kita di atas talian juga. This is Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Championship 2022. This is Season 5. And of course, for those of you who've just joined us, you just missed out Race 1 and 2 for both semi-final groups. We've got Group A and Group B. Now it's time to garner more points as these drivers, these semi-finalists, try to book their berth in the grand finals tomorrow. So what's left right here? They'll be running race 3 and 4. A different track, a different car, and probably a different race strategy as well. What will it be? We'll find out soon enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank our sponsors for this wonderful event. Thank you very much to Toyo Tires, NK, Denso, Motis, Modelista, Drive M7, as well as Toyota Capital. Right now, as we wait for all the drivers to stand by, some of them are putting their hands up. Goodness, they're probably praying to God at this moment. So, Victor, Matt, what do you guys think? It's race 3 and 4, Group A. Over to you guys.
What's up, champions? Welcome back to Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2022. My name is Matthews Isaac. Will be your Malay commentator, or can I say Bahasa Melayu commentator. And right next to me is going to be Victor Gas, who will be bringing you all the actions in English once the race starts. But man, massive results from race 1 and race 2, and we are all getting pumped up for race 3 and race 4.
Yeah.
Your thoughts and expectations from it?
Oh man, I mean, this is going to be an interesting one because races 3 and 4 are going to be on a new track and a new car, so things are going to be very different, I feel, because they're going to have to get to grips with a car that is not exactly a track machine, I should say, because this is going to definitely throw some of these guys for a loop, and it's also going to be a test of adaptation because, you know, one of the marks of being a really good racer is to be fast regardless of whatever kind of car or track that you're handed to. And, you know, if they are still able to show that they can still race as well as it did, you know, with the SFR with this new car, we're going to be teasing a little bit about what the car is later on, but, you know, if they can prove that they're just as fast in this car, it goes to show that they are truly masters of Gran Turismo.
Yeah, so talking about cars, let's have a look on the race format for race number 3 and 4 that will be coming up very shortly. So as usual, the race format, 5 minutes on qualifying, 15 minutes sprint race, and of course the point system is almost the same, I mean exactly the same as F1 anyways. But yes, there are lots of other things that you can explain over here, especially the tire wear and stuff there. Victor, what's different over here?
Yeah, I still haven't gotten the information yet, actually, about what the ballot will be like, because that's being decided as we speak right now, actually. So, yeah, so similar to how it was with race number 1, the race number 3 is going to be a 15-minute sprint race, so that's going to be a race to the end, no pit stop required. With the 5 minutes of qualifying determining the grid slots, it's absolutely important, as we've seen in some previous races here, how important it's just having a grid slot up in the front there. It just really puts you in contention with the top guys within your group. But then when you switch over to the feature race, that's going to be twice the amount of time compared to the sprint race. And when it comes to the feature race, being reverse grid and all that jazz, you know, just for the fact that it's a longer race and it requires a mandatory pit stop means that race strategy comes into play way more importantly in that 4th race here. So yeah, race number 3, super important now, especially after we've already finished the first 2 races. races, that means that a lot of these drivers, they already know more or less where they kind of stand.
Yeah.
You know, as far as like how far apart they are from their rivals. But you know, once the fourth race is ended, that means there's pretty much no more points left to give, and by that point, it's just you're just going to have to hope that the performances that you put in these races are going to be enough to carry you to the grand finals.
Absolutely. So let's have a look on format for the race 4 actually. This is for the race 3, and let's have a look. Yeah, this is race 4. 30 minutes reverse grid, where we already explained earlier on in the first races how this reverse grid works actually, where whoever finished the race having the P1, P2 will be starting all the way at the back. So it's basically a reverse grid, of course. But man, looking at how things have been going, especially on 30 minutes reverse grid races there, Victor, we saw more actions from there. Can we expect more from this in this new track that we're gonna soon reveal to them?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like any kind of race. You know, the strategy, it really depends on how much you understand of the degradation of the tire and how the car performs under that kind of degradation. But the change of circuit as well means that, you know, the feel is going to be a lot different. You're going to have to use a completely different racing line, and whatever challenges this new track will pose will certainly just add to the difficulty factor, I should say, for this championship. But you know, 30-minute race, it's all about the strategy. We've seen how powerful the undercut can be. Touch Ayman did it, you know, Iqbal Suji did as well. And it's kind of funny that, you know, both of them also came to the same conclusion that, you know, it's more advantageous to actually start with a medium tire instead of the soft tires. So that's the thing, like when you talk about strategy in a very generalized sense, you think that, okay, the softer the compound of the rubber, that means the better it is for racing, right? Not necessarily the case. You know, sometimes even in Formula 1, you know, what they usually do is they always will test these tires against each other to see which one is actually better. And sometimes, you know, it may seem a bit counterintuitive, but sometimes the harder tire can be a lot better to start on because, you know, you can push on it a little bit harder. You know, you're not so worried too much about losing top line. What do you call it, the top speed on the straights, which was the main kind of limiting factor when you use the soft tires, because you have more grip in the tires, means that you actually have more drag when you're already pushing to the maximum speed your car can do, especially on the straights. So Iqbal Suji and Touch Ayman knew this. That's why they started on the medium tire first, because they knew that as long as that I have that speed advantage because the tires are less grippy on the straights, that would give me a more speed boost, especially when it comes to overtaking. So then later on, once they've already made up those places and they've gone in for the pit stop, the undercut, that's where it comes in. Use the soft tires. You know that on average per lap, you will be faster. It's just that you're going to lose out a little bit in terms of like how much performance you can extract, especially you're basically going on a longer stint on the softs compared to the mediums. So which means that you're going to have to make the tire last for much longer than with the medium tires. You know, those don't experience as much wear. So, you know, race management, it goes to show that if you understand how you manage your race very, very well, you can make up places even without having to physically, you know, overtake other people for that spot.
Absolutely, man. I mean, those are all the details that we can really look on, especially from the race format. But let's have a look on the track setup. We're going to be going into a different track this time compared to the track that we used on the first two races. Actually, it's going to be Goodwood Motor Circuit. So this is going to be very interesting circuit, of course. We have commentated on this race and this track in the previous season as well. I mean, I'm really looking forward to it again. But Victor, maybe you can give a little bit more extra detail on this.
Yeah, if you guys have ever heard of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, this is pretty much the nexus for a lot of the history of motor racing in Britain. The Goodwood estate is basically the place where they hold a speed festival every year, and that's where they basically celebrate motorsports as a whole. So you tend to see a lot of classic cars, a lot of historical race cars actually actually being brought to race at this very racetrack. So it's a very interesting racetrack in that it's very old school, like incredibly old school. We're talking about 1950s sort of style of racing where things were, cars were a lot slower, there was a lot less grip to go around, and a lot of challenge really has to do with the track itself because, as you can see, it's not as complicated, I should say, compared to Brands Hatch, but the difficulty is definitely there. I mean, you see the kink at turn number 3 there. That's a very, very crucial point because you're kind of transitioning your weight between left to right very rapidly in that section, and many a times you're going to see drivers that don't get it right tend to fling themselves into the grass very, very easily because if they're not too careful with the weight transition, turn number 3 is definitely going to be able to catch them out. So speaking of car control, let's go ahead and have a look at the car setup that's going to be used for this race here, because instead of the normal kind of track cars, we're going on the 86, the Toyota 86, but this time set up for rally driving. Now you might be thinking, okay, we're going on a racetrack, why are we using a rally car? So here's the thing, it's they're going to be using this car itself because it adds a way bigger challenge compared to using a track car. Now, rally cars are normally set up to race on dirt tracks. They're normally designed to race on tracks that have a lot of bumpiness to it. So the car is set up to be very, very high and have usually quite soft suspension. And what that means, especially on a track like on Goodwood, where, like I said, the weight transition is so important at that turn 3 point there, that the drivers not only had to contend with that specific hazard on the track, now they have to do it in a car that's going to have a lot of body roll. So that means all the kind of weight transitions, all the weight transfers are going to be way more exaggerated compared to a regular track car. So this is going to be a very, very challenging race, I have to say.
Oh man, talking about challenges, I mean, they are all down for one thing, and that is this. So let's have a look on the prize pool of what these races will be bringing back home. And there you go. This is the challenges that they are facing, and that's the reward. So for the first place or the champion, they'll be bringing back RM 20,000 ringgit. Second place will be bringing home 10,000 ringgit. Third place is going to be bringing home 7,000 ringgit. Fourth place is going to be bringing back 5,500 ringgit. Fifth place is going to be 4,500. Sixth place, 4,000. Seventh place is going to be 3,500. Eighth place is going to be 3,000. Ninth place is going to be 2,500. 10th place, 2,000. And from place 11 all the way to 20, it's going to be RM 500 ringgit to each races. So they're all up for the challenge, up for every battle there is for the prize money. Man, let's see who's going to get their hands on the championship.
Yeah, it's like, especially for the returning champions here, it's going to be top 3 or bust pretty much. But then for the rest of them, there's still money to play for, even if you are making just one place up, from 5th to 6th. That's going to be an extra 500 ringgit in your pocket. So, it's worth it. It's worth it to try to make those moves, try to make those risks, because it's still money in the bank at the end of the day. So, if it's there, why not just go out, reach out, and take it?
Take it. Why not, in it? So, all right. So let's have a look on the races, of course, that's going to be coming up, especially in the Group A, Victor, and I'm really looking forward to it. We already saw it earlier on, but yeah, to those of you just came by, let's have a look. So this is Taj Izrin Aiman, 24 years old, from Selangor.
Yeah, he was the champion of GR Velocity back in 2020 and 21. So he comes in 2022 as the defending champion. And boy, what a defense it's going to be here, ladies and gentlemen, on this weekend. So Taj Izrin Aiman hails from Selangor.
Yeah, this man has been on a very, very top performance. So let's have a look on the next racer. The racer number 2 is going to be Nur Farisman, and he's only 17 years old, man. Yeah, he's only 17 years old, and this man is from Kedah. Yeah. So yes, all the way to the north, and this man is going to put us some show today. So let's hope that this guy is able to, come up with something special.
Yeah, the youngest of the young blood coming into this competition here. He is extremely new to simulator racing, and the fact that he's already made it to like the top 20 in Malaysia here.
Tell me about it.
I mean, that just shows so much potential, doesn't it? So Nur Farisman bin Nordi all the way from Kedah. So let's go ahead and talk about our next guy here. That's going to be Chandra Mauli Adnanan, and he's 22 years old, also hails from Selangor. The most interesting part about him, you know, is qualifying into the top 40 and, you know, coming into the top 20 as well, is that he did the majority of this on a controller. Like every other driver here usually uses the steering wheel as the main, but this guy managed to get into the top 20 using his own PS4 controller. So how cool is that?
Massive, massive. So let's see if he's able to come up with something special. So let's have a look on the next racer, where we will be having a look on Kira Lam Kok Kung, 36 years old. And this man is from Selangor. So yes, we saw some amazing performance from him. But yeah, overall look on him, Victor.
He's a really funny guy to kind of talk to, you know, during the break. And, you know, he's been around, he's seen so much, you know, in his years of racing. Having started sim racing since 1997, he actually has been racing longer than some of our competitors here have been alive. So that just gives you an idea of like how much experience and how well traveled a lot of our veterans are coming into this competition. But nevertheless, though, Kira can still fight amongst the very, very best, and hopefully we'll be able to see a lot of him in the future.
Absolutely. So on to our next racer. That'll be coming up. It's going to be Ahmad As-Siddiq, and this man is only 23 years old, from Selangor, and been in the sim racing since 2018. He qualified for the semi-finals in ERGPC back in 2019 as well. And after 4 years of trying to qualify for Toyota Velocity, he finally made it to the semi-finals. Oh, this guy is a man to watch, actually.
I mean, again, like, this is just that never give up attitude, right? Just keep trying and trying until you finally get yourself right up into there. So Ahmad As-Siddiq from Selangor. Next, we're going to be having Danish Wigneswaran, hailing from Kuala Lumpur, Wilayah Persekutuan. He's coming in as a champion, a finalist for the Porsche Gran Turismo Cup Asia Pacific 2021, and it has several records within Gran Turismo Sport and Gran Turismo 7. In fact, he has a world record run in Gran Turismo 7, so he definitely comes in as one of the most well-prepared drivers here in this championship.
Yeah.
Up next, we're going to be having Muhammad Uzair, and he is the inaugural champion of the Velocity Championship when he first started in 2018, and since then has been trying to claw his way back up to the top again. He came up first runner-up in 2019, and he also placed 5th place in the Michelin Virtual Racing Series 2021 in the expert category. In fact, he got the champion in that.
This guy is a man to watch, of course. So up next, we have Rio Pandukusuma, and he is 32 years old, from Wilayah Persekutuan, and of course has been one of the best racers so far. Michelin Virtual Racing Series 2021. He got 3rd place, and this guy is another man that you have to put your bets on. So up next, we have a look on Haris Shami, and only 26 years old, and this guy has gotten himself 5th place in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Velocity 2021. And last but not least of our racer today, it's going to be Muhammad Kamal, where we saw some sort of a fight from him, and he's only 26 years old, coming from Negeri Sembilan. So that is all our top 10 races in the Group A for the semi-finals. So he'll be going into race number 3 very, very soon. But this is the overall result there, Victor.
Yeah, so just refresh, Taj Aiman, he has the top spot on the board here with 43 points. His closest rival, Muhammad Uzair, is 5 points behind him. So, you know, easily that can be made up if, like, Uzair wins a race and Taj Aiman finishes, like, 3rd or below. So it's still going to be a very, very competitive race between these two, I expect, in race 3 as well as race 4. But what you also got to watch out for is Danish in that 3rd place there. He's also looking to try to maybe rain on the parade here, let's put it this way, between Taj Isrin and Uzair. But also one thing to kind of like watch out for, especially now that we're coming to the closing here of the semi-finals, is going to be that 5th, 6th, 7th spot here. So Haris Shami is currently tied with Rio Pandukusuma for, not say tied, but they're tied in points right now. Rio, of course, is going to be in 4th place, Haris in 5th. But then you want to be in the top 5 here, because it's only the top 5 at the end of this championship. They will go to the grand finals here. So if you miss out, if you finish in 6th by the time you get to race 4 in the championship, you're still out anyway.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going into the qualifyings very soon once everything is well prepared. So this is the semi-finals, race number 3. And this is the qualifying session. Of course, we're down here in Goodwood Circuit, and man, I've missed this circuit for a long time actually. But this car in that track, this is something special.
It's extremely special because, you know, the car isn't exactly designed for like tracks like this. It's really meant for like the undulating dirt roads, you know, the kind of rally courses that you normally go on. So the fact that racing on the racetrack list is kind of unusual for a car of this platform, but you know, that's just part of the challenge that we bring to these drivers here in in this GR Velocity Championship, because you know you're going to be expected to be fast regardless of what kind of car, what kind of situation you're handed to, and as long as you continue to bring in the results, you're going to continue to be the one on top of the board.
Yeah, so there you go, a look on Rio right now, and of course lots of other races. We can purely have a look on them totally, of course, why and how they can really show us and put us a top performance to get into the finals, of course. But man, at this moment it's time to get serious. It's right now a do or die situation. At this moment things will be heated up between all of the races. We saw the warm-up session. I'm pretty sure they're all done with the warm-ups on race 1 and race 2, and right now this is all about getting yourselves into the grand finals.
That final chicane, like you said, it's
turn number 7.
It's a place.
It's very narrow, man.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's practically like, you know, striking a flint. You know, you're going to be pretty much putting your car up against the walls as close as you can, trying to get the maximum speed out of that chicane. And sometimes, you know, if you have too much speed coming out of that chicane, you're just going to end up into the grass like we saw just now. So that's the thing. When you want to try to push for the fastest lap possible, you need to use as much of the track as possible to maximize your speed. But then sometimes, you know, you might just overshoot it. But you know, these cars, they have a lot of power, way more power even than the SFRS. So what this means is that acceleration and acceleration and top speed here can be relatively high, but cornering can be very tricky with these rally cars on a road circuit. Now, not impossible, but if you are used to kind of like the snappiness of what a track car usually provides, the rally car is going to feel a lot sluggish in comparison, because you know there's a lot more movement in the body of the car compared to a track car is usually said to be stiff. On the rally car, things are bouncing around. You can see the amount of body roll. In fact, as we see Uzair taking the turn here, you can see how many degrees the car is already tilting to the left-hand side there just from the cornering forces, and that usually doesn't happen with a track setup car that has stiffer suspension. So what that means is that the drivers have to be very careful about how they throw the weight of the car around, because it can be very easy, way easier for them to unsettle this car compared to the other cars they've driven, rather the other car they've driven so far this weekend.
Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to see the timing that they can clock over here, especially in this track, a very fabulous track, of course, and lots of amazing historical things that has happened in here. And yeah, we're only going to talk about the good ones, but man, this is Danesh Vigneshwaran right now on P1. So let's see if he's able to come up with something special, but right now his timing is at 1.12.048. I mean, this is the fastest so far, Victor.
Yeah, it's the fastest we've seen so far. I don't quite see where Taj Ayman is on the board there. He's not even in the top 8 at the moment. In fact, he's okay. I think he just got across the line. He's now set the 6th fastest time so far. It's significantly slower compared to Uzair, and definitely way slower compared to Farisman, who currently way slower than Danesh, who currently holds the provisional lead right now. So Taj Ayman will be coming across the line here. Is going to be able to improve his time. Nope. Yep, he is. He's going to be able to put himself up to 4th now with a time of 1:12. That's incredibly fast, actually. So let's see whether or not he'll be able to maintain this too much. But yep, he is going to be able to stay in that 4th place there. Danesh, though, he is going to be leading this race here, and that's going to be exciting to see, because so far he's only had middling results here, being on the top 3 consistently, but now it's going to be his chance to win.
Yep. So let's see who's going to be winning this. As we know, this is going to be an exciting race to watch. So kepada anda yang baru saja masuk ke dalam siaran langsung, ini adalah Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2022, race yang ketiga di dalam semi-finals Group A. So kita lihat dan nampaknya lampu pun sudah dipadamkan, and let's go racing. Satu start yang cukup baik daripada Danish dan juga Uzair yang kini berada di dalam seleko yang pertama, dan bagaimana Danish sekarang ini dengan satu start yang cukup baik. Uzair diikuti di dalam P yang kedua, P ketiga untuk Haris Zafri, P keempat untuk Taj Aiman, and Danish Vignesh has been with that fabulous start. He's right in front there, Victor.
Yeah, he already immediately moved to start defending.
I thought
for the
Uzair
first
is going to
turn
come in, you know.
And Uzair now has to try to just follow the toe now. But then we'll look at how closely he catches up onto him when he gets to turn 3. Like I said, the weight transfer is so important on those corners there. You don't get it right, you're going to lose a lot of time. So Uzair is now getting himself right up against the rear of Danish now, and he's going to continue to pressure him all the way throughout this lap.
Ya, kita terus saja ke dalam seleko Woodcourt sekarang ni, dan kita lihat Danish Vignesh masih lagi berada di dalam P yang pertama. Uzair sekarang ni memberikan cabaran yang cukup baik, wheel to wheel sekarang ni, dan Danish di dalam garisan ke dalam, tetapi Uzair di dalam garisan keluar, tetapi ada sedikit langgaran di situ, tetapi masih lagi kita lihat gerakan yang cukup baik di situ, dan terus saja ke dalam chicane, dan Uzair masih memegang P yang kedua. Satu pertarungan yang cukup baik, satu cabaran yang cukup baik untuk Danish, tetapi Danish masih lagi cukup berbisa di hadapan, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, he actually kind of compromised his entry into the final corner there, and that lost him so much time that Taj Aiman was almost within touching distance to deprive Uzair of that P2 position. Now Danish is going to continue to still stay in the lead. Taj Aiman has already made his way up to third place now, having gotten past Haris, and that's going to allow Taj Aiman now to start contesting Uzair and Danish for the lead of the race, potentially, as we are now coming into our second lap.
Ya, di dalam lap yang kedua boleh dikatakan dengan 13 minit saja yang berbaki. So di dalam P ketiga kita on board bersama dengan Taj Aiman, dan kalau kita lihat di dalam race yang sebelum ini, satu prestasi yang cukup baik dipamerkan oleh beliau, tetapi adakah kali ini juga beliau dapat untuk menunjukkan kita satu aksi yang cukup menarik. Danish sekarang ni di dalam P yang pertama, kita on board bersama dengan Uzair. Tekanan diberikan oleh Taj Aiman daripada belakang, terus ke dalam chicane sekarang ni, dan gerakan yang cukup baik, tiada langgaran di situ, walaupun jalan itu cukup sempit sebenarnya. Kalau lalu 3 kereta sama-sama tu, confirm kena bowling alley dekat sana, Victor.
Yeah, the bowling alley would be one way to describe it. But yeah, it would surely be a huge mess if they do miss out those breaking points. But Taj Aiman now, though, he has actually caught up quite well to Uzair at this point. And now he's now going to be a 3-way battle locked in pretty much. 1, 2, and 3, Danish, Uzair, and then Taj Aiman coming into the very difficult third corner here. To have to slow down significantly here, or else you're going to be facing the green grass of not quite home here on Goodwood Circuit. Danish now a little bit slow to the entry of this corner. That's giving Uzair now a bit of space here to try to catch up to his rear end. That's only about 2-3 tenths behind Danish right now, so he's certainly getting a toe off of this back stretch now. Coming around to his final corner and into the chicane very soon. This is where Uzair kind of messed up his entry now. He's going to go straight for the dive on the inside. No room given. Forces Danish off the track as well. Taj Aiman uses the confusion to slip his way all up in the first place. Taj Aiman is now leading the race here. Uzair drops to third. Haris Zafri managed to make his way up to second as well. Look at the benefits these guys does, just basically by staying out of trouble.
This is crazy, man. Bila ada peluang, anda kena ambil dengan cukup baik. So itu dia Taj Aiman, kini berada di dalam P yang pertama, dan P kedua untuk Haris Zafri. That's a surprise. P ketiga untuk Uzair sekarang ni, dan P keempat untuk Kamal Ali. Kita terus saja ke dalam Fort Water, dan kita lihat satu tekanan yang cukup baik diberikan oleh Kamal Ali terhadap Uzair, dan apakah plan daripada Uzair sekarang ni. Kita terus saja dalam seleko yang keempat, dan bagaimana Kamal Ali cuba untuk memberikan satu attacking move di dalam garisan ke dalam ataupun tidak nampaknya Uzair betul-betul menafikan gerakan-gerakan tadi itu, Victor.
I want to say that Uzair was a bit overly ambitious with that move there, because these cars aren't track cars. They're not as nimble or as agile as the track brethren. These guys are a little bit more clunky to drive, comparatively. So I think it was a bit of a clumsy move maybe on Uzair's part, but it looked like he was about alongside Danish by the time they entered that corner anyway. So he did have potentially the right of way. We'll still have to see if how things will turn out with the official results, but for now, Uzair currently in third place has to defend against Kamal Ali, who has caught up rapidly towards him, and actually Kamal himself is being a buffer between Uzair and Danesh, so that's already kind of interrupted that little battle here, and Uzair now is just going to have to fight it out with Kamal to see if he can maintain his third positioning.
Yeah, I really like the challenge that Kamal is giving to Uzair right now, but Kamal Ali masih lagi terlihat cuba untuk memberikan tekanan yang cukup baik terhadap Uzair, and Uzair masih lagi mengekalkan posisi beliau di dalam P yang ketiga. Kita naik terus ke dalam seleko yang kelima, 11 corner dikatakan, dan bagaimana dengan gerakan daripada para pelumba yang lain. So far so good untuk tiga pelumba yang berada di hadapan P1, P2 dan juga P3, Taj Aiman, Haris Zafri dan juga Uzair, dan kita on board bersama dengan Kamal Ali. Dan what is the plan untuk Kamal Ali? Kita tunggu dan lihat. But the fastest lap right now is being held by Taj Aiman, clocking at 1.12.041.
Wow, that's incredibly fast here. I mean, a lot of the other guys are right now 112.5, 112.3, 112.2 the fastest I've seen. The fact he's able to find like an extra 2/10 somewhere in this track here is crazy to think about. Where is he finding those kind of speed? Rio Pantakusuma is finding a lot of speed against Kira Lam, though, getting the trap out of him on the exit here. This is going to be an excellent opportunity to pass, and he's going to do it around the outside here as he come into turn 2. The turn 3 is going to be coming up very soon, so Kira Lam knows that he wants to be able to stay on the inside when it comes to that, but then Rio is already hugging the outside there, but look at the speed that Kira Lam finds though all the way through turn 2. He's able to keep himself in front of Rio by the time he got to turn 3, and Kira Lam stays in P6.
Kira Lam, fantastic driving from him so far, man. Dan sekarang kita lihat di dalam P ke-7 on board bersama dengan Rio, dan Kira Lam masih lagi mempertahankan gerakan beliau, tetapi nampaknya Rio kemungkinan akan melakukan gerakan di dalam seleko yang seterusnya, tetapi masih lagi menutup ruang di situ. Tapi bagaimana di dalam seleko yang ke-6, adakah ini masanya untuk beliau memintas? Tidak juga di situ, dan nampaknya Rio cantik gerakan, dan nampaknya Lam terkeluar daripada litar di situ dan terus jatuh ke dalam P ke-7, dan P ke-6 sekarang ni diambil. Sekali lagi nampaknya. That is a loss of concentration over there, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely being rattled already. Just kind of messing up the corner before that, and then now messing up the exit of chicane there. Lam is now down into 8th place, and that's 2 places he's lost there. So Farisman moves up to 7. Rio, of course, is pulling way ahead there in 6th place right now. So Kira Lam, he had some good results in race 1 and 2, but I'm afraid this 8th place here may not quite cut it for him. He's going to have to find a way to make up some places.
Yep, definitely. So Haris Zafri, another impressive driving from him so far. Dan sekarang beliau berada di dalam P yang ketiga. Adakah kita akan lihat di battle of, boleh mengatakan the all-time battle, Zair dan juga Taj Aiman di dalam P1 dan juga P kedua. Dan kita terus saja ke dalam seleko yang ke-6. Danish Wigneshwaran sekarang ni memberikan cabaran yang cukup baik untuk memintas Kamal Ali, dan sudah pun memintas di situ. Tidak, sekali lagi Kamal Ali masih lagi mempertahankan dalam seleko yang seterusnya, dan itu dia Danish terus saja mendapatkan P ke-4 meninggalkan Kamal Ali di belakang, and off we go from the chicane right now.
Wow, they were just trying to modulate his car position so much through that corner there. It almost looked like Danish was just kind of waiting for Haris to get up alongside him so he can confirm that he has the racing line through that corner there. So, but then very well done on Danish's part to stay on the racing line throughout that, and that allowed him to have the necessary speed to clear that corner ahead of ahead of Kamal Ali there. But Kamal now tries to fight back. He's coming at him from turn 3. A bit of a touch on the back there, but Danish still is able to keep his car straight and narrow through turn 3. So not quite the attempt that Kamal was looking for, but definitely very, very close.
Ya, dua pelumba yang cukup agresif boleh mengatakan, iaitu Kamal Ali dan juga Danish Wigneshwaran, dengan satu persembahan yang cukup menarik yang kita boleh lihat on screen sekarang ni. So Kamal Ali masih lagi cuba juga untuk memberikan tekanan terhadap Danish sekarang ni. Dan Danish masih lagi mengekalkan P4, tetapi di dalam seleko yang seterusnya, adakah ini masanya untuk Kamal Ali melakukan redemption di situ? Tidak juga nampaknya. Danish sekali lagi menafikan gerakan-gerakan daripada Kamal Ali, dan kita terus ke dalam seleko yang ketujuh, the chicane, and off we go straight into the Matwick corner.
Yeah, one thing that just has to be like stated here is that it's crazy that these guys are still so fast in these rally cars, because remember, these cars are not really designed for tracks like this, and yet they're driving it just as hard as they would any other car and doing an impressive job keeping it under control. Kamal Ali now is going to be attacking around the inside of turn 2 here. He's definitely going to give him the racing line, which is what Danesh did to him the last time, but then they will be finding themselves side by side through turn 3. So is Danesh going to be the first one to fall back? Yes, he is. He tucks in behind Kamal Ali and concedes a place to him as it comes towards turn 3. They don't necessarily want to tangle too wide through that corner here, but now Danesh will have the toe. He probably will be doing the same move against Kamal this time, but hopefully Kamal will be a little bit more prepared. He knows what to expect now to come out of Danesh by the time to get to that final turn.
Ya, Kamal Ali nampaknya sudah pun melakukan redemption move terhadap Danish Vigneswaran, dan ini dia kita on board bersama dengan beliau sekali lagi. Terus kepada Woodcote Corner sekarang ni, dan Danish bagaimana di dalam garisan yang keluar, tetapi Kamal Ali masih lagi menafikan gerakan-gerakan di hadapan. Dan kita lihat Rio juga dapat join the party daripada belakang dan memberikan cabaran three-way battle di dalam untuk P5 sekarang ni, P4 sebenarnya. So ini dia Danish Vigneswaran, dan bagaimana pula untuk Rio masih lagi jauh sedikit daripada Danish dan juga Kamal Ali, but he is trying to close the gap from here. Dan kita tunggu dah lihat bagaimana mereka ni akan menunjukkan prestasi mereka dengan 3 minit saja yang berbaki di dalam race ini. Dan kita terus ke dalam Fort Water sekarang ni, dan Danish is just right to see a move from here, man.
He's having a look around the
Yeah, he's having a
outside. Doesn't quite have the speed, I think, to catch him at turn 3. They do have to brake quite heavily on that wing transition, but you don't want to upset the car balance through that by braking too hard or turning too hard into the entry here. A little bit slow in the entry of that corner there for Danish, and that causes Rio to rear end him a little bit, but that little bit of a bump allows him to keep up with Kamal Ali so far. And now that they're on the back stretch here, Danish is going to try to use the toe to get a massive speed differential, but Kamal Ali, knowing that Danish is going to try to attack the inside, he defends very, very hard to keep himself on the racing line, not giving any room for Danish, and now that's giving Rio an opportunity to attack Danish instead. So this is going to be an interesting sandwich position that Danish is in right now, because even though he tries to attack Kamal, he's not able to pass him, and now Rio is nipping right behind him, so that's putting him under double the amount of pressure than otherwise he would be feeling normally.
Ya, persembahan Rio ni macam memberikan trailer sebenarnya. Movie tu tak keluar lagi, tapi trailer tu dia keluar sikit-sikit. Belum lagi kita habiskan dengan entire movie sebenarnya. So kita lihat Kamal Ali sekarang ni berada di dalam P4, P5 untuk Danish, dan diikuti oleh Rio di dalam P yang ke-6. Dan Kamal Ali kena berhati-hati sekarang ni. Danish masih lagi menunggu saja peluang untuk menafikan ataupun memintas beliau daripada garisan-garisan yang cukup menarik. Dan ini dia kita on board bersama dengan Rio. Sekali lagi, will he able to finish the movie, or going to be seeing another trailer again, Davita?
I don't know, it might be a commercial break or something, because at this point there's not quite any moves done yet. So far they're just trailing one behind the other. There's only 1 minute left, so maybe only about another lap to go here for this battle to continue. So whatever moves they need to make it somewhere, somehow, before this race ends. So Danish tries yet again to get a good grip on the inside here, trying to get a better exit out compared to Kamal, but again, the chicane forces all of them pretty much to tuck one behind the other. And unfortunately for Rio, he had to brake the hardest there, having to avoid colliding with Danesh's car through the chicane. So that's actually lost him a bit of time. Now they are able to catch it back up after coming through the main straight here. And yet again, I think this dance is just going to continue until they get to that third turn. But look at that, Danesh is actually getting onto the grass. That's losing a lot there. And now Rio gets up alongside him, cuts him off, gets a place up. And now it's going to be Rio in 5th place, Danesh in 6th.
Okey, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, nampaknya movie pun sudah dikeluarkan. satu persembahan yang cukup baik daripada Rio sekarang ni untuk memintas Danish. Dan bagaimana kita lihat serangan ini yang akan didatang daripada Danish at this moment berada di dalam P yang ke-6. P ke-5 diberikan kepada Rio sekarang ni dan target Rio adalah untuk Kamal Ali. Dan berhati-hati di situ adalah Kamal Ali sekarang ni sebab kita dah lihat Rio kemungkinan akan melakukan satu movement daripada garisan yang keluar. Kita tunggu dan lihat dan sudah pun masuk dalam garisan yang ke dalam. Dan this next sector is going to be so important. Dan nampaknya Rio sudah pun memintas Kamal Ali dan mendapatkan P keempat. And this man is climbing ladders over here.
Wow, this is amazing to watch here because Rio handled that perfectly. Like he immediately hooked in onto the inside line there, right on Kamal's rear tire. And from that point on, I knew it. Oh, he already had the speed. He already knew exactly what he wanted to do. He wanted to take that racing line for himself. There was nothing Kamal could do once he already got alongside him. He had to give the space, and that allowed Rio now to climb up yet another place to make it up to P4.
Ya, satu persembahan yang cukup hebat daripada Rio dengan 2 minit saja yang berbaki sebenarnya di dalam race ini sebenarnya. So itu dia. Rio is on P4 at this moment. Aris Zafri yang kini berada di dalam P ketiga. Tetapi bagaimana Rio sekarang ni cuba untuk climb the leaderboard dan ini dia. The main man in front, iaitu Taj Aiman. Looks like he's going on a long drive over there, Victor. And yeah, he's just 1.7 second right behind Uzair. So kita sekali lagi lihat perlawanan antara Kamal Ali dan juga Danish at this moment.
I think Danish got in front of Kamal Ali that time, so Danish is up into 5th place now. Can he continue to chase on to Rio though? There's 2 minutes and 17 seconds remaining, it looks like. No, I don't think that's the end of the round here completely because they've just come across the line now, ladies and gentlemen. Taj Aiman has just won race number 3. Coming in 2nd place was Uzair. Haris Zafari comes in 3rd. Rio K and Danish Wigersnoren finished 4th and 5th respectively. Kamal Ali comes in 6th. Farisma just came across the line here to take 7th place. Kira Lam, a disappointing 8th place, especially after his first 2 race performances. And Chandra as well as Siddiq round up the bottom 3.
Yeah, this is what you get from Goodwood Motor Circuit, man. This is absolutely special because, you know, every corner is at high speed there, Victor. This is what I really love about it. But man, what a racing it has been for all of the 10 races in the semi-finals, especially from Group A. This is race number 3. So these are the results that we can have a look later on where they'll come back with the official result that will be shown to you guys shortly once everything is like pretty much calculated and stuff. But man, your overall look on this race there, Victor.
Dude, like the cars being so difficult to maneuver, it astounds me that these guys are still able to race just as hard as they would any other car. I mean, you know,
rally setup, huh?
Especially for you guys at home who, you know, have Gran Turismo, go ahead and give that GR86 a try and tell me, you know, you could actually complete a very fast lap with that because it's very hard. The car wobbles around so much. You can see the amount of oscillations
for sure.
these cars were having on the entry as well as the exit of these corners. So they absolutely have to, you know, not only fight the natural kind of difficulty of the circuit, but also the kind of difficulty the car throws in their way as well. And the fact that they're still able to do this and still win. Taj Aiman, of course, coming in 1st place. I mean, who would have thought? The guy who is the defending champion will still come in winning a lot of these semi-final races.
I mean, we have seen this type of performance from him even in the previous season. So one thing I really like about him is his consistency there, Victor. So let's see if he's able to carry this all the way to the finals, or will we seeing a new face on the championship?
Yeah, and a special shout out as well to Rio, Danish, as well as I think that was it was Zaire as well.
Yeah.
No, sorry, Muhammad Kamal, because their battle really brought a lot of entertainment there, especially seeing the way they were just shuffling around the positions. So hopefully they'll be able to keep battling when we get into race number 4 here. But before that, we're going to be having a few words with Nas over on the main stage. So Nas, over to you, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you, Victor. I would love to say a few words, but I think there's a man right here who is totally relieved after winning his 2nd race, race 2 and 3. So at this point in time, Taj Aiman looks like a sure bet for the grand final. Jadi perasaan anda macam mana kalau kira dah lepas masuk grand final lah ni? Lega tak?
Alhamdulillah lega. Dapat finish race. Itu yang paling main goal saya pada hari ini. Itu saja.
Itu sajalah nak finish race, Alah, dia malu-malu Abang Taj kita ni kan. Sebab anda dikira first seed lah, top seed untuk menjadi juara untuk musim ini. Tapi kalau kita nampak qualifying tadi, sebab kita tukar-tukar kereta kan, sebelum ni FSR. Dan sekarang ni untuk race 3 and 4, untuk race 3 tadi anda menggunakan E86 rally kan? Ada masalah tak di sana? Sebab macam perlahan juga qualifying awak.
Oh, tadi mula-mula saya ingat saya plan untuk buang minyak sebenarnya. Untuk kalau buat qualifying boleh buat fastest lah kalau kita ringankan kereta tu. So, saya buat mistake juga. Ada 2 kali percubaan. So, itulah saya qualify start nombor 4. Alhamdulillah lah. Sebab nampak dia macam battle antara Danesh dengan Uzair. Itu sebabkan saya dapat tempat pertama lah pada hari ni.
Cewa. Okey. Kalau cakap tadi mention pasal Danesh dan juga Uzair kan. Untuk banyak orang yang sedang menonton ni, kita semua rasa antara Group A dan Group E, Group A lebih sengit kerana lebih banyak drivers atau racers yang berpengalaman. Apakah pendapat Taj Aiman dan siapakah lawan ketat anda dalam Group A ni?
Saya rasa semua yang masuk competition ni.
Alah, dia malu lah.
Memang semua. Saya rasa memang semua. Sebab semua aim untuk dapat yang terbaik kan. So, saya rasa semualah yang join untuk Toyota ni, semua ialah antara pencabar yang terhebat lah.
Alhamdulillah. Jadi seorang yang sangat humble, orang kata rendah diri, Taj Aiman kita ni. Walaupun kita nampak dia setting a blistering pace, tak kisah di qualify nombor 4 ke, dia start dari end of the grid ke, P10 ke, dia akan sampai ke depan juga. Jadi, untuk race keempat ini, 30 minit reverse grid. Apakah strategi anda?
Strategi saya, mungkin saya akan guna tayar yang maybe medium untuk starting. Sebab saya memang qualifying belakang. So, lepas tu tengoklah dalam race tu macam mana. Lepas tu, ya, mungkin soft. Lepas tu.
Anda akan mulakan dengan soft ataupun medium, masih belum ditentukan lagi lah. Belum ditentukan sebab dia tak nak pecah rahsia dia begitu. Will you take an early pit stop? Or are you going to go for a late pit stop?
Maybe early.
Maybe early Saya ni sebenarnya nak korek cerita sebab saya nak bagi peluang kepada drivers lain untuk menyelami isi hati Taj Aiman kita ni dan mungkin dapat memberikan saingan hebat. Jadi kalau menang 20,000 kali ni nak buat apa?
Saya rasa semua
tu, ini dia Taj Aiman kita. Kita pressure dia macam mana pun nak suruh dia cakap kan. Dia tetap rendah diri juga. Well done. Taj, you are the man to beat. We'll watch his actions in race 4 in just a bit. But meanwhile, we're going to take a look at Season 1 champion who's been setting a blistering pace as well. So kita akan bersama dengan Encik Muhammad Uzair kita untuk bertanya bagaimana keadaan beliau. Dipersilakan. Encik Uzair, di mana anda? Tu dia. Masih tengah praktis ya? So, nampaknya race 3 mengorak langkah dari belakang tapi masih tak mampu menewaskan Encik Taj Aiman kita. Rasa frust ke?
Frust tu tak ada lah. Tak ada lah. Just for relax untuk semi-final.
Jadi macam yang saya cakap kepada Taj Aiman, kalau kita tengok kedudukan markah, anda almost guaranteed lah kecuali hang betul-betul corot atau tak finish the race, which is impossible because it's e-racing. Jadi macam mana perasaan untuk melayakkan diri ke grand final?
Untuk semi-final ni just secure lah untuk ke final. So tak penting pun kalau nak ke nombor 1 pun. Untuk final yes. Untuk itu memang penting lah untuk nak ke 1, 2, 3.
Okey, kalau race betul, saya faham kalau awak nak pace diri, nak simpan kereta, nak simpan tenaga. Tapi ini e-racing bro. E-racing nak kena pacing apa? Nak kena simpan tenaga apa? Sure you don't want to go for number 1?
For the final, yes. But for semi-final, just relax saja lah. Tak boleh nak buat apa.
Okey. Mungkin anda gunakan peluang ini untuk eksperimen? Kalau anda ingin eksperimen, what will you do? Will it be tire strategy, race strategy, pit stop strategy, macam mana?
Semua sekali lah, semua aspek sekali lah. Masuk strategi tayar, untuk fuel saving, semua masuk. And then dari segi pace pun akan salah satu dalam strategi.
Okey, apa yang nampak sekarang kalau kita trend among the top drivers lah, top drivers Uzair. Saya nampak especially during the 30-minute reverse punya sessions, mereka masuk pit stop awal dan mereka gunakan medium dulu dan bukan soft. Pendapat anda?
Kalau start dari belakang guna tayar yang medium, memang dia akan preserve low, and then bila dia dah guna tayar yang lembut, dia akan all out.
So anda menggunakan taktik yang sama atau mungkin ada strategi untuk memintas mereka?
Saya rasa sama, tak ada yang beza.
Tak ada beza sangat It's all about skill right here when we talk about e-racing, betul? Yes, that's right. So that's Muhammad Uze. Of course, he was the champion of Season 1 and trying to make a comeback here on Season 5. Semoga berjaya Encik Muhammad Uze kita. Meanwhile, it's back to Victor and Matt for the race highlights. Race 3, Group A.
Alright, so thank you so much Nas, dan ini dia highlights untuk semi-finals di dalam race yang ketiga Group A. Oh man, so much of drama we saw here, man.
Yeah, I mean, Danish, he did well to snatch the lead here, but then, the tangle Uzair unfortunately costed him, I think, a lot more compared to Uzair, because Uzair at the end was still able to get himself in the top 3, but Danish was finding himself all the way back into the 5th position. So Uzair unfortunately had to concede the lead there to touch Ayman, and that just gave it smooth sailing here for our defending champion. Then we did see a bit of a spill here as Kira Lam loses his concentration on this final sector here, and unfortunately costed himself 6th place and potentially, costed him 2 places, because after this he went off the grass yet again on the main straight and then gave Farisman the 7th position there. Then we did see Danish attempting to try to reclaim some lost ground here, had to meet a brick wall in the form of Kamal Ali in front of him, and with Rio constantly dogging him from behind, eventually something was going to give, and that was definitely Danish's 5th position there that he conceded to Rio, and then this is where Kamal Ali lost control and unfortunately conceded his place to Rio Pantukusuma, allowing him to get up into 4th place, and with Uzair having gone past Harris, that puts him up into 2nd. So Uzair consistently putting himself 2nd best after touch Israel all throughout here, and I wonder if that's going to make things a lot easier for these two guys now, because like Uzair says, at this point now it feels like fighting for that top position is not feeling that important anymore, because the bulk of his work had already been done in race 1 and 2.
Oh, you can tell that about man. But right now ini dia race results untuk Group A, dan di dalam P pertama kita lihat touch Izrain Aiman dengan 25 mata, dengan P kedua Muhammad Uzair 18 mata, P ketiga Haris Syami dengan 15 mata, P keempat Rio dengan 12 mata, P kelima Danish dengan 10 mata, P keenam untuk Muhammad Kamal 8 mata, P ketujuh itu Nur Farisman dengan 6 mata, Kira Lam di dalam P ke-8 dengan 4 mata, Chandra Mauli Adnan dengan P ke-9 dengan 2 mata, dan akhir sekali Ahmad Siddiq dengan P ke-10 dengan 1 mata sahaja, Victor. So this is the race result for Group A, man.
Yeah, and I wonder, especially with race 4 coming on the horizon here, I wonder how the overall points are going to look like by the end of this year, because definitely with Danish dropping down the list there, he's actually going to be caught up quite easily by Haris if Haris continues to finish ahead of Danish in this race here. But Rio Pantukusuma is currently still holding that 5th position there in a very secure position, because Kira Lam, the closest rival to Rio right now, is 12 points behind. So there needs to be a huge differential between Kira and Rio before Rio is going to be facing any danger of losing his 5th position. But again, if someone there does get a win that is not Touch Israel or Muhammad Uzair, then certainly that's going to open the door, certainly for those guys in the mid, in order to get into that final slot here, because remember, only the top 5 gets into the grand finals.
Yeah, just nak confirm pada anda sekali lagi, hanya 5 pelumba saja yang akan masuk ke dalam grand final, which is the top 5 lah. So let's see siapakah yang akan melangkah ke dalam grand final nanti. So at this moment kita akan masuk ke dalam race yang keempat, Victor. Race number 4, the dramatic one. What's gonna happen? I have no idea. It's all about the points in the end of the day. But one thing for sure is there's only going to be 5 races going through, and the next 5, I'm so sorry. Yeah, hard luck on you, but yes, you can always try again on the next season. But right now, Victor, let's give our full focus for race number 4.
Yeah, this is going to be the last semi-final race here for Group A. 3 seconds to the start, and they are off. Siddiq is going to be starting in front next to Chandra, and you can already see that Kira Lam is wrestling to try to get his way into the inside here, pretty much trying to touch Chandra there, but can't quite get his way through, and unfortunately went way too wide alongside Siddiq, and that's going to lose the position. He's dropping like a stone right now, getting back down into 8th and now 9th position there. That little misadventure has now costed him dearly, as now Danish inherits the lead here in race number 4.
Oh, pelbagai insiden yang berlaku di dalam awal perlumbaan sebenarnya, tetapi ini dia kita on board bersama dengan Chandra, dan bagaimana dengan gerakan daripada Chandra, nampaknya Uzair ada peluang untuk memintas dan cuba mengambil P keempat sekarang ini, tetapi Chandra sekali lagi berada dalam garisan ke dalam untuk menafikan gerakan itu, dan Uzair masih lagi bersebelahan, dan kita lihat Chandra tidak juga di situ, dan Uzair masih lagi mendapatkan P yang keempat. He got that position back now, Victor, and right now we are on board with Rio making a move on Chandra.
Yeah, Chandra, he is, like I said, he is the master of the controller, but not quite the master of the wheel yet. So far, he has done well in races 3 and 4, but now in race 4, he's in the defense of his life right now. As Rio Pandukusuma gave him a little bit of a nudge coming into a chicane there, almost kind of put him a bit off balance, but now he's recovered quite well now. Coming into this first turn, he's maintaining good racing line here. Rio not able to find his way through. Taj Ayman almost having a look at the inside there, kind of anticipating Rio might be breaking a bit harder, but still Rio carried a lot of speed through that first turn. Now coming to the second turn here, it's going to be a very fast right-hand bender, and Rio losing control there. It has a lot of time lost. Taj Ayman is catching up to him. Coming up to the third turn, not quite enough for him to make the pass yet, but certainly in position now to try to make a move at the end of this lap.
Oh, nasib baik Gentra tu tidak jadi tornado tadi, Victor. Thank goodness he controlled it absolutely well. So masih lagi kita lihat Rio yang kini berada di dalam P yang ke-6. Taj Ayman sekarang ni di dalam P yang ke-7. Cuba untuk mengejar Rio yang berada di hadapan. Kita terus saja Sleko yang ke-6. Itu the Woodgood Corner, dan bagaimana kita lihat yang akan berlaku antara semua pelumba-pelumba yang kita boleh lihat on screen sekarang ni. Taj Ayman agak jauh sebenarnya, but this man, oh wait a minute, how about for Danish right now onto the chicane, and Farisman is giving him some sort of battle over here.
I'm seeing a bit of a two-way battle as well. I think Farisman, Uzair Kamal, I think they were going side by side into the chicane there. One who came out in front. So Chandra now is going to be chased by Taj Ayman. Taj Ayman already gotten past Rio, so Chandra is next on the list here. Kamal Ali and Uzair, I think, were the two guys who were battling, and Uzair seems to have gotten the better of that battle by being in third place ahead of Kamal Ali, but Kamal is very close behind him as well. Taj Ayman has been fending off a little bit of a challenge coming from behind him in the form of Chandra and Rio, but then he still prevails there. Taj Ayman is now up into 5th place here. He is climbing up the board, not maybe as fast as compared to the first race, but look at that, another side-by-side as Chandra and Rio battle amongst themselves here for 6th place. Chandra able to outbreak him a little bit and take the inside, but Rio carries a lot of speed on the outside until that point where Chandra closes his door on him. Now Kira wants it in on the action as well, notices that Rio is a little bit wounded in speed, and then takes this opportunity to start to take away 7th position. Can't quite close the door though until very much this point where he had to break a little bit there, Rio did, and that now concedes 7th place there to Kira Lam.
Fantastic racing there from him especially, and on board right now we are with Rio onto the chicane again, dan bagaimana kita akan teruskan ke dalam Sleko yang pertama. Kalau kita lihat daripada P yang pertama, Farisman sekarang ni sudah pun memintas Danish there, Victor, untuk mengambil P yang pertama sekarang ni, dan kita lihat still a very close gap antara semua pelumba-pelumba yang berada dalam P1 hingga ke P5, dan ini dia kita on board bersama dengan Taj Ayman, the man to watch, ataupun boleh mengatakan segala spotlight berada di atas beliau. Dengan interview daripada Nas tadi pun cukup menarik sebenarnya kata-kata beliau, and let's see if he's able to do something special again. Dan ini dia Uzair berada di dalam P yang ketiga. This battle is something that we can really look upon, and onto the 11th corner itu Sleko yang ke-5. Kamal Ali on board kita bersama dengan beliau. Adakah ini masanya untuk beliau mendapatkan ataupun mencari peluang untuk memintas ataupun tidak? But right now it is still the same position, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, Kamal has been getting the toe constantly off of Uzair there, but now
This
Taj
battle.
Aiman using the opportunity here to catch him around the outside, snatches a position away from Kamal Ali and gets between him and Uzair to take fourth position. Uzair now is facing a new challenger, but Taj Aiman gets a little bit too greedy and gets onto the grass, so he can't quite stay on Uzair's rear end. Kamal Ali, though, wasn't able to capitalize on that, so he still stays in fifth, but Taj Aiman has to be a little bit careful because even though that was an amazing move, he almost kind of lost it towards the end there.
Yeah, really good performance there from Kamal Ali, especially going up against Taj Aiman. Tetapi right now, kita kena lihat bagaimana Taj Aiman dapat mempertahankan P yang keempat sekarang ni. And next on the list is going to be Uzair. This is something to watch right now, Victor. Because kita tahu dah bagaimana pertarungan antara dua-dua pelumba ni cukup menarik sebenarnya. But let's see if Kamal Ali he might get a little bit of an advantage from Taj Aiman sekarang ni. Yang Taj Aiman sekarang ni berada dalam P yang keempat. Kita terus saja Seleco yang kelima at this moment. Oh, looks like a long train going in the front there, Victor. Any moment, any car can get overtaken over here.
And that's just because the guys in front are losing time from having to constantly defend against the guy behind them. So that's kind of creating a bit of a bottleneck on the top there. But I'll tell you what this kind of favors actually. It actually favors those guys at the bottom of the leaderboard there.
No.
Oh, Kamal Ali getting a bit wide and unfortunately forcing Kira Lam to break a little bit harder than he would have wanted to coming to that chicane. And now Kira Lam is going to try to use this opportunity here to try to pass Kamal Ali on the outside. Kira looked like he almost had it there, but he had to break a little bit coming into the first turn. But that's perfectly set up the switcheroo now. He has the inside line. He takes it away with Kamal Ali. Kira Lam is now up into fifth place.
Oh, that was fantastic movement daripada Kira Lam. Tetapi sekarang ni, kita tunggu dan lihat bagaimana Taj Aiman cuba memberikan cabaran untuk Uzair yang kini berada di dalam P yang ketiga. Kita terus saja ke dalam Seleco yang keempat dan seterusnya adalah Seleco yang kelima. 11 corner dikatakan sekarang ni dan Uzair masih lagi berada di hadapan dan Taj Aiman nampaknya there is a little bit of a gap there, 0.6 seconds of a gap. Tetapi bagaimana mereka ni cuba untuk menutup gap itu, that is going to be the biggest question. Dan ini dia Taj Aiman on P4 and he's targeting Uzair, but Kira Lam right now is coming pretty strong at the back.
Yeah, I mean, Kira Lam,
he might make a move there, Victor.
Yeah, maybe not. We'll have to see. But it's going to be Taj Aiman he's up against, and Taj is no slouch when it comes to defending. He defends just as hard as anyone in this class here. So Kira is going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to try to gun for that fourth place. But you know, the calculus definitely is on Kira Lam's mind here because you know Rio Pandukusuma is one extra place below him here. And remember, Kira needs to be able to make up 12 points, I think, if I can recall correctly, in order to try to match up to Rio. So he needs to be able to put as much distance between himself and Rio if he wants to have a chance of eking out an entry into the grand finals.
Yeah, so di dalam race ini 30 minit actually, but right now kita mempunyai baki 21 minit saja dan kita on board bersama dengan Taj Aiman dan sekali lagi masih lagi Taj Aiman berada di belakang Uzair sebenarnya. And let's see if Uzair is still able to find a little bit of a gap to go all the way to the front ataupun Taj Aiman dapat mencari satu peluang untuk memintas beliau. Dan ini dia Rio sekarang ni, dia berada di dalam P yang keempat, kemungkinan akan melakukan sedikit gerakan terhadap Lam sekarang ni. Dan bagaimana Lam cuba untuk mempertahankan gerakan ni, nampaknya ada sedikit sentuhan daripada garisan luar sebenarnya, and coming off from the chicane dan terus saja ke dalam Seleco yang pertama. And this is going to be very interesting corner from here.
Yeah, I mean, again, these cars being rally cars, they can definitely dip the tires into the grass, but the fact that they're using like racing soft tires means that they're not actually getting the grip that rally cars normally get on the dirt. Look at who is kind of attacking around the outside here. It's going to be Rio. He wants to be able to snatch the inside getting to turn 3, but to do that, he needs to be alongside Kira Lam through this corner. He doesn't quite have the speed to do so. He had to back off a little bit to stay behind Kira Lam, and just hoping that the pressure is enough to force a mistake, and the mistake just happened there. Kira Lam, he lost too much speed transitioning his car through turn 3, and now that's opened up the door for Rio to get past, and Kamal Ali as well getting into the mix. He gets himself in front of Kira Lam now to take away 6th place.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal from him right now. Let's see Kira Lam trying to target onto Kamal Ali, who is in P6 at this moment. So adakah ini masanya? Peluang itu terbuka sahaja. All you need to do is take the chance. Dan Kamal Ali masih lagi berada di hadapan dengan Seleko yang ketujuh off figure right now, coming out from the chicane. Dan Taj Aiman nampaknya mendapatkan penalti 0.3 di situ. And I think he went over or just got through the in the cutting lanes actually there, Victor.
Yeah, he definitely would have gotten that from track limits.
Yeah, track limits,
And,
correct.
I think we did actually see it on camera just now on the final corner.
Just coming off, yeah.
Yeah, he went and ate up too much grass on the inside there, and I think that was what caused the violation. But being 2 seconds in front, it's trivial for him to get rid of the penalty, and he's already done it now. And barely even lost any time now in his battle against Uzair. In fact, he's already gaining on him through the exit of turn 3. He's actually having a lot of speed, but unfortunately with Uzair being in the way on the racing line, he can't quite find a gap in order to slip his car through. Kira Lam right now continuing his battle here with Kamal Ali, who overtook him just a lap ago. Now Kira now wants to get his spot back. He wants to be able to put himself up into P5 again to perhaps offer some sort of relief here against this fight against Rio. But I'm fearing that, you know, as this race goes on with 20 minutes to go, Kira needs to be able to make up that place and start that battle with Rio and stop being distracted by Kamal Ali, which almost cost him his car there because he lost too much control coming into the chicane there, and now it's opened up quite the gap between him and Kamal Ali.
Ya, masih lagi terbuka di situ, dan kalau kita lihat di dalam P yang pertama, itu Danish Wigneswaran mengekalkan posisi beliau di dalam leaderboard sekarang ni, dan ini dia Kira Lam di dalam P yang kelima, yang mana beliau akan menunjukkan prestasi beliau. Tetapi Uzair kemungkinan there might be a chance for him to close down on Danish. Tetapi Danish apabila beliau berada di hadapan, he's a fantastic driver. Kita pernah lihat persembahan beliau di dalam quarter final sebelum ini. So right now all he needs to do is be consistent in the front. Dengan 18 minit saja yang berbaki di dalam race ini, Uzair masih lagi cuba dan cuba di situ. Tetapi it is all down to the man in the front trying to close all the other opportunities for Uzair to take over there, Victor.
Yeah, so Farisman has just gone into the pits along with Taj Aiman, I believe. But then Taj Aiman is in 8th place currently, and I think Farisman is in 9th here. Uzair is now starting to battle Danish for the lead here. Neither of these cars have gone to the pits yet, and I think Uzair, I think Danish dives into the pits there. Thus, Uzair will now be inheriting the lead, but then with Rio K following closely behind him, this is still now a battle for the lead, but this time it's Uzair versus Rio instead of Uzair versus Danish.
Yeah, it is pretty much open over here, and looking at how their fuel consumption is right now, they really need to go into the pits there, Victor. Most of them, but some of them are actually pushing on their cars right now, and we don't want to be having another disqualifying section actually, although we already have it right now. So we are on board right now with Haris Zafri, and apakah plan daripada Haris Zafri? Kita tunggu dan lihat. Beliau cuba untuk memberikan tekanan kepada Sidek yang kini berada di dalam P yang kelima. Anda sedang menyaksikan semifinals Group A race yang keempat, dan Haris Zafri sekarang ni masih lagi memberikan cabaran terhadap lumba yang berada di hadapan itu Sidek. Sidek nampaknya ada agak tenang sebenarnya. There is nothing much shaken from him so far. Tetapi every corner there's something great can happen. Will it be for Haris Zafri or not? That's the question.
It all depends on the guy in front of him. If Sidek makes a move that Haris can capitalize, he better jump on it. And conversely, you know, if Haris makes a mistake, then Sidek is going to be one who benefits because he will be able to pull a gap. But Sidek now pulls into the pits, so Haris, being the only non-pitter left here, he's going to continue to run on these soft set of tires, which he didn't quite wear down that much. I mean, actually across the board, tire wear doesn't seem to be that huge of a concern. It seems to be more about the performance you get from the tire plus the amount of fuel they're able to carry to the end of the race. Taj Aiman, of course, having pitted earlier now, is inheriting second place here from the other guys who just pitted now, who are only just about now coming out of the pits here. So Uzair comes out ahead of Rio, ahead of Kamal Ali, ahead of Kira Lam. So that was 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th respectively. Kamal Ali and Rio now are locked in a bit of a battle here, I think, for 5th place, and they are actually quite close to each other as Kira Lam still has about 2 seconds to go before it's able to catch up to them. And Rio now is catching quite aggressively towards Uzair here, coming to his third. And this is going to force, he's going to try to force himself to get in as close as possible to Uzair in this sector now.
Definitely.
So that he can get a bit of a draft on the back stretch. And you look at that, the entry speed of him is very, very good, but it's only the acceleration on the exit that Uzair seems to have a bit of advantage on. That's why he's able to pull ahead coming into the straight, and that kind of deprives Rio Pantukusuma of any draft to use so far in his battle against Uzair.
Ya, kalau kita lihat ini adalah one of the best performance yang kita boleh lihat daripada Rio sebenarnya compared to all the other races yang kita pernah lihat so far di dalam Group A, dan kita tunggu dan lihat bagaimana beliau dapat untuk meletakkan beliau di dalam posisi yang cukup baik so far. Zaire kini berada di dalam P4, P5 untuk Rio dan diikuti oleh Kamal Ali di dalam P yang ke-6, dan ini dia Rio yang masih lagi berada di dalam P5 cuba untuk mengejar Uzair yang kini berada di hadapan. Kita terus saja ke dalam Sleko yang kedua menuju kepada Fort Water, dan ini dia Rio sekali lagi. And being in the P5, it's already a good thing, Victor, but beliau mempunyai 14 minit yang berbaki untuk mempertahankan posisi beliau.
Yeah, it's going to be a long 14 minutes for him for sure, because at this stage I've already finished the pit stops. It's pretty much going to be a sprint to the end here, I expect, especially given the level of tire wear and fuel that we've been seeing so far. So for the most part, whatever positions they're in right now, that's pretty much going to be where they would stay unless someone in front makes a mistake. So, but then, barring any kind of unforeseen circumstances, I think Rio is just going to continue to keep getting that draft off of Uzair and hopefully keep the pressure going to the point where he's going to be able to capitalize on some sort of movement here. But so far, I think after having already raced the third race now, I think these drivers are already getting quite used to what the GR Group B rally platform provides, and they already kind of know what to anticipate, especially when you do those hard turn-ins, which can have the potential to unsettle the car. But even some of these guys have done so well to make recovery, even in those instances of lost control, that I kind of feel that it's no longer going to be that much of a challenge for them to drive this car going forward, because they already know how to handle it from the previous race, and now coming to this one, it's just only about managing their own races here. I mean, the strategy has already been played out here with the pit stop that these guys have taken now. So from this point on, it's about how consistent they can keep the pace going until the end of the race here, and anyone who is going to be caught napping, anyone who is lapping inconsistently here, are definitely going to lose out by the end of this race.
Oh, you don't want to be napping, especially in these last 12 minutes actually, that Victor. So ini dia, kita lihat Rio yang kita pun on board bersama, nampaknya fokus beliau 100% di dalam race ini untuk mengekalkan beliau di dalam top 5, especially cannot hit the top 3, top 5 would be absolutely amazing. Tetapi nampaknya beliau kemungkinan dapat mengejar Uzair yang kini berada di hadapan. Adakah kita akan lihat any sorts of movement daripada Rio terhadap Uzair is going to be a big question at this moment. Dan kita lihat Rio, nampaknya ada sedikit tukaran, dan ini dia the man in front, and that is Uzair, dan Rio di belakang sebenarnya. Tadi kita bersama dengan Rio, but right now we are with Uzair, and Danesh pun boleh mengatakan berada di dalam posisi yang cukup hebat. Dan ini dia Haris Sefri. Oh man, look at that fuel. It's already blinking, can stop any moment. But man, you need to get into the pits.
Yeah, he needs to do that fast. Who's that going to be? Okay, this Chandra went a little bit wide, but he's potentially going to be lapped here. I don't know whether, I don't think Haris is going to be going. Okay, yeah, he's finally diving in the pits there. It looked like he was going to straight into the wall there, but rest assured, once you already reach the kind of detection line there,
you gotta go.
True. I mean, again, like once you hit the detection line, like the automatic pits start from that point on, so there's no harm, no foul on Haris's part. But it's going to be interesting to see where he ends up at the end of this, though, because I suspect the tire degradation isn't playing that much of a factor. But what's going to be a factor now is Uzair making a mistake, and this is exactly what Rio was hoping for, that Uzair was going to run a little bit wide, open up the space there, and allow Rio now to come up and take his place. So Rio up into second place, Uzair down to third.
Yeah, Uzair, I mean, he was just waiting for that opportunity and he got it right now. So it's going to be Rio on P2 dan Uzair di dalam P yang ketiga. So at this moment, let's see if there's going to be another redemption moment untuk Uzair. Cuba untuk mengejar balik Rio yang kini berada di dalam P yang kedua. Dan kita akan terus saja ke dalam 11 corner, iaitu Sleko yang kelima sekarang ni di dalam Goodwood Circuit. Dan bagaimana Taj Aiman, that is the man in the front right now, the leader that is leading this race in a long gap with 6 seconds right in front. And this man is going on a Saturday drive in the front there. He's not even caring what's happening at the back. All I want to do is just drive and finish this race.
All I want to do is drive my car. So Taj Aiman is just...
I wonder what he's hearing actually.
Probably some chill, relaxing engine notes coming out from that 86 here. I mean, this is a turbocharged 86 putting out excess of 500 brake horsepower. So those are definitely some very sweet tunes to be hearing through your in-ears for sure. Uzair though, not so much in a sweet position though. He is now trying to play catch up to Rio here, who has taken away his position, and now Uzair is desperate to try to claw it back here because that's going to put a bit of a differential between him and Taj Aiman. But Uzair also knows that, you know, he doesn't have to wreck his race necessarily just to take this position here. He could even potentially just take it easy and only accept this podium spot, because no matter what, points-wise, he's actually quite safe, I think, to get into the top 5. The real question is, you know, how competitive does he feel at this point? With 9 minutes to go in this race here, we're already in the latter third of this feature race, coming to a close for Group 8's semi-final round here, and whatever points they're going to be earning for this is going to be the last bit of points to be able to earn before they have to finally face the music and see who gets into the grand finals.
Absolutely. So kurang daripada 9 minit di dalam perlumbaan ini, especially the final race, iaitu boleh mengatakan race yang keempat, dan hanya 5 pelumba yang akan masuk ke dalam grand final, and it seems like Uzair is going into the pits, where we will be seeing Kamal Ali on P3 at this moment, going straight into the Matwick corner. Itu turn yang pertama sekarang ni, dan bagaimana beliau akan mengatur strategi beliau, kita akan tunggu dan lihat. At this moment, he's just keeping himself calm in the front there, Victor.
I'm quite interested to know if that is Uzair's first or second pit here. I think it's the second one, maybe, because if I recall correctly, the big shuffle there when 5 guys went into pits, I think Uzair was one of them. So I'm quite curious as to why he's going to the pit lane. Maybe he has sustained some damage during the race that he needs to be repaired, that perhaps is costing him time against Rio. I mean, again, the fact that he's already consistently in the top 3 for the first 2 races has already guaranteed him a huge bag of points. So even if he does end up finishing in the position that he is in now, 8th place, I think he still has already done more than enough now to guarantee his slot in the grand final. So it's just going to be a question of how many more places can he make up with only 7 minutes to go, and 7 being a lucky number. Maybe it might be a bit lucky for Siddiq because he might be catching Danesh, but he needs to make up a 1.2 second gap in order to be able to get part of that battle. But with Danesh being up in 6th place right now, he's certainly giving Kira Lam a bit of a run for his money here, because he's already caught up to his rear end, no doubt benefiting from the toe coming off of the back of Kira Lam's 86, and this is going to allow Danesh now to start to contest to get himself up into 5th.
Ya, betul tu Victor. Kejar, jangan tak kejar sekarang ni. So ini dia, kita on board bersama dengan Danesh yang cuba untuk mengejar Kira Lam yang kini berada di dalam peak ke-5. Some sort of amazing control by Danesh so far. Tapi nampaknya beliau mempunyai kepantasan yang cukup baik untuk memberikan cabaran terhadap Kira Lam sekarang ni. Adakah ini masanya untuk beliau dapatkan P yang ke-5 ataupun merampas posisi daripada Kira Lam? Tapi Kira Lam menafikan gerakan-gerakan daripada Danesh Vigneswaran. Braking yang cukup baik yang dipamerkan oleh Kira Lam juga, dan masih lagi menutup ruang di situ, dan tiada ruang untuk Danesh pergi sekarang ni. Dan terus ke dalam Sleko yang ke-5, the 11 corner sekarang ni, dan Danesh masih lagi tiada peluang di situ. There is no gap for him, but he has the speed there, Victor. Maybe sekarang kemungkinan untuk Danesh memintas Kira Lam. Adakah ini masanya untuk memintas, dan Danesh Vigneswaran memintas juga Kira Lam mendapatkan P yang ke-5. Man, this guy is pretty fast on the straight line.
Oh yeah, I mean he got a good exit out of that, and combined that with the toe he was getting off of Kira Lam. It was only a matter of time before he was going to be able to get alongside. And for a moment there, I thought that Kira Lam being on the inside may be able to pull a fast one at the Danesh, but it looks like he backed off a little bit going into that corner because perhaps he didn't want to unsettle his car too much on the entry there, lest we forget what happened to him in the previous race. So, but then unfortunately that's given now the place to Danesh Wiggins-Warren, gets himself up into 5th place here, and he's already pulling quite a substantial lead ahead of ahead of Kira Lam now. So that's putting him a little bit out of range here to ensure that he's not going to be able to catch him too much, especially coming into this very difficult 3rd corner.
Yeah, so kita on board bersama dengan Kira Lam sekali lagi, dan nampaknya Danesh Wiggins-Warren got the advantage dan terus saja letakkan diri beliau di dalam P yang kelima. Dan bagaimana pula untuk Kira Lam yang dapat untuk mengejar balik sekarang ni? Is there a moment for him to get everything right back? But this man putting up some sort of a performance, which is Danesh Wiggins-Warren. I really thought Kira Lam can hold it up there, Victor. But as what you said earlier on, at this 14 minutes, if you're talking from before, it's going to be a long one. And right now, another 4 minutes. 4 minit saja yang berbaki di dalam race ini, and this is going to be another long one to go as well.
Yeah, I mean that means another 3 to 4 laps to go for these guys here. So they still have to continue to try to hold on to the position, still continue to manage their race and the tires here to ensure they can get to the end. I think fuel-wise, most of these guys should be pretty much fine. I mean, we're looking at more than half the tank still full at this point now, so I'm pretty sure they will be able to make it to the end of this race. But that extra fuel can also be extra weight that they have to lug around a little bit, and that might make them a little bit give them a little bit of a weakness. Let's put it that way, a handicap, if you will, when it comes to these battles. And we're already seeing a battle now as Uzair has made his way up to 6th place, having gotten past Kira Lam. It's now being a bit of an impedance to him between Kira and Danesh, and Uzair now in a prime position here, I think, to start to make up some good progress.
Yeah, talking about pitting there, Victor, I think Uzair went for the second pit stop actually. So bagaimana beliau dapat untuk mengekalkan ke dalam P yang ke-5 dan seterusnya all the way to the top is going to be another question. Tetapi Uzair sekarang ni kena mengejar Danesh yang kini berada di dalam P yang ke-5. Is right behind him. Tapi kita on board bersama dengan Kira Lam. I'm very interested to see the battle between Uzair. Yes, and let's see if Uzair is able to take an advantage on Danesh Wiggins-Warren, where we saw a little bit of a sloppy movements from Danesh at certain corners right now. So this is Uzair on board right now, who is currently on P6, and Danesh got into P4 at this moment. And let's see if he's able to do something. Zahar Haris coming in as well on P6. This is a 3-way battle for the battle of P4, but Haris quite at the back right now. Uzair is the man that you really should be watching, because he is just right behind Danesh.
Yeah, I mean, he's providing the pressure.
Oh, he got the moment.
He got alongside Danesh now, and he's taken 4th place just as they come around to turn 5. So what a move there from Uzair, because he benefited not only from Danesh passing Haris earlier on and being able to follow behind his toe in order to come up into 5th place, but then now he made the move on turn 5 and puts himself ahead of Danesh coming into the next this final few laps here. We've only got 2 minutes left here. We're going to be running into our final couple of laps, and Danesh is struggling a little bit to try to keep the Haris Zephyr behind. Haris unfortunately had to back out of that, or rather got slowed down massively through the chicane there by Danesh, and that's put a bit of gap between him and the 5th place driver.
Ya, Haris Zafri boleh mengatakan ada peluang, tetapi tidak diambil dengan cukup sempurna, sebab banyak kali kita lihat beliau kehilangan kawalan, especially in few turns there, having a bumper kiss here and there between the other racers. So let's see if he is able to make it into P5. But at this moment, Danesh mengekalkan di dalam P yang ke-5. Anda sedang menyaksikan Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship Semi-Finals Group A, race yang keempat, race yang terakhir di dalam grup ini. Siapakah yang bakal masuk ke dalam Grand Final? Kita akan dapat tahu lebih kurang daripada 1 minit 27 saat sekarang ni, Victor.
it's quite interesting that Uzair, that we suspect has he went on the two-stop strategy. We don't exactly have confirmation of that, unfortunately, on our screens here. But from memory, I do remember that Uzair had taken his first pit stop. It took his second pit stop here, and it's quite impressive that he still managed to make up places in spite of taking the additional stop. He's already right up against the back of Rio Pantukusuma, and still with 1 minute to go, there's still another lap that Rio has to defend. I don't know whether he might have it in him or not, because Uzair certainly is carrying much better, fresher tires compared to what Rio probably has at this point, and that's giving him such a huge advantage in the quarters now, allowing him to catch up right alongside Rio Pantukusuma, and he snatches away that position even before that first turn. What incredible speed here that Muhammad Uzair is having at this point. He's now up into the podium here on race 4.
Ya, cukup hebat daripada Uzair sekarang ni yang kini berada di dalam P yang ketiga. Tetapi kita lihat Rio juga dapat memberikan sedikit cabaran on the top. Tapi bagaimana dengan race leader sekarang ni, itu Taj Aiman yang kini berada di dalam P yang pertama. He'll be coming and finishing this race in style. Tetapi all eyes on Uzair as well right now, getting himself back in P3, also bidding for twice again. Tetapi ini dia, the man, boleh mengatakan the unstoppable, the undisputed, the man on all the spotlights on him. Dan Taj Aiman is the winner for this race. And that is race 4. What a performance from him. And Kamal Ali on P2, P3 for Uzair. Wow, I am just shocked as you are there, Victor. Taj Aiman, I mean, of course, he doesn't speak much on interviews, but of course, he speaks a lot on the track.
Yeah, he leaves his talking to the asphalt here for sure. Siddiq now slamming the wall in celebration and finally ending his semi-final race here in race number 4. Farisman comes in to take 9th place, and that is going to be the standings as it were after the end of race 4. And I do want to note the very quiet race for one particular guy, and it's not Taj Aiman I'm thinking about. It's Kamal Ali finishing a very quiet 2nd place there, and I think that might actually earn him some decent points here. So I'm going to be very curious to see where he stands once we already tabulated the official results after this. But
so who's that actually? Who's that actually? You wanted to really look onto it?
Kamal Ali, the guy who finished 2nd. Yeah, okay, so I want to see where he ends up.
So you're interested to see his position, huh?
Yeah. So I mean, again,
okay, he has his man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we are back again, and that is the end of race number 4 in Group A semi-finals. It's done and dusted. We are about to find out who is going to be going into the grand finals. Victor, I'm really excited. We saw a long journey in Group A, but one thing for sure is we saw them giving lots of words here and there for each other, especially in this group. We saw some of them were praising each other, some of them were picking a challenge on each other. So I am really looking forward to see who made their talk perfectly that will be putting themselves in the grand finals.
I mean, considering it's going to be Group B coming up soon here, I want to see how they handle this car here, because, I have to keep making this point here because, the audience at home probably doesn't understand how difficult it is to drive a car that's going to be rolling around constantly, throwing your weight balance way off, having suspension that's tuned a lot higher, so your center of gravity is conversely higher as well. It's a very difficult car to drive on a track as fast as Goodwood Circuit. So, especially for those of you at home who have Gran Turismo, go ahead and give it a try yourself. Just see for yourself how difficult it is to even just keep your car on the track here. The fact that these guys can consistently race these things and still pull off some amazing moves, I mean, man, it's just mind-blowing to watch.
Madness, man, madness. This is absolute madness. That's all we can say. But man, talking about madness, well, the results will be out very shortly. But one thing for sure is that I'm really excited. I do have a few names in my head, Victor, which I feel they will be going into the grand finals. But let's see. Let's have a look.
I mean, Kira Lam was about 12 points behind Rio Pantukusuma, and I think he finished way behind where Rio was. Rio was up in 4th or 3rd. So that's a lot of points already on Rio's hands, and he already had a healthy lead before that. So I'm expecting to see him somewhere in that top 5. But, all those kind of calculations, still has to depend on the official results that comes out. What you saw on screen just now is still provisional, which means there could still be changes towards the end.
Yes, sir.
But then to kind of guide us through those changes here, we're going to be heading up to the main stage now to join our host, Naz. Go ahead and take it away with the interviews.
Thank you very much, Victor and Matt. What a cracking race for Group A. So that concludes Group A semi-finalists, and we are here with second place person right here. Sila nyatakan nama penuh anda.
Hi guys, my name is Muhammad Kamal bin Muhammad Ali, and yeah, this is a surprise result. To be honest, I didn't expect to finish here. But hey, last minute plans, you know, go with the flow, man.
I understand for Encik Kamal over here, this is his fourth season entering the Velocity Championships, and this is only the second time that you made it to the semi-finals, yeah? And so this is your first P2. You never thought, I mean, what were your expectations coming into the semi-finals?
To be honest, I was almost about to give up from the first and second race result, because as you guys can see, I actually spun quite a numerous time. Even just now, I did overshot some turns. But here we are. Consider the keyword is never give up, just keep on fighting.
I like that. Never give up. Keep on fighting. Encik Kamal, congratulations on your second placing. Well done. At this point in time, we're going to be counting the standings, and in case there are any protests and so on and so forth, we shall await the final results. Hope to see you in the grand finals, all right? Excellent. Thank you very much. That was Encik Kamal. And of course, it's his first P2 finish during the semi-finals. So from here on, we're going to move to another experienced rider or racer. We have Encik Rio Pandu Kusuma. Nama dia pun Pandu Kusuma. Patut nama dia Pandu Kusuka begitu kan? Alright. So Rio, I remember your performance in the last edition, which is season 4. Are you happy with your progress this season?
Yeah, overall I'm quite happy. Hopefully I can manage to proceed to the grand final. So yeah, from there I'll try to get my revenge from last year.
Wow, what's on his mind? Revenge. So of all the drivers in Group A, who is going to be your tightest fight?
Tightest fight. Well, obviously we still have our champion Touch Aiman.
I mean, from last season, I remember the both of you guys were neck and neck. I remember your frustrated face. Why is this guy so good? So do you have any special tactics or strategies to overcome Touch Aiman this year?
Wow. I'm not really sure, but yeah, let's just see, and I will just do everything I have to do my best.
I mean, I'm going to be real here, okay? Touch Aiman has won 3 out of 4 races. It doesn't matter if he's in 9th position, if he's in 2nd position, he will be right up there among the rest. So, are you sure you don't have any extra tactics, or are you keeping it close to your chest?
Well, yeah, to be honest, even after I come back from, after I reach my home right now, I will straightly do my practice until until the last second. Yeah.
So you're going to be going home and you're going to hit your simulator, yeah? All right, Rio, I'm wishing you all the best as well. Rio Pandu Kusuma, ladies and gentlemen, he's a veteran in his own right, and of course, he's a familiar face every time for Velocity Championships during the semi-finals and the grand finals as well. So let's hope Rio does garner enough points to make it all the way to the grand finals tomorrow. Now we're going to be interviewing yet another young fellow who's made waves last season, and this season he's back in the semi-finals. You know, race 1 and 2 and 3, I was taking a look. It looks like you're almost shy. It looks like you want to fulfill your potential, but you like, you know, something's off. And it really showed in this final race. So are you happy with your performance, Danesh?
For the first race, Elf Goodwood, yeah, I was pretty happy until I got taken out on lap 3. It's pretty unfortunate. Yeah, I knew my race was over, and I was already thinking about the second race, how to improve and make up the positions. And on race 2, everything went well, but I did make all the mistakes by hitting the chicane wall. So yeah, but I think I recovered well, given I underfueled the car, a lot of strategic mistakes. But looking forward to tomorrow though. But I'm just happy for that.
I hope you get into the grand finals tomorrow. So far, have you been counting the points?
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm already in, so yeah.
Allah, so he's done the math already. But more importantly, let's take a look at your progression throughout the races. Now we know race 1 and race 3 are sprint races, and the 30-minute reverse grids are the endurance ones. Which one do you think you excel more?
I think I excel more in the sprint races because I prefer pushing the car more. as opposed to trying to come up with strategy. But yeah, I just prefer showing my raw pace on the sprint races.
Excellent. I mean, that's a good strategy. Everybody has their own aggressiveness and their own tactics. But of course, 30 minutes, reverse grid, it's still points on the table, you know. So are you going to be improving or maybe re-look at the strategies for race management, tires, fuel, so on and so forth?
Yes, I'll try and, I think it's more my fuel management which is my issue. I'll try and work on that. So I'll spend tonight just doing a lot of experimentation to see what works, what might not work, and just try and stick with what should work, you know?
What should work, huh? All right, so far we've tried two cars at this point in time. Which one is your favorite? A nice rear-wheel drive with the 86 Rally? Or would you prefer the FSR? A little bit lighter, a little bit nippy?
I prefer the lighter cars because it's much easier to control and it doesn't stress you out more. You want to enjoy driving the car. You actually don't want to feel too stressed. If you enjoy driving the car, you can maximize its maximum potential. And I'll go with the SFR because it delivers on everything.
Excellent. So go with the FSR. It has the complete package. Yeah, good things come in small packages, eh, Danish? So all right. As we conclude this particular interview, you're one of the youngest drivers right here, 22 years old. What are your chances in the grand final?
Given the competition is strong with Usai, Taj and Iqbal, I think it'll be pretty tight. I'll be challenging them for sure. And just hope everything goes to plan. We just plan to race hard, race clean, try and maximize our pace as much as possible, and give each other a good time.
Never retreat, never surrender. That's what our man Danesh is all about. All right, congratulations. And of course, we'll see how you do in the grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just concluded race 4 of Group A. Right after this, it's on to race 3 and 4 for Group B. But meanwhile, we've got the exhibition matches, exhibition race coming up actually. We've got Toyota Gazoo Racing Series drivers. No, they grew up on go-karts. Some of them never tried sim before. Now they're going to be trying sim for the first time. So maybe as a driver that's gone sim all the way, you know, and of course you're a driver as well, you got license, right? So which one do you think is better? Go-karting to glory or start off with the sim first?
I think it's better to start off with the sim first because, you know, first of all, sim racing is cheaper to begin with. You don't need like 10,000 or 100,000 ringgit to get a racing license or to get the necessary equipment to start off racing. With sim racing, you can pretty much start off with just under 1,000 ringgit is fine. And you can compete with like a lot of people in the world. So, and another advantage of sim racing is that you won't get like physically injured if you crash or anything. I think that's the most important thing, right?
Safety first, especially when you're learning how to race. Not learning to drive, learning how to race, yeah? Thank you very much once again, Danesh. Okay, it's over down to Victor and Matt for the race highlights. Race 4, Group A. Over to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Nas. So it has been a fantastic racing in this race 4, especially in Group A, the semi-final highlights. We saw lots of actions that happened. Most of the races that went out of the track there, Victor. And this chicane has been a tricky one. So far, not much of an incident actually happened on that chicane. But one thing for sure is lots of other things that happened from the other sectors there, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, just quite a mix-up kind of like finish here, especially considering what the starting grid was looking like. I mean, you know, the lead had been inherited by several people after the first round of pit stops, and then with Zaire going for the 2 stops there, that kind of like put him on a very different strategy compared to everyone else. And you know, he really made the most out of it, especially after losing out to Rio in this moment here. I think this was where he made the decision that, you know, knowing that, you know, tire degradation is not that bad being at one time a simulation rate, but the fuel being of the main concern here. So I think what he was doing was basically these splash and goes where, you know, he underfueled himself intentionally in order to have a much faster car thanks to the lighter weight, and that extra speed boost allowed him to pull off a lot of overtakes here against the other people after he already finished his pit stop. But yeah, in any case, Taj Ayman still ended up coming in to take the win here in race number 4, and I think that pretty much has solidified his spot here in the grand finals. I mean, as expected from our returning champion, the 2-time.
Definitely. I mean, I'm not going to ask you who's going to go into the grand finals there, Victor, because we're going to keep that a little bit more of a surprise for everyone. But your one name that you can really say that looks like who might not make it in the top 5 or something that you feel has the chance to go into the finals?
I mean, there's so many to choose from. Because
Just
honestly,
one,
a
just
lot
one.
of these guys honestly really deserve to get into there. You know, it's just a matter of the performance on the specific race. I mean, that's usually how it ends up for most tournaments anyway, right? It's like, it's all about the performance in the moment. You can, rate them highly or lower compared depending on like their past results, but it's really the results that actually matter, that is the main one you should focus on at the end of the day. But I think like just in terms of that entertainment factor, it's always going to be those guys who find themselves in the middle of the pack. Rio in particular had been putting himself in a very good position here in race 4 and had been involved in quite a few tangles in race 3 as well. Kira Lam, all the experience that he has and the endless amount of entertainment we can see from some of his moves that he has done here, it's kind of a shame to think that he may not have done enough in terms of points to get into the finals, but I digress. We still have to wait for the official result to know that for sure. And I think last one I want to shout out for, of course, Chandra Mauli. We didn't really see him too much during this race. He didn't really put that much of an impact, but I think just the fact alone that, even with only a controller not owning or even having used the wheel before, being able to make it into the top 20 just goes to show that it really comes down to the skill.
He's really great,
and,
yeah.
Just having a good knowledge of the game itself and knowing how to control it, with the most comfortable kind of like platform for you and making it work for yourself. That's truly still the mark of a actual racer here. Despite the fact that he's using a controller or the wheel, it doesn't really matter. He still has the skills. He still has potential, and I really hope to see him come back in the future iterations of this Vios Esports Championship, especially after he's gotten more experience with the wheel. Because I'm thinking that at least on controller, he's demonstrating that he has very deep core knowledge of the game itself. So I think once he's worked on the mechanical ability on how to use the wheel and pair it together with his game knowledge, that could be a very formidable combination. But unfortunately for this race though, this is literally his first time, actually using a wheel. Prior to coming to today's competition, he's only used literally only 20 minutes driving on that wheel, just to only kind of familiarize himself with the control. Because for the most part, he was only using a controller the whole time.
Yep.
So making that transition can be very hard for any player.
It's going to be a difficult one, yeah.
Yeah, even like you can imagine someone who has grown up using the wheel the whole time, having to switch controller is equally that kind of like difficult on the other side as well. So that's pretty much what I could summarize here based on these guys here. I really love the talents that we've been seeing in this competition. It just seems like every single year these guys are able to step it up another notch and another notch and another notch. The guys at the top there like Touch Ayman, looking at still being the favorite after 3 years in a row here, coming into these grand finals. I mean, that just speaks volumes about his ability as a racer here, coming in, dominating this Gran Turismo scene for 3 years in a row. That's a very, very rare thing to see, in motorsports, in esports, e-racing, etc. So Touch Ayman, I feel, even now, still going to be carrying a lot of pressure behind him, but he's handling it in total stride, just judging by how chill he is doing these interviews.
I mean, of course, man. Looking at his interviews, I mean, he's very, very calm. He doesn't even speak much in the first place, actually. I think we kind of saw that when Nas was actually interviewing him. So one thing for sure is that, Victor, he puts his talking on the track.
Yeah.
Super loud. Yeah, it's like, on a 100% volume, man. But yeah, in the meantime, let's see what's going to be happening very, very soon.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and jump into the results now, because I've just been told that the results are ready. So this is the official result of race number 4 here. Touch Isrin, of course, won race 4, so he comes home with 25 points. Muhammad Kamal had a very quiet 4th race here. We didn't see much action of him, particularly on the track. For the most part, he was staying out of trouble as everyone else around here were just battling and jostling for position. He quietly crept his way up into 2nd place and earns 18 points on the cards. Uzair finishes 3rd, so he has 15 points in hand. Ryopan Dukusuma, his really put in a spirited performance here in order to get himself 12 points in total for race number 4. Harish Shami finishes 5th place, which is not too bad considering that he had some higher position finishes in the previous races, so that probably will add a lot to his tally. Danesh Rigaswaran, not really expecting to see him in the bottom 5 here, but he does earn 8 points, so whatever damage had been done to him in the beginning of this race, he certainly made some ground here, and hopefully that might be enough to hopefully eke him away into the grand finals. As for Kira Lam, Ahmad Asidik, Nofaris Binordi, and Chandramauli, they round up the bottom 4 here, earning 6, 4, 2, and 1 point respectively. And that is our top 10 here for our race result on 4. Now, it's going to be the most exciting part here, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the overall result, the tabulated result after having gone through all 4 races here. And this is your top 5. Oh my God, you can hear the cries there on the crowd as they realize who exactly made it to the top here. Taj Isrin, of course, having won 3 races here. Of course, he's going to be number 1 in Group A. Uzair taking 2nd place there, but look at the gap between him and Taj Isrin Aiman. I mean, that's what, at least 10 plus points between the two of them, maybe 20 points plus actually between the two. So an incredible lead there thanks to Taj Isrin's spirited performances in the last 3 races. Harish Shami gets himself up into the top 3 here with 50 points. Danesh Rigaswaran in 4th place there, only 2 points behind. Also 2 points behind Danesh is Viro Pandukusuma. 46 points is enough to earn him that 5th spot, so that is going to be your top 5 who will be getting into the grand finals.
This is absolutely insane, man. So these are the top 5 races that will be going into the grand finals, as what Victor read on earlier. I think we had these names in our heads, actually, just don't want to say it, but then someone came closer. It's going to be Mohamed Kamal that did, Victor.
Yeah, it's a bit heartbreaking as well.
You were having your entire bets on him for sure.
I was, because I think he was way lower on this overall result here. So, you know, coming within like 8 points and missing out in the grand finals, I mean, that's already still a very good result to be proud of, especially when you consider, you know, already being in that top 20 club here in Malaysia. You know, any kind of victory you can get at this point is still a victory nevertheless.
Absolutely.
So that's certainly going to be bragging rights for him. I mean, he finished ahead of Kira Lam, who's a good friend of his there, and I bet they're going to be having a laugh about it after all these proceedings here this weekend.
Definitely. So I guess that is the overall result. So congratulations to the top 5 races that we saw just now, who will be advancing into the grand final. It has been a phenomenal performance from all of them, actually. But of course, in the end of the day, the points is what matters. And through the points, things have changed. And through the changes, we see them going into the grand finals. That is for sure. So one thing for sure is that the grand finals is going to be epic. We're already done with Group A. Now it's going to be Group B that is just waiting to kickstart right now. But before we go into Group B, we'll be having Nas right now with us. So Nas, my man, take it over. Here we go.
Thank you, Victor and Matt, my 2 main men. Wonderful job so far as we close off Group A. We have 5 grand finalists already. So to Taj Aiman, Muhammad Uzi, Harish Shami, to Dinesh Vigneswaran, and also Rio Pandukusuma. Congratulations, our first 5 grand finalists. Let's give them a round of applause. Wow! And in just a few moments, we'll go to Group B, Race 3 and 4 to find out our final 5 contestants for the grand finals. But before that, have you guys ever wondered, what if we took real races and put them in a simulation? Will they do just as well? It's time to find out, ladies and gentlemen. For this exhibition race, we've got 10 races from the various classes, super sporting as well as sporting class of Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia Series. They're also in their Season 5. And of course, as we await the next race, a night race in Sepang, ladies and gentlemen, we've invited them right here to see who is best in the virtual world. So, of course, join me in welcoming our racers. There's 9 of them all together joining us here today. Our first racer from sporting class, put your hands together for Mr. Tom Go! Congratulations, Tom. Off to your engine. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have the first ever Toyota Gazoo Racing Sporting Class champion back in 2018, Brendan Paul Anthony. Ladies and gentlemen, our next contestant is the partner of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Ambassador, Tengku Janle. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mitchell Chia Min Ji. We move on to our next person. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the youngest and currently leading the Super Sporting Class this season, Hayden Haikal. Mr. Hayden Haikal, I've stopped you right here because kita sangat kagum dengan pencapaian anda. Hayden, please tell the crowd how old you are.
I just turned 18 last month.
He just turned 18, that means he just got his driving... Do you have a driving license? You finally have a driving license because I've seen him race for 3 years. He's been racing on track and he doesn't have a driver's license. And this guy grew up with go-karting. Now, as a go-karter and now leading the Super Sporting Class, what do you think of sim races?
You know, it's definitely interesting because you got a lot of people from different backgrounds, and you know, you make the race interesting.
Make the race interesting, yeah? So, which one do you think is better, go-karters or sim racers?
Hey, you're putting me on the spot there, but for me personally, I think go-karts.
Go-kart is the way to go. That's according to Hayden Haikal, of course, and he's leading Super Sporting Class. So we'll listen to Hayden Haikal. Well done, my man. Off to your machine. After you. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the youngest champions that this platform has produced so far. We move on to our next driver. Put your hands together for Mirza Shami Mazan. Dia nampak macam budak baik, tapi dia memang pelesit di jalanan, especially on track. Ladies and gentlemen, we introduce our next racer, Muhammad Syafiq bin Shamsuddin. Thank you very much. Our next racer is Southeast Asian Esports Championship 2022 champion, Nakib Azlan. You datang macam superstar. Everybody's like, oh, Nakib, Nakib, like that. Now, just a little bit of a background for Mr. Nakib Azlan over here. Now, unlike Hayden Haikal, he began sim racing, what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? 2020. So in just 2 years, you are now esports champion in Asia Pacific, and he's just graduated from rookie class to sporting class, and he's now leading the standings in sporting class. Let's give him a round of applause. So, you've seen Hayden Haikal move up the ranks with go-karting. And you, as a sim racer, do you think there's a big difference?
No, not at all. I think with how sim racing has improved since the recent years, we see in F1 as well, they use sim racing. So there's something there, you know. So yeah, people need to take it a bit more seriously because, as it's proven by me, you know, I think you can really improve a lot from sim racing
into real life. This is the success story, guys. Logging hours, not on go-karts, but on sim racing, and he's now top of the charts. Let's give Nakib Azlan a round of applause. Over to your machine. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got 2 more drivers to introduce to you. Next is Adi Rahimi. Excellent. Most of these drivers, they've been wearing helmets, so I don't see their faces. So this time I see their faces. Handsome rupanya driver Toyota Gazoo Racing ni. Our final contestant, ladies and gentlemen, a veteran in his own right. Put your hands together for Mark Darwin. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got 9 racers. From real life, we bring them to sim racing. Some of them have been sim racing for quite a bit, so some people have advantages, and some of them it's their first time. And so, I'm sure there's some collaborations in order. Hey, this guy very terror, you block him for me, okay? But it's all in good fun. It's an exhibition match. Let's see whether they can translate their skills on the track here into the virtual world. And now it's back to Victor and Matt. Are you ready for the exhibition race, guys?
All right, thank you so much, Nas. So we're back again. So this is the race format for the exhibition race. It's going to be 5 minutes qualifying, time attack, and 15 minutes sprint race there, Victor.
Yeah, it's going to be a one race to win it here. And, you know, given that these guys are real racers, I'm equally curious, you know, to see how they will perform in the sim, because I know what they're capable of on track. You know, I've seen these guys race all the time on Sepang circuit using the Vios, and I know these guys are formidable racers on track. But how are they going to be able to fare in the virtual world? It's going to be a very different environment for sure. So this is going to be exciting to see here, especially given what kind of menu that we have set up here for our Vios Challenge racers here. So again, yeah, it's only going to be just this one race. We're not going to be doing any like feature race here. It's just going to be one and done here for this exhibition. So only 5 minutes for them to set up their grid positions and 15 minutes for them to sprint for that race.
Absolutely. So I'm really looking forward to it, how they're going to perform this, Victor. But yeah, as what you mentioned just now, you know, they have been performing every time in the actual world, so it's time for them to see how it's going to be on the virtual side of the track.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and have a look at what track exactly we've picked for them here in Gran Turismo Sport. So, you know, we talked about them being real racers and, you know, having raced on real tracks. How about we send them something a little bit fictional here? Because we're going to be going to Kyoto Driving Park, Yamagiwa, and this is actually a fantasy track, so it only exists within the virtual world here. There's no real world version of this at all, so this is definitely going to be something very new for our drivers, our real world drivers here in every sense of the word. But don't be mistaken, just because this track doesn't exist in real life doesn't mean that it is not difficult. There's plenty of challenges here. You got very fast sweeping corners. You also have incredibly technical sections here, and you've also got a very fast chicane that can be liably catch out drivers that are unaware of how undulating this track can certainly be.
Yeah, for sure. So that is the track setup. So let's have a look on the car setup, especially in this race for the exhibition side. As we are going to say, here you go. It's going to be the Toyota TS 050. This is a hybrid car there, Victor. Oh man.
So much power. 1,000
Look at that
horsepower, 500 from the ICE, 500 from the electric motor. So there's a lot of power behind these guys once they get on the track, and on a car that's extremely light. 875 kilograms. This car is almost as light as a Formula 1 car and has practically the same amount of power. It's just that, you know, what's going to be interesting for these real-world racers is that they've never, I don't think they have actually driven a car this light and powerful in real life either. So it's going to be a challenge on many different fronts. Not only are they getting a car that's extremely fast and extremely fun to drive here in Gran Turismo, but they're going to be doing it on a track that doesn't even exist in the real world. So what a challenge it's going to be for our Vios Challenge drivers here, I might add.
Yeah, so ini adalah satu cabaran yang cukup besar untuk para pelumba kita. But one thing for sure is that, Victor, I'm really excited to see how they're going to perform today.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, again, you know, the Toyota TS050 is pretty much a legendary car in its own right. It was the car that helped Toyota dominate Le Mans and the WEC in the years that they entered into full competition. So to use this here for our drivers is going to be certainly an experience I think they will savor a lot, you know, especially given that this is a Gazoo Racing event. You know, it's only appropriate we bring Gazoo Racing's most famous car, you know, to this competition here.
Yeah, so one thing, this hybrid car and this fictional track, they're putting onto a test there, Victor. I mean, it's like a test where, you know, it's out of reality actually. So let's see what's going to be happening.
Yeah, I mean, compared to the kind of racing these guys normally do, the stakes with these are incredibly low. Like, at the most part, it's mostly going to be bragging rights, but certainly they also, you know, knowing how big their egos are, as they've demonstrated on track many times, you know, they definitely don't want to be that guy finishing last place, you know. So I'm also equally curious to see who's going to end up in front, because remember, even though we say that these guys are real-life racers, only one of them has actual sim racing experience. In fact, he does have that sim racing background. And I think like people like Nakeem Aslam really demonstrate that this is going to be kind of like the new guard when it comes to this generation of motorsports racers here, because nowadays, because especially with guys who start off with go-karting, one thing that's not really known about by the mainstream public is that it actually costs a lot of money even to run in a go-karting championship, even though the equipment is way cheaper compared to other classes of motorsport. So there tends to be sometimes a bit of jealousy between guys who started in the go-karting generation versus the guys who started from the sim racing generation, because there's a kind of perception that the sim racers had it a little bit easier than the go-karting guys because they didn't have to go through that grind, they didn't have to struggle financially in order to try to make ends meet, in order to keep their career going. Comparatively, the sim racers like Nakeem, within 2 years already made such a splash that already earned him immediately a seat, together with the big boys. So you can kind of understand, especially for guys who've been doing the go-karting thing for years. I mean, practically, there's a reason why Hayden Heikel is so young, because go-karters tend to start at an extremely young age, even as young as 3 years old, and already get himself strapped into a go-kart and starting to race, and these guys will have very, very long careers from that point onwards. And to see them just get shown up by someone else who only had to spend 2-3 years in a sim, but still having the same, if not better, amount of knowledge as they do on the go-kart, can it be a bit frustrating? And I kind of empathize with that.
Oh man, so that is the difference there, Victor, especially starting from go-kart and also sim racing actually. So we'll be going into the qualifying sessions in the exhibition race, where they'll be given at least 4 minutes on the qualifying times, actually 5 actually, but I'm very sure they're already out having their first minute clocked up and stuff. So let's see who'll be having the best time for now. So all of the 9 races are going to be exciting to watch. And that's what you have when the car is pretty fast.
What they're going to find,
and light.
Yeah, what they're starting to learn now is that this car is so fast and this track is so technical. Yeah. You have to have tip-top reactions. You need to be quick enough to turn in and to stay on that racing line, or you're going to get thrown very, very quickly. And you know what even adds more challenge to these drivers here compared to guys who have a decent amount of sim racing experience is translating their skills on track into this virtual world. And even Tengku Jan has expressed like how difficult it is for he himself to make that transition. Being a racer who has decades of real motorsport experience, even he finds it hard to transition to sim racing because he's so used to how it feels actually to drive a real car. As a driver, you're constantly aware of the forces that act on your body. You are aware of like how your inputs really change the dynamics of the car. But when you're strapped into a sim chair, you're just basically sitting in place. You're not getting any kind of feedback other than whatever you're getting through your hands or whatever you can see with your eyes. And if you're just not able to make that connection between the virtual world and how things will naturally react in the real world, it can be very hard for you to understand how exactly to be fast in the sim racing world. But those who the drivers who do manage to make that connection, who actually actively use sim racing as a tool, to complement their training, find that the learnings they can get from sim racing is sometimes more valuable even than what can get on track, simply because they can spend way more time in the virtual world compared to the amount of time they can spend, the amount of money they have to spend, to run track days, to rent cars, or to repair damages, if they end up making mistakes on the track. In the virtual world, you can practice for thousands and thousands of hours, as many professional sim racers do, and that thousands of hours of experience actually translate into real world knowledge they can actively use whenever they come to competitions like this.
Absolutely. So kepada anda yang baru saja masuk ke dalam siaran langsung, selamat datang ke Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2022. Anda bersama saya Matthew Isaac dan juga Victor Cass, dan ini adalah exhibition race. Especially kalau kita lihat sebelum kita memulakan di dalam Group B, kita ada juga all the best races ataupun the hottest races daripada dunia yang reality untuk Toyota Gazoo Racing Team, dan mereka pun sedang berada di sini secara langsung untuk menunjukkan persaingan yang cukup baik di dalam simulation racing ataupun di dalam dunia yang virtual.
Yeah, well, no surprise at all. The driver with actual sim experience right now is leading this qualifying session here. Nakib Aslan is on provisional pole. Just behind him is Hayden Haikal, 7/10 behind. But what I'm most impressed by actually is Mirza Shami putting himself up into third place here in the qualifying standings so far. I mean, again, knowing how good he is as a driver in real life is also equally impressive to see that he still has that talent, even coming into something that maybe is slightly alien to him in the form of Gran Turismo.
Yeah, talking about Gran Turismo, we are on board right now with Syafiq. Dan kita tunggu dah lihat bagaimana Syafiq akan menunjukkan aksi beliau di atas litar sekarang ni. So, kita on board bersama dengan beliau, and there is also other races. Tetapi at this moment, Victor, talking about experience on the simulations, Nakib Aslan is the fastest man, clocking at 1.19.083.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
Not surprised at all.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Nakib, has plenty of experience in Gran Turismo itself, And the thing about, the way real drivers will approach sim racing is that they would treat it as if they're jumping into a brand new series of racing, where the car may be different, the track may be something they're not familiar with, and naturally when they're in that kind of situation, they just have to take it step by step. First come to grips with how the car handles, learn as much about the track during these kind of sessions, and of course over the course of the race, start to understand how different, or rather what the kind of difference in approach and strategy that you would take into this kind of series compared to how you would in any other series that they regularly race in. But at the end of the day, these guys are still racers at heart. So I'm going to be expecting that when the green light actually shows go, that these guys will definitely go as fast as they can, physically possible here in Gran Turismo Sport.
Yeah, talking about fast, Victor, they have one of the fastest car right now on the track. So it's all about how they're going to go into the race very, very soon. Kepada anda, ini adalah exhibition race yang kita akan menanti tak lama lagi. So kita akan masuk ke dalam perlumbaan. So here we go.
Yeah, so line up to the start right now. Of course, it is going to be Nakib Aslan who leads the entire pack. Hayden Haikal starts in the front row alongside him. Adi Rahimi has taken third place from Mirza Shami, so both of them will be on the second row to try to jostle for that position. Now we're going to be waiting for the start here. 3 seconds to the green light, and it's going to be go, go, go. Hayden Haikal, Nakib Aslan trying to get a good start. Adi Rahimi is slipping behind where Hayden Haikal is, because Hayden had a way better start compared to what Nakib Aslan was able to do. Mirza Shami tries to go around outside, but unfortunately doesn't quite get the speed that he needs in order to get through. Mitchell Chia now gets himself up into fourth place, just behind where Nakib Aslan is. Look at how fast they're going through this fast chicane section here in Kyoto Park. Hayden Haikal absolutely keeping his pedal to the floor here, ensuring he's staying in front of Adi Rahimi, as now Nakib Aslan tries to slip in, trying to inside. Ghosting happening here, allowing them to phase into each other so they can just pretty much battle forward that single line here, but no blockage at all. So there's actually no way for Hayden Haikal to defend through there. I mean, pretty much Nakib Aslan and Adi Rahimi were able to slip through, but both of them still battling their way through this turn here. But it's Nakib Aslan in the end who prevails and stays in the lead.
Ya, inilah cabaran yang kita menantikan sebenarnya. So kita lihat di dalam P yang pertama, kita lihat Nakib Aslan diikuti oleh Adi Rahimi di dalam P kedua, dan P ketiga untuk Michelle Chia. Dan kita tunggu dan lihat bagaimana pertarungan di dalam race ini. Nah, nampaknya ada penukaran yang agak drastik, dan nampaknya Adi Rahimi mendapatkan P yang pertama, Michelle Chia di dalam P kedua. Ada penalti untuk Nakib Aslan di belakang di situ. Dan bagaimana pula untuk Hayden Haikal? Ada juga sedikit sentuhan, but I'm not sure what's going on there, Victor. They're just ghosting on around, but one thing for sure is Adi Rahimi with the gap at the P1 right now.
Yeah, considering that these drivers are not that familiar with Gran Turismo Sport, some of them being like the first time driving this, it's no wonder that ghosting is turned on. This prevents more incidents from happening that are unintentional. So but that does mean that there's a huge disadvantage for drivers in front because they aren't able to defend, they aren't able to use their car to prevent the passes from happening because they could easily phase right through them thanks to the ghosting. Hayden Haikal though able to try to keep himself in third place, but now Brendan is putting the challenge on him, edging his way through the inside there. He comes up into third place. Well done there, Brendan Paul.
Ya, terbaik daripada Brendan Paul sekarang ni yang kini berada di dalam P yang ketiga, dan cabaran seterusnya adalah going to be Michelle Chia. Dan bagaimana look at this, Hayden Haikal dan juga Brandon Anthony, bagaimana gerakan 3 dan juga 4, dan bagaimana pula it's just going side by side at this moment, dan Brandon masih lagi mengekalkan di dalam P ketiga. Tiada penukaran di situ, dan nampaknya Hayden Haikal memintas juga Brandon dan terus mendapatkan P3 sekarang ni. This is not going to end anytime soon there, Victor.
Watch out for
Every
Mirza.
corner there's going to be lots of dramas coming on, and someone ran into the barriers. That is not what you want, actually. Not the master plan.
I think it was both Mirza and Brendan Paul that ended on the wall. You can see Brendan smile when he realized that he had screwed that up there. So he's going to try to recover, but he's going to have to do that from 8th place. But Naqib Aslan, in the meantime, he's dropped down to 4th place. He had a bit of a penalty early on, had to slow his car down significantly, so that costed him a few places. But now he's up against the back of Hayden Haikal, who's currently in 3rd, trying to chase Mitchell Chia. But then the gap is only 6/10 between him and Naqib Aslan. So Naqib, all he needs to do is just keep some clean lines here. Maybe he can try to catch with Hayden Haikal, and when he does, he will have all the advantage in the world here in order to try to get past him.
Ya, talking about experience, dan ini dah satu boleh mengatakan pelumba yang cukup berpengalaman di dalam dunia yang agak virtual sebenarnya, Naqib Aslan, dan sekarang cuba mengejar Hayden Haikal yang kini berada di dalam P yang ketiga. Kita terus saja ke seleko yang ke-8 di dalam 6 minit saja yang berbaki di dalam race ini, tetapi anything can happen, especially kalau anda lambat break, things can just happen in a blink of an eye. Dan ini dia Naqib Aslan masih lagi berada di dalam P yang keempat. Hayden Haikal mengekalkan pace yang cukup baik untuk mengekalkan diri di dalam P yang ketiga. But at this moment, Adi Raimi still leading this race, dan P2 untuk Michelle Chia. Kita on board bersama dengan Hayden Haikal. Adakah ini masanya untuk memberikan cabaran terhadap Michelle Chia yang kini berada di dalam P kedua, dan kita masuk dalam seleko yang ke-15. Bagaimana nampaknya ada sedikit late braking datangnya daripada Hayden Haikal, dan Michelle Chia masih lagi mengekalkan posisi beliau di hadapan, dan pace itu pun cukup baik untuk Michelle Chia mengekalkan posisi beliau di hadapan. But watch out, because Hayden Haikal is coming through, dan Hayden Haikal dapat memintas Michelle Chia dengan cukup baik, tetapi Michelle Chia terus saja memberikan cabaran di belakang sebenarnya. It's going slipstream sekarang ni, dan kita on board di dalam jentera Naqib Aslan sekarang ni. Wow, that's a zoom just went in, man.
Zoom and went right in, but then now Naqib is going to be benefiting from the toe. He's going to try to attack around the outside of Mitchell Chia, but Mitchell still held on to the racing line. So Naqib is going to have to try again. No ghosting around this time, though. He's going to have to do this the hard way as he tries to inch his way to the inside. That forces the ghosting out. Naqib gets himself just in head, but then Mitchell kept himself completely fast through that sector and pulled such a lead by the time Naqib was able to recover control of his car.
And every time they go through, it's like wiggle every single time, man. But that's what you get when you are ghosting in and out. But one thing for sure is the tables haven't changed yet. It's going to be still P1, Adi Raimi leading this race. P2 is going to be Hayden Haikal. P3, Michelle Chia dropped into P3 actually. Naqib Aslan on P4 dengan 4 minit saja yang berbaki sekarang ni, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. This is the exhibition race untuk TJR Velocity Esports Championship 2022, dan ini dia bagaimana Naqib Aslan. Adakah ini masanya untuk beliau memintas di dalam turn yang pertama? Michelle Chia di dalam garisan ke dalam, dan Naqib Aslan dapat juga memintas, dan Michelle Chia sekali lagi mendapatkan balik, tetapi it's wheel to wheel sekarang ni, dan Hayden Haikal menutup ruang, dan itu dia Michelle Chia is just holding on to his lead in P3. Man, look at this, they're like both cars in one right now.
I mean, that just goes to show how close they are, aren't they? I mean,
Yes.
continuing to bang wheels against each other. Naqib still trying to find a way to the inside.
Man.
The ghosting that time worked out for him well, and now Mitchell Chia is finding himself left out in the dust there with Naqib having a good exit out of the turn there. So now it's going to be up to Mitchell to see if he can catch back up, but Naqib Aslan now has his sights firmly set on the guy in front of him, and that's Hayden Haikal.
Yes, Hayden Haikal talking about his performance. He's in P2 right now, holding on to it. And Naqib Aslan sekarang ni berada di dalam P yang ketiga. Is coming in very strong, Naqib Aslan. Dan kita tunggu dan lihat bagaimana gerakan-gerakan yang lain. Adi Raimi sekarang ni masih lagi leading this race di dalam P yang pertama. Hayden Haikal untuk P kedua, dan P ketiga untuk Naqib Aslan sekarang ni. But at this this moment things might change dengan 3 minit saja yang berbaki di dalam perlumbaan exhibition, dan performance yang cukup baik sebenarnya dipamerkan oleh pelumba-pelumba yang boleh mengatakan berlumba secara relatif, Victor. I think this is just good enough, especially when you're putting yourself in one of the fastest car actually.
I mean, you want to know something that's crazy? You know who's the only other, like, I think Nakib Aslan right now has the fastest time of 119.3. You know who's the only other guy who's able to match that? Literally the guy leading the race here, Adi Rahimi, also setting 119s here. Pretty much him, Hayden Haikal and Nakib are only ones being in the 119s here, with Nakib of course being in the 119.3. So these top 3 guys literally have already well optimized themselves for the Kyoto Park here. So I'm expecting that, you know, things may not change too much between these 3 here as they continue to close in on each other. It's really going to be boiling down to who's going to be the first one to make a mistake here, or who's going to be first one to slip up a little bit. And given how concentrated Hayden Haikal looks like, it doesn't look like he's going to be letting go of that control anytime soon.
Absolutely. So sekarang kita teruskan dengan seleko yang ke-13 sekarang ni. Kita lihat Hayden Haikal kini berada di dalam P yang kedua, diikuti oleh Nakib Aslan secara rapat. Adakah ini masanya untuk Nakib Aslan at least kurang-kurangnya mendapatkan satu peluang ataupun kesilapan daripada Hayden Haikal, dapat saja advantage untuk Nakib Aslan. But Nakib Aslan giving a very cool hit, and that is him trying to chase down the man in front, and that is going to be Hayden Haikal.
Yeah, he's still getting the draft off of him now, and especially with Hayden having a few messy corners actually during that last lap. That's allowed Nakib to close the gap now to 3/10 behind him. And the bad news by Hayden is that now Nakib is going to have a very, very good toe off of him now from this point onwards into the very fast section here. So you can see Nakib just closing that gap right now, waiting for the right moment to strike. Ghosting is going to happen here, so there's no way for Hayden to defend this. He's just going to have to ensure that he has the best possible line coming out of this, and he's still able to stay right behind Nakib. But the good news for him is that now the tables has turned. He has a draft against Nakib this time. Now it's going to be his turn to try attack. Can he get his position back?
I'm very convinced they're not racing on the track. They're basically racing at Hogwarts, man. They're just going in and out, going invincible, then just going out, and you know, it's just happening most of the time, ghosting here and there. But man, this race is just absolutely a cracker to watch. So Nakib Aslan still on to P2, being chased down by Hayden Haikal on P3. And let's see if Hayden Haikal yet again giving him a little bit of a pressure from the back. And I'm very sure, Victor, although 45 seconds left on his race, these two are going to be switching positions most of the time.
The thing is that, you know, the ghosting there pretty much means that you can actually kind of like speed up very close to the rear end there and not have to worry about collision. But, you know, for a real race driver, that's very much works against every single instinct you have as a driver to not rear end the guy in front of you. And I think that might be a bit of a mental block that Hayden needs to try to overcome. Nevertheless, though, Hayden has backed off a little bit from this battle with Nakib, still keeping within 7/10. So certainly if he can close the gap now, he could certainly try to go for a last lap pass. But now with the time remaining coming down to the last 10 seconds, I think this is potentially the final lap.
Yeah, so ini adalah lap yang terakhir, dan masih lagi kita lihat Adi Rahimi kini berada di dalam P yang pertama, diikuti oleh Nakib Aslan di dalam P kedua. Kita on board bersama dengan Hayden Haikal yang boleh mengatakan satu prestasi yang cukup baik daripada beliau, especially coming into this race in style. Dan nampaknya banyak pertarungan antara beliau dan juga Nakib Aslan. Michelle Chia juga memberikan sedikit cabaran at the starting of the race, tetapi it all went between Nakib Aslan dan juga Hayden Haikal. Dan kita terus saja ke dalam seleko yang ke-14 dan seterusnya ke seleko 15. That is going to be the last turn of this track actually. Dan Adi Rahimi masih lagi kini berada di hadapan, and this is the moment for Adi Rahimi to finish this race in style. And there you go, the man comes in, dan itu dia Adi Rahimi finishes this race in P1. P2 is going to be Nakib Aslan. P3 is going to be Hayden Haikal.
Oh my goodness, what an interesting race we just seen there. I mean, knowing these guys and their world-class reflexes, see them being able to put that to good use here in this Velocity Championship is certainly a sight to behold. Now, Brendan Paul comes across the line there to take his 8th place finish, and with Tom Go coming across the line, that's all 9 drivers now having completed the race here. But still, congratulations to Adi Rahimi. Now he can call himself a race winner here in Gazoo Racing.
Oh, definitely. You know what's even crazier there, Victor? The race is so fast, I mean, the race is so fast and the sound is super loud and we had to mumble a few times here and there. So that is the pace of what this race can give it to us today. But what a fantastic racing from all of these racers who basically compete in real life, especially in Sepang Circuit. And if you're free or something in September or something, make sure to come down and watch them race for real. I think they already proved a point over here, Victor, in this virtual world. So it's time for them to prove again on the actual world that will come up very, very soon.
Yeah, I mean, these guys will be racing again in the VIOS Challenge, the final race of this season here. It's also going to be at Sepang. It's also going to be a nighttime race. So it's going to be the Fast and the Furious Malaysia edition.
Tell me about it.
So yeah, it's of course it's such a thrill, you know, to see these guys here. I mean, having gotten to know them over the course of the VIOS Challenge, these guys are true pure-blooded racers and certainly have the credentials to truly say that they're some of the best, if not the best racers in Malaysia. But it's especially cathartic to kind of see that, you know, these guys can still race as hard as they do on the real world when it comes to the virtual world. And in fact, I think it might be more cathartic for them, the fact they can constantly bump tires, constantly trade pain against each other and not have to face the consequences as they would have in real life. I mean, in real life, if you get into a fender bender with someone, you know that's going to be an overnight job for your mechanics back in the pit garage.
It's going to be a nightmare there, Victor. Sure there, man. But one thing for sure is that this race has been absolutely phenomenal by them. And we really enjoy. I hope you enjoyed as well, especially these races. They have a lot of things to do, especially in the real world, and they coming themselves over here to give you all a little bit of a taste of how virtual race is done. And man, I think this is one of the best days that we can really show you from this Velocity Esports Championship.
Yeah, so I mean, Adi Rahimi, you know, in the VIOS Challenge,
he was from P1, right? I mean, he started in P1 and he finished the race in P1, isn't it?
No, P1 was
Nakib, right?
Nakib, he actually got the pole position, but Adi Rahimi was able to take it back due to the shuffle that was going on in that first lap. I mean, with the ghosting being turned on, it really puts a severe disadvantage to the car in front, because naturally, without the ghosting, it means that you can still defend using a car as like a physical impediment to the guy that's behind you. But then once you get ghosted, they can phase right through you. So it makes it extremely hard as the guy in the lead there. So pretty much the only way you can kind of win these kind of battles is to retake the lead, or rather retake the position after you've been passed through that ghosting. And you saw that happen quite a few times in that battle between Nakib Aslan and Hayden Haikal. And it's something that's very counterintuitive for the real racer, but given that this is the virtual world, stuff like this can happen sometimes.
All right, your question there, man. Driver of the day.
Come on. I mean,
come on, we need this there, Victor.
We need the community entertainment, don't we? I mean, I would be very torn, between first off, like Nakib, Hayden, and Adi Rahimi. I mean, Adi, simply because of like how fast he's still able to still maintain some good pace, especially against like Nakib, who had that sim racing experience, and Hayden, who was just absolute fire behind that steering wheel, right? But yeah, I mean, if I were to pick one of the driver days, definitely between these three guys. Who exactly it is, unfortunately, I can't really tell you at this point.
All right, so we have a surprise actually. It seems like the race is not over, Victor.
Oh.
So it seems like we're going to go on a reverse grid. Man, they are making the rules.
Yeah, they sure are.
So here we go. So I guess we're going to go for another race for the exhibition part actually. So things are going to be changing very, very shortly. And I think Victor did not pick his driver of the day. Pretty much, how do I say this? Is like, he was not very keen onto it. But let's see, after this race, Victor, you can finally pick the right man.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
So that's going to be another chance for us to see these guys in action once again, which I'm just going to love seeing this. But then given that it's going to be reverse grid, that means, yeah, it's going to be fastest guy in the back and then the slowest guy in front. So I'm expecting to see a lot of overtaking happening, especially on that first lap itself. So I wonder how it's going to shape up, especially with the ghosting turn on. I mean, ghosting turn on means that I'm expecting everyone's just going to dive into the inside line when it comes to that first lap itself. So chaos, ladies and gentlemen.
Definitely. All right, so I guess we'll be going into the next race very, very shortly once they're ready and stuff. But of course, fast race, fast cars, fast drivers, all in one on a virtual track. This is something exciting to watch, man. Yes. So I guess we'll be going into the race very, very shortly, as what we can emphasize again and again. So that is basically us letting you know that the surprise is pretty much open right now. There's going to be another race, Victor. So let's get excited about it.
Yeah, we will. I mean, this time it's going to be a 10-minute race, not quite the 30-minute long feature that our Velocity Esports Championship drivers have to do. So it's a bit of a shorter race, but given how fast these cars are, I mean, the short race is going to be still feeling just as exciting as any other, because these guys, they absolutely raced their heart out even in that last exhibition race. So I'm expecting this to be no different as well. So, but given that it is reverse grid, but with the ghosting on, I mean, oh my god, the variables are just so different here. I still cannot kind of wrap my head around how things are going to turn out. I can't really predict that well, because anything can kind of happen when you no longer have that impedance in the form of other cars on the track. It's literally everyone's going to dive onto that racing line on that first turn there, and who's going to come out top? It's literally going to be like Russian roulette.
I mean, it's an expensive gamble, if you ask me, among these races, especially who they're going to get into the best position. So I guess we're going into the race very, very shortly. But one thing for sure is that, Victor, I'm really looking forward how this revert grid is going to, you know, give them more opportunities for the racers who's going to be in the front. Yeah, just now we saw the fast ones went in front because they were basically starting in the front, but this time it's going to be a different turnover from the back.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's always been the draw of reverse grid racers. It gives you the mix-up grid that sometimes you will see in other kind of racing series, but then now it's in an actual kind of structured format where it ensures that the fastest guy stays right behind, so that just virtually guarantees that some form of overtaking is going to happen, and how many of that does happen solely depends on the guy that's fast. And you know, this kind of wildcard format is one of the kind of ways to curb a kind of a problem that's unique to motor racing, where sometimes you have guys who are extremely good in setting that fastest lap time. These guys are like time attack experts, pretty much, you know. Put them on the track and they will eventually figure out the most optimized way to run it and hit it consistently every single time during qualifying session and always nail that fastest time. But then sometimes when it comes to how they handle their racecraft, they may not be that good actually doing actual overtaking and actually, you know, following behind other cars. So typically what kind of happens in competitions that don't have reverse grid, right, is that basically the time attackers, the guys who are extremely optimized in their qualifying laps, will like dominate the qualifying session and then just lead the race from start to finish without facing any challenges. Now that's where the reverse grid comes in, because now we give them that, we actually hand them that challenge and telling them that, okay, now we're putting you all the way in the back now. It's going to be up to your ability here to overtake everyone else in order to gain some points here, because it's not just going to be the result of that first race. Now the second race also counts here, so this is going to be a test twofold. You know, it's going to test your ability to set the fast time and to be able to maintain track position in that first race, and then when it comes to the reverse grid, this is now where you where you let your racing craft actually shine.
Absolutely. I mean, talking about racecraft and talking about the reverse grid, Victor, one thing that really excites me was the car. The car is super fast, and that's what makes it entertaining.
See, like, there's one car that I kind of hope to see one day we'll be actually doing a competition on, and that's like literally the fastest car in Gran Turismo Sport, which is the Red Bull X 2010. And the car is like so fast to the point that it literally pushes the limit of actual human reaction, because some literally goes at the kind of speed where humans find it extremely difficult to react in time just to keep the car on the racing line.
Yeah.
And you can imagine that Gran Turismo's like World Championship literally uses that car as the grand final race. So you can imagine the amount of, like, you know, you already talk about sim racers having to have a high level of skill in order to keep these cars under control. But what if you throw like such wild variables here now, where you have a car that's like literally too fast for humans, and then you're putting these actual sim racers racers here and trying to see how fast he can actually run under those kind of conditions. And we kind of saw glimpses of that, you know, in this TS050 hybrid race, because the car itself is very fast. It has lots of downforce, but in slow sections, sometimes this car can be a bit wild. The back end will still step out if you are a little bit too overeager on the gas, or if you turn it too aggressively. So, and then you can see that some of these guys just with their lightning quick reflexes are able to still keep their car in line, and that's you know, those kind of displays of skills are exactly what we strive for in these kind of competitions. We want to push them to that limit and then see how well they can handle it.
I think we saw that a few times there, Victor, how the challenges that they had to go through, especially having one of the fastest cars in this track. And talking about the track there, Victor, do you think they were pretty much challenged with the track, although it's a virtual one?
Yeah, I would think so, for sure, because like the track itself has a good blend of a lot of different elements. Now, there's a mix of like really fast corners, and there's also like slow technical sections as well. The racing line is not very straightforward, so they do have to kind of like learn the track a little bit, especially during the qualifying session and then of course this first race. But the fact that the track has no real-world analog pretty much ensures that, you know, for these real races, that it's a kind of a fresh, like a tabula rasa. Like, it's going to be a fresh sheet for them to kind of like show what they're capable of, and it's not going to be colored by any kind of past experience. You know, maybe some of these guys, especially I know that a few of these guys actually have international racing experience. They have actually gone to international racetracks. So if we did actually do this exhibition race on an international racetrack, I think those guys may have a slight advantage that we may not want, you know, in this exhibition race.
Definitely. So that is the entire little bit on the details of the track, consisting of 15 turns there, Victor. I think most of the turns was pretty much high speed and lots of quite of a long straights actually, but I'm very sure that they had absolute fun on it.
Oh yeah, it looked so fun just watching.
Although there were a few
sidelines.
ghostings actually, yeah.
The amount of crazy action was happening, especially in that first lap there. I can imagine how fun it is to be in that mix, especially knowing that these guys, they've raced each other a lot in the regular Vios Challenge series. So, you know, they know exactly what to kind of expect from their driving style, what to expect from the way they will react to certain kind of moves and stuff like that. And this is also another opportunity for them in particular to kind of practice those kind of moves, you know, that maybe they might be using in the future when they come to the real race in Sepang, you know, so you never know. But for them, as far as these Vios races are concerned, this is a fun race for them. This is a time for them to kind of unwind and relax in an environment that is weirdly familiar to them. Even though it's virtual, we're still racing in reality here, because it's going to be go, go, go for a second part of the exhibition race. And you can see the way they're trying to wrestle the way through the middle there. Mitchell Chia trying to get himself into the inside. He does keep himself just ahead of Adi Rahimi and Hayden Haikal, and he gets himself into the lead. But then, ooh, lots of commotion in the back there as cars jostle against each other, some colliding the walls, some colliding against each other, but they're still able to keep themselves on the racing line, on the racetrack, continue to race on. Mirza Shami now has already gotten past Hayden Haikal, trying to pass him on the inside, and successful in doing so. Now he's going to try to stay inside, so Mitchell Chia almost gets himself nudging the back there, almost causing Mitchell to spin, but Mitchell continues to keep his car straight and narrow. Now it's going to be breaking into a very slow chicane section here. It's going to be a good place for Hayden Haikal to make the pass, and Hayden Haikal does make the pass onto Mitchell Chia. Now they can continue to try to chase their way to the top here, ladies and gentlemen, as they go a lot uphill, and then finally have to brake extremely hard for this hairpin there. And you can see Mirza Shami losing control of his car there, barely keeping it on the racetrack here, sliding on the outside, but still staying in contention here. But unfortunately, he slipped down to 7th place, tangling along with Brendan Paul. Unfortunately, he gets onto the grass, lose way too much time, and now he's relegated to the back of the grid.
Nampaknya tak tamat juga, Victor, pertarungan antara Hayden Haikal dan juga Mitchell Chia bersama dengan Adi Rahimi kini. Dan kita tunggu dan lihat apakah yang akan jadi at this first moment. Nampaknya Mitchell Chia masih lagi berada di dalam ping yang pertama, diikuti oleh Hayden Haikal, dan kemungkinan ada saja gerakan daripada garisan ke dalam. Tetapi nampaknya Adi Rahimi juga masih lagi rapat di belakang Hayden Haikal, dan Mitchell Chia masih lagi boleh boleh mengatakan, oh no, why are they following me this close at this moment? But one thing for sure is Hayden Haikal is performing so well, even on the race 1 right now, Victor. But for this race 2, he is just on his top of his performance. And Hayden Haikal got into P1, overtaking Michelle Chia.
Even though Mitchell tried to defend by moving into the inside wall there, unfortunately Hayden still managed to have the space in order to get himself into the lead here. Adi Rahimi slips in behind him as well, so Mitchell has lost 2 places so far, but he's still keeping very close to the top 2, so it's still a 3-way battle now. This time though, it's Mitchell Chia that's going to be the predator and Adi Rahimi potentially the prey.
Yeah, dan sekarang kita lihat Michelle Chia sekali lagi, Adi Rahimi. He's just having a bump on the right side of his car there, Victor. But one thing, Adi Rahimi is right now still in P3, earlier on in P1, and he has been just trying to chase down Michelle Chia on P2 at this moment. And having a look on the back there, Victor, we see Brendan Paul on P4, P5 is going to be... Oh no, it seems like Mark Darwin got... Wait a second. That's a drastic change in the back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a jostling going on for 4th place onwards. Brendan Paul, Nakeem Aslan, and Mark Darwin shuffling around in that final few corners there, and I think they're going to be shuffling along a little bit more as they continue to pack each other here in this 3-way battle for 4th place. Nakeem Aslan having a good line here. Mark Darwin going for a slightly wider line, but still carrying plenty of speed here. Brendan Paul caught in a bit of a sandwich here in 5th position, but he's still keeping very close to Mark Darwin's line. His target is trying to get in front of the man in 4th place right now. He's going to dive straight on the inside line there. Brendan Paul gets alongside, tires touching. He stays on the curb, stays on the track, and now sustains maybe a penalty? No, there's no penalty there. Brendan Paul is in front. He is in 4th place now, but then Mark Darwin continues to fight back. He almost knocks him out of place there and looks way out of shape coming into the breaking point here. Brendan Paul had to fall back, and Mark Darwin goes back up to 4th place, but Brendan Paul fights back on the next turn. I mean, look at that, back-to-back battles here. Mark Darwin refusing to give an inch, not even a mile here, but Nakeem Aslan comes in from the inside, steals away, and storms out into 4th place here, right under their noses.
Oh, macam mana Nakeem Aslan datang? Saya pun tak tahu lah, Victor. It has been some performance. What happened? Nampaknya something just happened over there. He just went blank at this moment for a while. But Mark Darwin sekarang ni berada dalam P7, but they are overtaking from the man, which is Nakeem Aslan, coming in from the sides, then got into P4. That was absolutely fantastic. Dan ini dia Brandon Anthony Paul, dan bagaimana Brandon Anthony Paul dapat untuk mengejar Nakeem Aslan, kita kena tunggu dan lihat. But one thing for sure is that, Victor, kereta ataupun jentera ni kan, mereka ni sedang berlumba macam ada magnet tau. Every time you see them getting closer and closer, very super close, and then they break it off for some time, and once they reach there, they get extremely close again. It's like, I just told you again, Victor. Oh man, so ini dia Adi Rahimi on board kita bersama dengan Adi Rahimi, dan P kedua adalah Michelle Chia, and let's see if Michelle Chia is able to do something onto turn at number 8 and 9, and Adi Rahimi having a little bit bump at the back, just a bumper kiss, and Michelle Chia still holding on to P2.
Yeah, I mean, he was in P3 earlier, so now he has already gotten past Adi Rahimi here, so really is Adi trying to regain his position here. Unfortunately, no ghosting this time through his corner here, so Mitchell is still able to defend well against Adi Rahimi, maintaining his 2nd place, and of course those little bumps and nudges at the back there does help Mitchell sometimes, maybe not so much in keeping control of his car, but certainly allowing whatever momentum that Adi Rahimi has more than Mitchell to actually transfer through. But this time around, Adi is going to be alongside him on the exit here as Mitchell tries to force his way, try to wrestle their way, practically arm wrestling their way to that first turn here. But Adi will have the inside line, so Mitchell tries to outbrake him going into that. Doesn't quite work out well for him though. He loses the speed in the middle of the corner, and by the time to get to the exit, Adi Rahimi is up into P2.
Yeah, that is some fantastic racing there by Adi Rahimi at this moment, and Michelle Chia still holding on there in P3 at this moment, trying to chase down the man again. Is this the time for him to get his position back, or it's going to be Adi Rahimi going all the way to find Hayden Haikal in the front? But Hayden Haikal looks like quite in front, and we will just having a look on what's going to be happening at the back right now. Nakeem Aslan still in P4, P5 followed there by Brandon Anthony Paul, P6 for Mirza, and P7 is going to be Mark Darwin, P8 is going to be for Shafiq. But for now, all eyes is on Michelle Chia, Adi Rahimi, and also Hayden Haikal.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not able to make up quite the gap yet. Still 1 second to Adi Rahimi at the moment. And look at his right-hand side tires. It's just completely worn out here, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, they've absolutely been pushing these cars to the limit. Even though it's a 10-minute race, it feels like they've used up a lot of the potential already within the first 5. So right now, it's just going to be a matter of trying to maintain track position, I think, for a lot of these guys. But maybe for some of the guys in the back there, hopefully they might be a little bit closer. Maybe yes, maybe no. We'll see in a little bit. But you know, for now, I think things are already kind of settling in a little bit. The field is actually quite well spread out at this point now. So we're not going to be seeing much battles, I feel, for these next few minutes.
Yeah, so I guess they already have the gap opened up pretty wide in the front. So we're on board right now with Michel Chia, who's in the 3rd position at this moment, and the fastest man on the clock, it is going to be Hayden Haikal with 1.19.630, and this has been the fastest lap that is being held by the man in the front, that is Hayden Haikal himself. So there you go, Shafiq on P8. So there's lots of dramas actually happened. We saw a drastic drop down from one of the races earlier just now. I'm not sure what happened. We did not get the replays, of course, but I'm very, very sure something happened. Something interesting happened over there, Victor. But maybe it might not be for the right reasons, actually.
I mean, the thing is that the battle has been so tight and intense in the top 5 guys that, you know, it's a bit unfortunate that we're not able to see what happened to a lot of the guys who are in the middle to the rear of the pack. But now that things have already settled, the dust is already kind of settled here. I mean, Brendan Paul is currently sitting in 5th place, Mirza Shami in 6th, Mark Dalway currently in 7th, quite spread out, 1 second plus gaps between them here. So at this point, it's just, yeah, I mean, now for these guys, is all the intense kind of early game action has already been done and over with. So at this point now, it's just bringing that car home, making sure that they come across the finish line and see that checkered flag.
Yeah, there you go, Mark Darwin on a P7 at this moment. So I guess we have roughly around 1.20 seconds left on the clock for this entire race to be completed. But there you go, Mirza Shami in P6 at this moment. And let's see if he's able to, you know, come up with into P5 or something. But he's pretty much far away. As we know, Brendan is 4 seconds ahead of him there, Victor.
Yeah, again, there's already a huge gap, so I'm not confident they're going to be making much progress here. 1 minute to go to the end of this 10-minute race here, ladies and gentlemen. So this next lap here, I think after they come across the line, that should already start the final lap here. So once Hayden Haikal gets to the start-finish here, I believe the timer will end after he's already passed that line here. So that will indicate the end of this race, and that will initiate the final lap here, and from that point on, the first one to get to the finish line again is going to be confirmed the winner. And then the moment, it looks like Hayden Haikal might be the one to come home with those honors, because he is ahead of Adi Rahimi at this point now, as we see Brendan Paul come across the line now. 20 seconds remaining here, and once the time is up, it's going to be the final lap.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, on board right now with Nakib Aslan. And Nakib Aslan, I think that's a fantastic racing from him so far there, Victor. Adi Rahimi finished the racing P1, but this time he's on P2. So that shows that he's pretty much consistent and keeping his form at his very best. But yeah, Nakib Aslan still on P4, man. Even in the earlier race, he was on P4 as well. Here, again, he's on P4. But Michel Chia and the rest, I think these 4 races, you cannot bet an eye on.
No, you can't. And again, with how intense the battle was between Mitchell, Adi Rahimi, and Hayden Haikal, like earlier on this race here, I mean, I wish I could see so much more of that. I could like watch that for like literal hours, you know, if the intensity of the races were that way, you know, from start to finish. But unfortunately, there's only so much performance you can, you know, eat out of your tires here before they start to give up the ghost. And at this point now, you can see clearly that red bar there indicates so much tire has been worn out already, especially on that right-hand side for Mitchell Chia, that there's not much he can do as Hayden Haikal comes across the line here to win the second part of this exhibition race here. Adi Rahimi comes across the line to take 2nd place, and Mitchell Chia takes 3rd overall.
Yeah, perfect performance from them. All I can say is that they put everything onto it, especially in the first race, and maybe on the second race as well, until we saw the gaps pretty much trying to open up in the front 3 leaders. But yes, I can guarantee you they can go for championships right now. They can go for lots of other sim racing competitions over here. But I'm very sure they choose to do it all on the real life. But yeah, it's not wrong to have fun once in a while.
Of course, of course. So that is going to be our standings here after a second part of the exhibition race here. Hayden Haikal wins it this time around off of that reverse grid here. Ade Rahimi can only muster a second place, but not before having a massive and extremely entertaining battle there between Hayden and Mitchell Chia in the early phase of this race. So fantastic racing that we've seen here from our Vios Challenge drivers. Again, you guys can catch them on the regular Vios Challenge series that happens. It's live stream live on the Facebook page for Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia. The final race of the season is happening towards the end of this year. It's going to be a night race, so it's certainly one you don't want to miss out on, especially for all you street racing aficionados out there. So yeah, that is the end of the exhibition race. How do you feel about that, Matthew?
Oh man, I gotta say that I was really excited to see all of them race, but then we saw the same faces again being the leaders. So that shows how consistent they were and how much of really good performance they put on the track. So I'm very sure that they're gonna, have fun and stuff. But once they're in the real life racing, they're a different level of beast. But kind of see a 20% of them over here, the victors. So the rest of the others, it's gonna be in the real life track. So one thing for sure is that they really, really race their hearts out.
Oh yeah, and especially being gifted cars like this hybrid car, it's way faster than what they race regularly in the Vios. I mean,
it's
the
like
Vios,
a practice session for them.
Yeah, like the Vios will already top out his max speed at 170. This car is pulling 200 in excess of 200 kilometers per hour through the corners.
I think the fastest is 320, right? I mean the
top speed,
top speed
somewhere in the 300 plus range here. But it's definitely a car that's way faster than anything these guys have experienced. And you just wonder, like, would they be able to carry this experience on the real one? I don't know. Maybe we will ask them if they do have the chance to drive the actual Le Mans winning Toyota LMP car. So well, we'll have to see. But it's a thrill yet again to see these guys racing, because they still race as hard as they do on a real track. And again, like you said,
it's like a passion for them.
It is. It literally is a passion project for you guys. And the passion is not so much about just the racing alone, but it's actually the passion and the desire to win. And if you don't have that desire, it can be very difficult for you to stay competitive in a series like Vios, because everyone is in it to win it. And given that it's a spec series, everyone has the potential to win it. So these guys, they've dedicated their entire lives to their motorsports career. So it's no wonder we're seeing like the level of skills that they're able to produce on the track, even in the real one or on a virtual one.
Definitely. So that is the life of a racer, actually. Reality or virtually, they all put their passion and hearts out. So right now, we'll be going on to the prize presentation. So Nas, over to you, my man. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you very much, Matt. Man, having you guys here as commentators really, really sets the mood. You guys are really, really entertaining, as well as the exhibition race that we've just had. Thank you very much to our Toyota Gazoo Racing Series drivers who have come all the way to compete in 2 races. So the first race was just a warm-up, so on and so forth. Is this second race, the reverse grid at Yamagiwa and Kyoto, virtually of course. This is where we'll rank our exhibition races. And so, to give out the prizes, ladies and gentlemen, let's introduce Lim Elan, Head of Marketing, UMW Toyota, to give out the prizes. Elan, over to you. Let's have you stand right here. All right, and she's ready to perform her duty. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in at 9th place, put your hands together for Tom Go! Well done, Tom. And of course, although it's an exhibition match or exhibition race, I know races are very competitive and a medal is absolute certain. Thank you so much. That was Tom Go. Let's take a picture. There you are. I'd like to lead you back to your place. Excellent. Moving on to 8th place. Please, a warm applause for Mark Darwin. Cewa. Alamak. Len, very shy, Lash. Don't be shy. This is the moment. Coming in at 8th place, Mark Darwin, well done on running a virtual race. Next, let's welcome in 7th place, Shafiq Shamsuddin. Silakan. Congratulations on your 7th placing. You have bragging rights over Mark Darwin and Top Go. Congratulations once again to Shafiq. The next person to have bragging rights over the other 3 racers, Mirza Shabi. Congratulations, Abang Mirza kita. Kalau dia buka emas, memang terkesima. Good looking man sebenarnya. Congratulations, Mirza. All right, the top 5 right now. Coming in number 5. Put your hands together for Brandon Anthony Paul. I spoke to Brandon backstage. He said, how to beat these sim guys, how to beat, don't worry. Our 3 riders, we're going to block him so he cannot win. Dahsyat juga Brandon ya. Walaupun exhibition race, tapi menang tetap kena menang. Well done, thanks Brandon. Next up, in 4th place, put your hands together for Nakib Azlan. Wah, e-racing champion, but against real racers, only number 4. Ayah, I think Nakib just give chat only to those people who've never done sim racing before. Congratulations. And I think Nakib has a whole lot more up his sleeve. Thank you so much for enjoying the exhibition race with us. And now, our top 3. Ladies and gentlemen, fast on track, fast in the virtual world. Put your hands together for Mitchell Chia. Congratulations. One thing good about sim racing, Mitchell, your hair won't move one. There you are. Second runner-up, 3rd place trophy, Mitchell Chia, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in at 2nd place, tepukan untuk Adi Rahimi. Seorang lagi abang handsome kita. Congratulations. Although tak selalu dengan sim, tapi membuktikan bahawa champion on track equals champion in the virtual world. Well done. Thank you very much, Adi Rahimi. Tempat yang kedua. Dan di tempat yang pertama, he's also leading the super sporting class in Season 5 of Toyota Gazoo Racing Series, Hayden Haikal. Dan membuktikan he's the fastest on track and fastest in the simulation world as well. Started off as go-karting, but I think in this hybrid world where digital meets analog, this is the way forward. Velocity Championship is the way of future racing. Thank you very much to Ilan as well. We're going to grab one big photograph with all our winners. Hayden, come. Ilan in the center. Surrounded by a bevy of beautiful men. Can we have our 9 racers together with the head of marketing, UMW Toyota, as a mark of thanks? Thank you so much. Let's give some gaps. Can you see everybody? Is it all right? Or do you want the front people to squat down? Yes, front people to squat. And Len, you are the thorn among the roses. There you are. Okay. Kepada anda yang baru saja sampai di One Utama Shopping Centre here at Centre Court, All Wing, the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Championship 2022 e-racing is happening for the next 2 days. We just finished our first semi-final. We're about to finish up our second semi-final. But in between, an exhibition race where these are the real racers of Toyota Gazoo Racing Series. And I think the next round is happening in Sepang very, very soon. It's going to be a night race. So for those of you who are wondering what Toyota Gazoo Racing is all about, do check it out on the website, www.toyotagazooracing.com. Just search on Google and you'll find out what Toyota Gazoo Racing is. And there you are, ladies and gentlemen, successfully translating their success on track right here with Sim Racing. I'm sure they picked up a few tips as well. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, I think our commentators are ready for the final race 3 and 4 for semi-final 2, Group B. 5 more racers will be joining the grand finals. Who will it be? We'll find out soon enough. Right now, it's over to Victor and Matthews.
All right, thank you so much, Nas. We're back again on this live platform, of course, and down here in Wanatom as well. So this is the Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2022. So Victor, you're just done with the exhibition race. Now, what's cooking next?
Oh yeah, what's cooking next is going to be our Group B drivers. So of course, first off, congratulations yet again to Vios Racing drivers. I hope to see them again doing the real race in Sepang when we close out the season for the Vios Challenge in 2022. But now let's turn our focus to the competitors in this Velocity Esports Championship, and that's going to be our Group B boys. We already saw them race already saw them race on Brands Hatch for the first and second race early on before the break, and then now it's going to be down to their third and fourth race. It's going to be on Goodwood as well. So for these guys, you know, definitely plenty to play for, and you know, with Iqbal Suji continuing his chase there to kind of like stay on top of this group, just like his own fellow rival Touch Aiman. So I expect to see him to pull out some very spirited performances in this final 2 races.
Yeah, I think these are very interesting names between in the Group B. So I'm really looking forward to it as well. It's what Victor says just now, the rivalry is very, very strong. But remember, Victor, only 5 is going to make it through. Who it's going to be, that's the biggest question now.
Yeah, so, and that question is going to be answered within 2 races here at Goodwood. So, you know, it still could be a lot of people's game here. I mean, with Chong Kai Chang having won the first race, he also stands a really good chance. Nur Muhammad Hafiz has been able to stay consistently in that top 5 so far. So I will say he also has a very good chance. Other drivers here, Go Ying as well tries to get himself up in the top 5. Putra Aswira had a very stellar performance in race number 2, so let's see if he's going to be able to continue that pattern. So again, for this Group B in particular, I really want to see whether they can, you know, up the ante, so to speak, especially given how well Group A has raced here. I'm expecting pretty much the same level of performance here for our Group B drivers. So let's go ahead and have a look at their profiles here as we introduce our Group B final top 10 here, or the top 20 coming into this Esports Championship this weekend. So let's go ahead and jump over to their profiles, starting off with Muhammad Iqbal bin Ahmad Suji. Of course, second place in the Toyota Velocity Esports Championship in 2021. That is last year. He just lost out to Touch Aiman that time. This time, he's coming back for revenge. He's also been the regional finalist as well when he competed in the Toyota Gazoo Racing GT Cup Asia in 2020 and 2021. And he's also placed 4th place in the Super GT Cup regional round in 2020. So he's got plenty of experience here in Gran Turismo, plenty of potential to live up to when it comes to this competition.
Yeah, perfect. So up next we have Go Ying. Well, let's have a look on his profile, and there you go, 29 years old, and he is from Selangor. And of course, his achievements there is going to be 2019 ERGP Malaysia finalist and 2021 TGRV semi-finalist and runner-up of the Gran Turismo 5 head-to-head racing competition 2011. So that is quite some time at the back there, Victor. I mean, he definitely has experience. So let's see if he's able to make something up in this Group B race.
Experience not just in the new Gran Turismo, but also the old, and that is Wayne Go here from Selangor. So next we'll have a look at Itzam Adli. He is a finalist in the Michelin Asia GT Cup, but has yet to put any major titles to his name. At the age of 31, he also stands out as one of the older competitors in Group B itself, but definitely not quite the oldest. So certainly looking to try to make a splash here in this Velocity Esports Championship.
Yeah, so let's go have a look on our next racer. It's going to be Putra Aswira. And there you go. He is 20 years old actually from Selangor as well. And the semi-finalist for TGR Velocity 2020-2021 as well. So right now, let's see if he's able to make up to a better position in 2022. 10th place in the Michelin Virtual Racing Series 2021 on the expert category champion. So this man has some sort of things on his back. So it's all him down on the virtual race later on.
The fact he's got to the semi-finals before means that this is a very familiar position for him for 2 years running now. The only thing that he hasn't quite gotten is that grand final slot, so all the best for him in these final 2 races. Up next, let's go ahead and have a look at Akhil Saufi bin Azli Saufi, also hailing from Selangor. He's 19 years old and has only been sim racing for 2 years since 2020. So a very young blood coming into this competition, but already making quite the mark here in our top 20.
Yep, so let's have a look on our next racer, of course. It's going to be Chong Kai Cheng from Selangor as well, aged 28 actually, and he has been the Michelin Virtual Race Series 2021 expert category, 2nd place, especially in that category. That shows this man is not someone that you have to discount on. He has been absolutely spectacular if you're watching from the race 1, and let's see if he's able to make it to the grand finals. That's going to be some sort of a question here.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely showing himself to be quite the formidable racer as well, being on top of the group, tying with the next racer that we are going to be introducing here, which is Mior Muhammad Hafiz bin Mior Lamuddin. 32 years old, hails from Selangor, was E-Racing Grand Prix champion back in 2019, took part in the FI Motorsports Games. That is an international Gran Turismo tournament. He came in 8th place in the world. Runner-up of the Toyota Velocity Esports Championship in 2018. He took 4th place in the Velocity Championship in 2019. Has yet to actually win the Velocity, but he's definitely been in the Grand Finals quite a few times, and he's definitely carrying that experience forward as momentum inside Group B.
Yeah, up next we have Fakhrul Shamir, and he is aged 24 from Pahang actually, and he started racing, simulation racing back in 2019 actually. So let's have a look on to our next racer as well, who is going to be Muhammad Hakim bin Suhaimi from Malacca, age 19 as well. Started sim racing back in 2018. These are one of the 2 youngest competitors. And last but not least, going to be Muhammad Juwaidi bin Muhammad Johari, age 27, and he has been in the Michelin Virtual Racing 2021. So this guy has been absolutely just a beast as well. So it's all down to them how they're going to perform in this race 3 and race 4.
Yeah, I mean, you know, one thing to kind of like say at this point is that, you know, even if you are a newbie to sim racing, you know, the fact that guys like Shamir, like Hakim, like Itzam, you know, Akhil Saufi, even though these guys are new to sim racing, as long as they dedicate themselves to improving their skills, they can still find their way into the top 20 here in Malaysia. So it is, I think that should be inspiration to anyone really that wants to, you know, be a part of the Velocity Esports Championship. Here is a recap of the overall result as it stands so far after 2 races. Muhammad Iqbal Suji is currently leading the board here at 43 points. Chong Kai Cheng very close behind him, only 3 points behind, and certainly within catching range there should anything happen to Iqbal during these next 2 races. Mior Muhammad Hafiz has been to the grand finals quite a few times in the last few years, and this year also looks like another opportunity for him to continue that streak. Wayne Go Yi Ying is currently in that 4th place. 5th place is Putra Azwira bin Sahazam, and that 16 points means that Akhil Saufi, who is currently in 6th place, may even stand a good chance if he can actually do or finish better than Putra Azwira, could potentially threaten him in that top 5 position here. So I would say Group B definitely a lot less determinant, I think, compared to Group A, where you can see a big gap between 5th and 6th place.
Yeah, so that is the overall result from the Group B actually. So who'll be making into the championship, especially in the grand finals, we're about to find out as we are going to go into race number 3 and 4. But before that, let's get into the qualifyings. And this is for race number 3, and here we go.
Yep, again, it's going to be on the Toyota 86. This is the Group B rally version. This is what basically Gran Turismo and Toyota imagined what the 86 would be like if Group B continued to persist all the way to the 2020s. Unfortunately, as we know, Group B unfortunately had to die back in the 80s here, but nevertheless, the dream of rallying still continues on in the guise of our excellent Toyota 86 here to provide that platform for our virtual racers to finally end out this semifinals.
Yeah, so it's going to be a long, long way for both of these races. But then I mean, what I can say is that, Victor, in these last 3 minutes, especially in the qualifying, they need to come up with the best timing. And that will give them a little bit of an advantage. But in the end of the day, things can change drastically, that's for sure.
Yeah, so right now, some of these guys are just out in the alt lap here. You can see Iqbal Suji is kind of weaving his car around there, I think trying to, psych himself up for the lap, and as well at the same time, just add some additional heat to his tires. You want your tire and your car to be in tip-top condition before you start that flying lap there to maximize performance you can squeeze out of that vehicle. But on a track like Goodwood Circuit and, using a rally car like this, it can be a very tricky affair given how wildly the car just shifts under its kind of like a rally-style suspension. You can see how drastically the car kind of like tilts forward every time these drivers step on the brake, and that just goes to show how much weight actually gets transferred and just moves around in that car. So it's kind of like you're balancing a glass of water on top of like a platform, but while also standing on a bowl. So you just basically have to keep that balance, just in the right place. And if you just go a little bit off center, things are going to spill, your car is going to spin out, and that's going to be the end of your race.
Very scientific explanation. So off from the chicane over there is going to be Hakim, where he'll be in P4 at this moment, just for this time actually. Just we are waiting to see the best timing that they can clock. But so far, the fastest man is going to be Mio Hafiz, clocking at 1.12.643. What do you think about that timing, Victor?
I don't think it's the fastest we've seen all day. I believe a 112 flat is actually possible, but that might be during the middle of the race. And of course, some of these guys are actually carrying some heavy fuel load, so that might actually impede them a little bit in actually catching the overall best time. But certainly if the time of 112, yeah, it's a 112 almost flat there for Chong Kai Chang, so he's already putting himself way up into the lead there, alongside Wayne Go and Iqbal Suji, putting themselves up into the low 112s here. So Muir has a lot of time to try to find here if he wants to stay competitive, especially with the front of the pack here. And it's going to be a lot of, not a lot of time, I should say, because there's only basically about enough time for one more additional lap for them to try to fly it out and hopefully be able to improve their time.
Yeah, there you go. Mohamed Juwaidi on P8 at this moment. And his clock is right now, it's going to be 1.12.877. Not quite the fastest lately, but let's see if he's able to come up with something better than this, as we have another less than 1 minute from now. I think 50 seconds should be fair enough.
Yeah, by the time the timer finishes, all these guys are already coming in for their, to end their flying lap here. Chong Kai Chang for now holds the lead by only just over 1/10 of a second. So still not very comfortable. That's still why he's outside here, still continuing to push his fastest lap, even though he's carrying like 2/3 full of a fuel tank there in his car. But Chong Kai Chang, being able to stay on top here, even a car like this, I think it's already boding quite well for his chances in the race later on here. So I'm going to be very excited to see what he'll be able to pull off when we get to green light racing.
Yeah, so there you go, Kai Chang. I think we saw some sort of amazing race from him, especially all the battles that he had in the race 1 and race 2. So for race 3, this is going to be another challenge for him, going up against all the races that we saw from the previous race, of course. But Kai Chang has been absolutely phenomenal. I'm really looking forward to how he's going to perform there, Victor.
Yeah, right now his biggest worry is going to be if Iqbal Suji improves his time significantly, because he's look at that, less than 1/10 of a second behind Chong Kai Chang in time. Oh, sorry, that's actually the split between Iqbal and Wayne Go, but it's over 1/10 of a second between him and Kai Chang now, because Iqbal did improve his previous lap. So Again, if he improves it one more time, especially as now he's coming across the line, ooh, this is going to be very, very tense to see as he comes across the line now. Is he going to be able to set a much faster time than before? Not quite. He actually misses out on just milliseconds away from improving that time, but certainly not a margin that's going to be enough to knock Chong Kai Chang off of the top of the leaderboard. So Chong Kai Chang takes pole position in race number 3 as we enter Goodwood Racing Circuit. The grid is already set. The drivers are ready. The countdown will begin in a few moments. Chong Kai Chang starting alongside Iqbal Suji. These two guys have been jostling for the leaderboard here in Group B. Who's going to be able to come up on top? We're going to be finding out as in 3 seconds the drivers will be on the go. Chong Kai Chang having a very good start. Iqbal is going to tuck in exactly behind him to get the toe immediately right off the bat after this first turn, because turn number 2 is very, very long and very, very fast. Definitely potential to overtake as we are getting a little bit too wide along with Juwaidi onto the grass now, and they're going to be losing a lot of time thanks to that. Azrira at 9, Juwaidi at 10, and Juwaidi trying to fight with Azrira now for that last place. Itzam and Hakim now fighting their way in the mid-pack here for that 5th position, while the guys in the front continue to go in single file line to that 3rd turn. They're going to have to break in a little bit hard and turning a bit aggressively, but it looks like all of them getting through nice and tidy in this first lap so far. Not that much drama. I was actually expecting a little bit more.
We were expecting the same, Victor. Memang boleh mengatakan kita expect high drama actually daripada sirkuit ini, tetapi nampaknya permulaan yang agak bersih. It's a clean one actually, Victor. So kita tunggu dan lihat adakah apa-apa yang akan berlaku in terms of changing positions. Dan kita lihat Kai Chang kini berada di lampi pertama diikuti oleh Iqbal Suji, dan Wing Go Ying berada di belakang juga di dalam P yang ketiga. Ada sedikit sentuhan daripada bumper Iqbal Suji off from the chicane sekarang ni dalam turn yang kelima sebenarnya. Dan kita tunggu dan lihat bagaimana gerakan ini daripada Iqbal Suji yang akan terus ke dalam Madwick Corner sekarang ni, iaitu Seleko yang pertama, dan Chong Kai Chang masih lebih mempertahankan lead beliau di hadapan dengan pace yang cukup baik, tetapi Iqbal Suji kena bekerja keras untuk mengejar beliau.
Yeah, but the thing is, what's helping him is the toe that Kai Chang is going to be providing him. That's why Iqbal knew he wanted to get right behind him at the start here. Even though he was stuck in the 2nd row, he knows that the toe is going to give him a lot of advantages, especially on the straight sections here on Goodwood Circuit. Muir Hafiz right now trying to defend his position from Itzam. Currently, Muir sits in 4th place, but he's also catching up to Wayne Go here, and in fact has like 0.2 of a second gap to where Wayne Go is. So it's a 3-way battle right now for 3rd place, while the top 2 are continuing to battle on their own. Iqbal Suji still continuing to hound the rear of Chong Kai Chang, while Muir Hafiz continues to try to keep himself just between where Wayne Go is, or rather where Wayne Go isn't. And he does get to switch around a little bit, but Wayne Go does close the door on him on the racing line, but that forces him onto the grass. He loses a bit of time, compromises exit a little bit, but Muir Hafiz with a nudge from the back keeps Wayne Go inside the 3rd place and still ahead of Muir Hafiz.
Ya, dan kita lihat Iqbal Suji nampaknya ada sedikit peluang untuk mendapatkan gerakan daripada Kai Chang sebenarnya. Kai Chang masih lagi menafikan gerakan-gerakan daripada Iqbal Suji, and one thing for sure is Iqbal Suji masih lagi bekerja keras di situ untuk memberikan tekanan yang agak tinggi terhadap Kai Chang untuk melakukan kesilapan, tetapi kita lihat Kai Chang masih lagi tenang saja di hadapan. Dan adakah ini masanya untuk beliau memintas di dalam Seleko yang ketiga sekarang ni? Kai Chang masih lagi dengan satu line yang cukup baik di situ, menafikan gerakan daripada Iqbal Suji kiri dan ke kanan, semuanya ditutup dengan rapat. And off we go into the next corner, dan ada sedikit sentuhan nampaknya Iqbal Suji wheel to wheel di situ, dan Kai Chang masih lagi menutup ruang di situ, Victor.
Yeah, but now the trouble is Wayne Go is already caught up to the top 2, so it's now a 3-way battle for the lead. Wayne Go is going to try to edge away into the inside, but no, both Iqbal and Kai Chang blocks him off. They don't want a 3rd party to ruin this battle here. The braking a bit hard there. Muir Hafiz unfortunately landed in the back of Wayne Go, and that slowed him down a little bit significantly, but all 4 cars are still going single file line through the Flint chicane, and Muir Hafiz again on the back of the train there. It's joining in a train here. Look at that, it's practically a 6-way battle right now going on to the top 6. So pretty much anyone who breaks this chain here is going to be losing out massively, because look at the amount of tow they're getting all throughout this fast part around the outside here. I think that's Muir Hafiz trying to make a move on our 3rd place guy, Wayne Go. He will have the inside line on the next corner, but not quite this one though, as Iqbal Suji now finds his
his way around the outside of Kai Chang. Can he keep it through turn 3? Yes, he does. Iqbal Suji takes the lead away from Chong Kai Chang as we enter the third turn, while Mio Hafiz still jostles with Wayne Goh. He loses the time. He almost gets passed by Insam, but now it's Insam who gets passed by Hakim instead as they attempt to try to navigate his corner without losing too much speed and without getting themselves too wide, still staying on the black stuff. That's the right stuff here because that's the asphalt on Goodwood Circuit.
Absolutely. Baru saja 5 minit yang sedang boleh mengatakan baru saja jalan sebenarnya, Victor, but still this race is pretty much looking like it's already been done and dusted. But right now we see Kai Chang masih lagi mengejar di situ. Iqbal Suji di dalam peak yang pertama. Kai Chang cuba untuk memberikan tekanan sekali lagi, cuba untuk merampas balik posisi beliau yang nampaknya sudah pun beliau hilang sebenarnya. But at this moment it seems like Kai Chang masih lagi kena bekerja keras di situ dan kemungkinan Go Wei Yin ada peluang di sini untuk mendapatkan P kedua dan dapat juga memintas di situ. Dan kita lihat sekali lagi kita lihat Kai Chang memintas balik mengambil posisi beliau. And what a race we're having in our hands here.
What an instant comeback there from Chong Kai Chang, but it's not quite out of the woods yet. Go can definitely try again if Kai Chang is not too careful with his lines here. So Kai Chang turning in very aggressively wide from the outside here to maintain maximum entry speed in turn 3, while Wayne Goh still stays behind. Not quite making the move yet, but onto the grass goes Mior Hafiz. Kai Chang, it looks like, and that's given a chance now for Wayne Goh to take second place. Mior Hafiz has the inside here, and Insam joins in this train here as they attempt to try to get past Kai Chang, but it looks like Insam is stuck between the two cars. Mior Hafiz and Kai Chang both side by side, as now they're going to make it 3 wide coming into the final turn here. Kai Chang has the outside, Mior doesn't quite have the inside. It's going to be given to Wayne Goh here as he leads this pack of cars through into the chicane.
The pressure is absolutely real, and that is why Kai Chang lost a little bit of his balance over there, Victor. Tetapi tidak apa, kita akan teruskan dengan gerakan ini, dan bagaimana dengan gerakan ini terlihat di dalam P keempat adalah Mior Hafiz dan Kai Chang. Ini adalah 3-way battle sekarang ini untuk P kedua. Siapakah yang akan melakukan kesilapan ataupun late braking? That will be a big problem. Tetapi kita lihat Mior Hafiz masih lagi mendekati. Nampaknya ada sedikit tolakan, dan Mior Hafiz sekarang ini mendapatkan P ketiga. Sekarang ini Kai Chang masih lagi menggalakkan ke P kedua, but that's going to be a challenge from Mior Hafiz from the side over there. It's going to be from the inside right now, and Mior Hafiz has a chance, but Kai Chang still holding on to the P2. And look at right behind Mior there, man. 2 people battling it out left and right. Oh no, someone went into the grass.
I think Insam went out onto the grass there. Wayne Goh unfortunately kind of ran him a bit wide. Hakim now getting himself up in the 4th place. He's alongside Wayne Goh now trying to fight for the 4th position. He has the line here and he has the exit, but Wayne Goh still keeps himself alongside. They're going to be charging headfirst into this next turn here. Who's going to be able to come on top? The thing is, Wayne Goh does have the inside line coming to that, but does he have the racing line? Because Hakim is currently sitting on that as well, but Hakim cannot close the door. He has to give the space to Wayne Goh. He's right alongside, and Wayne edges his way into 4th place.
Oh, wait a minute.
Gets in the mix braking very hard through the chicane there and takes the place away from Hakim. Or does he, though? Or does he? Because he's going to be diving straight into the pits there and giving the 6th place now to Shamir.
Oh man, that chicane has lots of drama this time on race number 3 there, Victor. And right now we're on board with Shamir, who is right now chasing down onto Hakim, which is in P5, and we're going straight into the full water now. And Shamir still holding on from the inside line, and let's see if Shamir is able to make something out of this. Hakim is still right now in P5, but let's see. And on, I guess there's lots going to be changes over here as the cameras are pretty much far away from what's happening. But there you go, the 4-way battle coming in from Hakim and also the rest of the others. Shamir has a chance from the inside and still being close there, but Shamir right now got into P4 and he just went on the top of his performance now, man.
Oh yeah, this is an incredible performance here by Shamir so far. I mean, now he's going to be leading this train of cars, but that means he's under pressure from Hakim, from Azmira, from Akiel. I mean, that's a very unenviable position to be in, but he's going to have to defend very hard because Hakim has hooked him into the inside here on the turn, but then they're going to be going too wide through the chicane. That's not going to work. He concedes the place and allows Hakim to take 5th place. Shamir did the wise thing there, otherwise they could have easily ruined both of their races.
Aduh, tuan-tuan dan but I'm not sure what is happening here, Victor. Things are just getting started over here, and let's see what is going to be happening in the last 6 minutes of this race. So kepada anda yang baru saja masuk ke dalam siaran langsung kami, ini adalah Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2022, race yang ketiga, semi-finals Group B, dan kita mempunyai lebih kurang 5 minit saja yang berbaki di dalam race ini sebelum kita masuk ke dalam race yang keempat. Tetapi what is right now is going to be very important adalah mata yang mereka ni akan mendapat daripada race ini. So at this moment kita on board bersama dengan Putra Aswira yang kini berada di dalam P yang ke-7. Akil Safwi ada peluang untuk memintas, tetapi Syamir masih lagi cuba untuk mengikuti Hakim yang kini berada di dalam P ke-5. Kita terus saja ke dalam seleko yang ke-6.
Yeah, right now against Hakim now is going to have to defend here as Shamir tries to go have a look around the outside. Not quite the best place to overtake, but definitely can catch a few guys off guard, especially on the exit. But Hakim keeps it nice and tidy so far. But look at who's slipping in behind. Azwira now finds a way to get past Shamir here, and he takes up into 6th place here, especially after that chicane. So now Shamir has dropped 2 places so far. One, he conceded to Hakim at the chicane, and another one, he conceded to Putra Azwira this time around. So now with these 2 guys on the top here, it's going to be a battle for P5 between Putra Azwira and Hakim.
Ya, perubahan demi perubahan yang kita boleh lihat di dalam race ini so far, dan ini dia Putra Azwira kini berada di dalam P yang ke-6 dan cuba close the gap di hadapan adalah Fakhrul Syamir sekarang ni. Dan kita lihat di dalam P ke-9 Muhammad Juwaidi ada juga kelihatan beliau untuk memintas Akil Safi sekarang ni, tapi Akil Safi masih lagi dengan pace yang cukup baik menafikan gerakan-gerakan daripada beliau. At this moment kita on board bersama dengan Putra Azwira sekarang ni, and kita on board bersama dengan baik di situ, dan Putra Azwira dapat memintas Hakim dan mendapatkan P5 sekarang ni, and he's in the top 5 for now.
This is touring car racing, touring car style racing on a historical racetrack using rally cars.
Yeah,
what a mixed up combination this is, honestly. But we're all for it here. I mean, what entertaining racing this is going on here from 5th place onwards. They're constantly changing positions, like as if they're changing clothes for day to day, because Azwira now is in the lead of this pack here in 5th place, mind you, but still a very competent position to be in, especially when it comes to those guys jostling for the grand final slot here, coming into tomorrow's grand final. So it all depends on this race here. The more points they can get from this race, the better their chances will be, and they're going to be aiming for absolutely the best result they can possibly get from these 2 races.
Ya, kita terus ke dalam seleko St. Mary sekarang ni, dan kita on board bersama dengan Syamir. Dan adakah ini masanya untuk Akil dapat saja untuk memintas Syamir yang kini berada di hadapan. So can we see Akil making something out of this? Dan nampaknya Akil ada peluang. Oh, that's a little bit of a bomb there, Victor. And he's still keeping the control absolutely well. He did not lose control over there.
Yeah.
Dan nampaknya beliau masih lagi meneruskan perjalanan beliau untuk memintas Syamir yang kini berada di hadapan, especially in this P7.
Yeah, I mean, these cars can still handle it if you dip 2 tires into the grass here. They're not as sensitive to the grip, I feel, compared to actual track-based cars. So the rally cars have that going for them. They also have plenty of downforce thanks to the huge wing on the front and back. So they actually do have a lot of mechanical grip. It's just like the weird height of the suspension, plus like the amount of body roll they can get through corners that really makes this such a challenge for the drivers, right? Kai Chang, though, looks like he's trying to catch up to Mio Hafiz here. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Kai Chang was actually ahead of Mio Hafiz before we switched to them now. So I think this was Mior having taken the place from Kai Chang, and Kai Chang now attempting to try to regain the position here from Mio Hafiz, and he seems to be doing a good job of keeping behind him as Mior uses every last bit of track, dipping the 2 tires into the dirt there, sending dust flying as he keeps maximum speed on the exit a lot of these corners here, which is exactly what you need to do on a fast circuit like Goodwood, fast short circuit I might add. But Kai Chang unfortunately isn't able to close the gap by the time to come to the final sector here, and I think Kai Chang's gonna have to wait until he can close the gap even more before he can even think about making a move. But making a move might be Azwira very, very soon, because he's within touching distance of Hakim here as they break for the chicane, and certainly if he can get a good exit out here, which he definitely does, he's going to be able to stick with him all throughout here, getting a slipstream of a Hakim's car car and hopefully get enough momentum to pass him by the time to get to turn 3. Now he just needs to try to hook himself alongside. Unfortunately, the car is understeering and sliding a lot as he attempts to try to fight the car's general lack of grip here in order to try to keep it going the way he wants to. And unfortunately, he lost out that advantage that he had while drafting Hakim and had to concede the place a little bit here. Maybe able to close up as they have to brake a little bit hard going into turn 3, but it's only a very brief moment. But that is at least enough to keep Azwira constantly on the prowl here as he preys on Hakim.
Ya, lebih kurang 40 saat saja yang boleh mengatakan berbaki di dalam race ini dan kita lihat Hakim masih lagi berada di dalam P ke-5. He's been on hold right now and let's see kalau Azwira dapat memintas beliau dan berada di dalam top 5 sekarang ni, dan Azwira bersebelahan sekarang ni, dan bagaimana dengan gerakan daripada Azwira, dan kita terus saja ke dalam seleko yang ke-6 daripada garisan keluar adalah Azwira dan Hakim menutup saja ruang. Oh, nampaknya kita lihat sedikit bump di situ, but still Hakim menutup ruang itu dengan cukup sempurna. Kita keluar saja daripada chicane and off we go straight. Dan ini dia Iqbal Suji, the man who is in the front right now, Victor. He's been having a fantastic racing and let's see how this is going to be going for his side over there. Of course, the rivalry we can talk about from Group A, but for Group B, this is the man we should be counting on.
I mean, when I was expecting Kai Chang to be competitive with Iqbal Suji throughout, but it looks like it's Suji who caught the last lap in the end. Speaking of last laps, Azwira finally finds his way. He finds his way past Hakim now, and now he just needs to keep it because the last lap is coming true here. Ladies and gentlemen, with the timer already out, Iqbal Suji is now leading the pack for their final lap here. So as soon as they get past the finish line, if Azwira gets there first, he will take this 5th place. Hakim now trying desperately to keep up here while Iqbal Suji continues to surge ahead. 9 seconds in the lead here. He comes to the Flint chicane. He's coming to the start-finish line. He's going to be taking the win here in race number 3 for Group B.
And that is Iqbal Suji with a fantastic win over here, and followed by Mio Hafiz on P2. And there you go, just crossed the checkered flags over here, and Kai Chang on P3 at this moment. Tetapi saya sangat teruja nak tengok Azwira sekarang ni, Victor, who will be in P5 at this moment. The battle is still on at the back right now. Kita tunggu dan lihat bagaimana sekarang ni. But one thing for sure, I think that is all right there, Victor.
Yeah, I think the time has already run out. The session has already ended. So this is going to be the final, the provisional standings after race number 3. The final results will be tabulated after a short break here. But nevertheless, Iqbal Suji coming in to win here. Oh, he's all but guaranteed that slot in the finals, isn't he?
He's making sure himself there, Victor.
Yeah. For sure. Shout out to Azwira, for Shamir and Hakim for providing such excellent entertainment there, fighting, 3-way for that 5th position. Then suddenly Akil came into the mix as well to make it a 4-way battle. And then, of course, Kai Chang and Myor Hafiz for the early race there were constantly jostling for the position here. It looks like Myor ends up becoming the guy in front here of Kai Chang. So very well done there for Myor and Kai Chang as well.
Ya, so tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, anda kembali sekarang ni ke Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2022. And man, what a race it has been di dalam race yang ketiga. Nampaknya pelbagai perubahan yang kita boleh lihat daripada race itu. But one thing for sure is kita mempunyai satu lagi race, iaitu race yang keempat yang mereka akan masuk ke dalam tak lama lagi. But in the meantime, Victor, your overall look before we give it to Nas.
I mean, now knowing how strong Iqbal Suji is in his strategic decisions, I'm expecting a lot out of him in race number 4. Of course, he's going to be starting from the back of the grid here, but then knowing how well he plans these strategies in advance here, even though the tire and fuel wear is balloted, he definitely is prepared for a lot of scenarios, as we can see, from down to even the choice of tires he decides to start with. He's already thought that far ahead. So I'm expecting a lot out of Iqbal Suji, but I'm also watching out for Chong Kai Chang, because he came in as a trailblazer, especially in that quarterfinals here. It'd be a huge shame if he doesn't give Iqbal Suji a run for his money in this Group B competition here. But race number 3, unfortunately, not quite the competition for Iqbal. He still maintains a very healthy lead here. So I think now the battle is really going to be about the last few slots for the grand finals here. So
Absolutely.
all that is going to be points based. It's all going to be down to how well these guys manage their race and their strategy. And from that point on, may the best man win.
Yes, may the best man win. Talking about may the best man wins, we have the main man in the front there. That's going to be Nas, who'll be taking over with the interviews from race 3. So Nas, take it over, my bro.
Victor, man, I wish I was the main man, but you guys have been killing it as commentators. Right now, I'm here with Encik Wira kita, Azwira, who was semi-finalist last year. And I would like to ask him, adakah anda puas hati dengan prestasi anda pada tahun ini as semi-finalist?
Agak puas hati sebab dah 2 tahun dah start dekat semi-final. Untuk kali ni saya cuba yang terbaik lah kalau boleh untuk dapat masuk finalis.
Jadi untuk race ini anda mendapat nombor 5. That's some decent points right there on the board. Dan sekarang tinggal 1 race lagi, reverse grid 30 minit. Adakah anda punya satu strategi untuk cuba masuk ke grand final?
Strategi mesti ada. Saya cuba yang terbaik lah dengan strategi saya tu. Harap menjadi.
Kalau boleh kita kongsikan sikit boleh tak?
Nanti lepas habis race kita kongsi.
Semuanya holding their cards close to their chest. And last but not least, kalaulah masuk grand final nanti, adakah anda mempunyai sasaran?
Sasaran cuma buat yang terbaik je lah. Sebab dah 2 tahun dah start dekat semi-final.
Macam tak ada progression macam tu kan? Sekarang Azwir dia umurnya 20 tahun, masih ada peluang. Jadi kalau katakan gagal masuk ke grand final, adakah anda akan berhenti sim racing terus, tentu jual air jagung kat tepi jalan?
Taklah, saya kalau selagi saya boleh main, saya main. Selagi ada masa untuk training, saya training, saya cubalah.
Azwira bersemangat Wira, itu yang kita nak sebenarnya. Okay, best of luck in the final race, race 4 nanti. Tepukan untuk Azwira kita. Well done. Sekarang kita bersama dengan Om Melaka kita. Dah lama kita tak tengok. Kita nak jumpa dengan Om Melaka, kita nak cerita-cerita sikit. Ladies and gentlemen, our next person to be interviewed is from Melaka and it's his first time in the semi-finals. Apa muka macam tu? Saya belum sampai lagi. Hakim dah macam, aduh, jangan tanya saya, jangan. Om Melaka, don't mess with Melaka, betul ke tidak?
Betul.
Okey, sekarang kita nak bertanya, macam mana perasaan anda sampai ke semi-final ini? Is this what you expected ataupun tidak?
Yeah, this is my expected for semi-final, but I don't know about the final, so...
Sebelum ni pernah cuba untuk Velocity Championship tak?
Tak pernah lagi.
Ni first time?
Yes, first time.
First time terus masuk semi-final. Jadi ada bakat di sana. Hakim umurnya berapa sekarang?
Sekarang 19
tahun. Nampaknya driver-driver kita semakin lama semakin muda begitu. Jadi sebagai kontestan atau peserta solo daripada Melaka dan compete dengan orang Selangor, compete dengan orang Kedah, Negeri Sembilan. Jadi pengalaman anda di Velocity Championship setakat ini?
Sekarang ni tengah fight untuk race ketiga tu memang shock sebab adalah orang dia tapi sekarang tak tahu race 4 macam mana.
Dia tengah nervous tu nak jawab pun tak. Okeylah, last question. Nak tanya, cakap kepada orang kat luar sana, kepada yang berminat, yang tak pernah cuba, yang dah race lama tapi tak pernah cuba Velocity Championship. Apa pesanan anda untuk mereka?
Pesanan saya, e-sport ni, e-racing ni memang best kepada siapa yang minat kereta ke minat berlumba. So boleh cubalah. Siapa yang tak pernah cuba lagi tu.
Cuba, jangan tak cuba. Kalau tak cuba mana kita nak tahu, betul tidak? Macam Hakim kita, dia cuba sekali terus masuk semi-final dan mempunyai peluang untuk masuk ke grand final. It all depends on race 4. Okay Hakim? Alright, best of luck dari orang Melaka kepada orang Melaka supaya awak berjaya. Alright, balik kepada Victor dan juga Matt di luar sana. Let's take a look at the race highlights. Race 3, Group B.
Alright, thank you so much Nas. So ini dia for the highlights di dalam semi-finals Group B, race yang ketiga di dalam Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2022. Pelbagai aksi dan juga drama berlaku di atas litar, especially di dalam Goodwood Motor Circuit. Sebenarnya, Victor, talk us through a bit.
Yeah, this was a very exciting race actually, and led to the competition that happened both in the front, the pack, and the middle. So we saw quite a competition between Iqbal Suji and Kai Chang. Both of them were jostling for the lead of the race, and quite a few times Kai Chang came close to taking the lead from Iqbal Suji, but not quite. Then later on we did see Mio Hafiz trying to fight against Hakim and Wayne Goh for that third place position. Eventually Mio Hafiz came out on the top of that, and then this was the big battle that kept us glued to our seats throughout the middle to the end of the race here. Shamir, Hakim, and Akiel all battling it out for fifth position here and constantly changing whoever is inside that fifth place. Azwira, of course, ended up getting the better of Hakim eventually at the end there. But for Iqbal Suji, it was a very, very lonely race at the top there, unfortunately, because with a 9-second gap, he was virtually unopposed here in race 3 and takes the win for Group B in this race.
Absolutely. So that has been a wonderful race 3. So there you go, a look on the result on Group B. So in P1, it's going to be Muhammad Iqbal Suji taking 25 points. P2 is going to be Mio Hafiz on 18 points. P3 is going to be Chong Kai Chang with 15 points. P4 is going to be Goh Ying with 12 points. P5 is going to be Putra Azwira on 10 points. P6, Fakrul Shame, 8 points. 7 is going to be Mohammad Hakim, 6 points. P8 is going to be Akil Safwi with 4 points. P9 is going to be Mohammad Juwaidi, 2 points. And last but not least is going to be Itzam Adli on P10 with only 1 point. So that is the race results there, Victor.
Yeah, that's the race result for race 3 actually. So let's go ahead and have a look now at the overall results to see where these top 5 stand. So at the moment, Iqbal Suji, of course, having won 2 races, he's going to be right up on the top there with 68 points. Chong Kai Chang with 55 points, having won only 1 race so far. Muhammad Hafiz has consistently put himself in that top 3, so he has 51 points, only about 4 points away from Chong Kai Chang's second place. Then a huge gap down to Goh Ying, 21 points. In fact, for the gap between Muir Hafiz and Wayne Goh here, and that's Wayne Goh in 4th place. Putra Azwira currently sits in that competent 5th spot at the moment, but only on 26 points. Fakrul Shamir only has 4 points behind him with 22 in that 6th place. So certainly if he can find some good finishing positions, especially ahead of Putra Azwira, you can be certain that that order might change quite a bit.
Yep, so that is the overall results. I mean, it's quite, we can say, it's pretty open, Victor. Anything can happen on the next race. So the next race decides lots of things. So I'm really looking forward for the race number 4.
Yeah, I am indeed. I mean, literally going to be the last race of the day. Kind of sad for it, especially for today's festivities. But nevertheless, racing action will continue with the grand finals tomorrow. I mean, we had like 5 races in total for this Saturday, but on Sunday we're going to be having a lot more, because not only the not only the grand finalists are going to be racing their 3 races, but we're also going to be having 3 exhibition races as well. So I'm also looking forward for that, because if the VOS Challenge racers exhibition races ending to go by, those are going to be the most chaotic ones. Those are going to be the ones that you guys at home especially don't want to miss out on.
Yes, definitely. So the grand finals is going to be absolutely epic, but one thing for sure is that before we get into the grand finals, we need the finalists, of course, to get into the finals fully. Actually, we already drafted out the Group A, so right now it's going to be for Group B. I'm not sure what's going to be happening on Group B, but I'm very sure this race, number 4, it's going to be absolutely epic.
Yeah, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The last race of the day, the last race for Group B. It's going to be go, go, go to that first stop. And Itzam is going to be the first one to end up on the first turn here, staying in front of Muhammad Juwaidi. Akil Salfi is going to be tucked in behind in 3rd. A bit of a commotion in the back there is Kai Chang. Ends up outside there alongside Wayne Goh and Hakim. So these 3 guys are currently at the back of the pack here. here as we enter the third and fourth turns here. Hakim leading ahead so far. Itzam still maintaining himself in front of Juwaidi. Azrira is in front of Iqbal Suji. He has made up three places so far to get himself up to 7th place. So now he's going to be chasing Azwira here for his 6th place position, going for that switch around here, but Azwira closes the gap, closes the door onto Iqbal Suji, forcing Iqbal to stay on the racing line and stay right behind Azwira's car.
Ya, dan boleh mengatakan ini adalah satu permulaan yang cukup bersih daripada semua para pelumba sekarang ni. Dan sekali kita lihat di dalam leaderboard, it's going to be Itzam di dalam P yang pertama, P kedua diikuti oleh Akil Safi dan juga Muhammad Juwaidi. Dan bagaimana gerakan daripada Muhammad Juwaidi kita tunggu dan lihat. Dan kita baru saja keluar daripada Seleko yang ke-8, the chicane nampaknya. Oh, someone was just going out of the tracks there, Victor. Tapi tidak apa, kita akan memberikan segala tumpuan tak lama lagi on that particular scene, of course. Dan Iqbal Suji right now on P5, Victor, mempunyai masa yang agak lama, and I'm very sure, saya sangat yakin beliau boleh naik balik to P yang pertama.
I mean, literally, he made 2 places up through the chicane. I just wonder what happened there. What's happening right now, though, is Azwira is fighting against Shamir here, and Shamir is desperately trying to stay right behind Azwira through this part, but it's going to be a bit hard there, especially with the hard braking and the quick, aggressive turn to the left there, thanks to turn 3's kind of undulating and unforgiving layout and Goodwood circuit. Azwira now is up into P6. He's going to be right behind Iqbal Suji, who passed both of them earlier on in that final corner here. So Iqbal is now right smack in the middle of the pack here in 5th place. Next up on his menu very soon, I hope it's going to be another driver that I think it might be. I wonder where Mior is actually, now that I think about it, because I haven't quite seen him so far. I see Kai Chang is still at the back of the grid for now. Mior, he's in 4th place at the moment, so he's just behind where Juwaidi is and just in front of where where Iqbal Suji is attempting to get his car into.
Ya, so kita akan teruskan dengan perlumbaan ini. Nampaknya kita bersama dengan Mior Hafiz. We are talking about Mior Hafiz. Itu dia. Mior Hafiz sekarang ni berada di dalam P yang ke-4, Victor. So let's see if he's able to climb all the way to the leaderboards. Dan Juwaidi berada di dalam P yang ke-3. Adakah kita akan lihat tekanan yang akan diberikan oleh Mior Hafiz terhadap beliau as we are going straight ke dalam Seleko yang ke-3 dan juga Seleko yang ke-4 St. Mary sekarang ni. Dan Mior Hafiz boleh mengatakan di dalam race sebelum ni memberikan satu persaingan yang cukup baik, tetapi this is the last race. It's all about you going all out, and of course tanpa melakukan kesilapan.
Even amongst that as well, just actually having a really good lap time around here on average is going to work wonders. But then so far for Juwaidi, his last lap was 3/10 slower than Mior Hafiz, so you can see the way that Mior is just catching up to him. It's just no much pressure at all on Mior here. He easily takes that 3rd position without too much drama from Juwaidi, and now is sitting very pretty up into 3rd place. Now Juwaidi is not quite out of the woods though, because Iqbal Suji is tucked up behind him and definitely is borrowing that toe there in order to keep himself close to Mior Hafiz, because now Iqbal Suji is eyeing a possible podium position here and perhaps maybe even the lead of the race there, especially if he can catch up to Akil as well as Itzam.
Yeah, the exit is one of the most important part when we are coming out from the chicane there, Victor. But tetapi tidak apa, kita akan teruskan dengan onboard bersama dengan Iqbal Suji yang mempunyai kelajuan yang cukup baik, tetapi breaking point yang daripada Muhammad Juwaidi nampaknya memperlahankan jentera beliau sekarang ni, dan masih lagi menafikan segala ruang yang berada di hadapan sebenarnya. Dan kita lihat bagaimana beliau cuba untuk masuk ke dalam Seleko yang seterusnya, di dalam Seleko yang ke-5, the left hand corner. Dan ini dia Iqbal Suji di dalam P yang ke-5, dan itu dia kita on board bersama dengan Muhammad Juwaidi sebenarnya. So we're having a look, a point of view actually there, Victor, from the front and also the back.
A very interesting one as well, especially when you compare how Juwaidi's lines are when you look at the way Iqbal Suji takes them. But it seems like what Iqbal is doing as well is just keeping very closely to however Juwaidi is positioning his car as well, because he's really just taking the toe, which is absolutely important, especially in a spec series, right, where there's no differential in power. The only way you're going to be able to get advantages is by taking advantage of the slipstream. And right now Iqbal Suji, he's just waiting, or rather comparing and seeing where are the points on the track where he's faster than Juwaidi, and perhaps start to plan now where he wants to try to make those moves, or maybe he might be going for the long game here. Remember, they still have to go for that mandatory pit stop and change tire compounds. And Juwaidi started on the medium tires. I expect that Iqbal, he's also going to be on the medium tires here. And remember what he said about the strategy. He finds that the medium tire is the best tire to start on. He is going to be going on that to take advantage of this early phase of the game. But then as soon as he feels that he's done all he could with this set of tires, he's going to be going into the pits very early on, take the undercut, and slowly but surely, through strategic prowess, just basically take the lead away from the rest of the guys as soon as they go in for the mandatory pit stops.
Yeah, to be honest, Victor, boleh mengatakan satu statement yang cukup baik daripada Iqbal Suji sebenarnya menggunakan on medium sebenarnya di dalam start of the race. Tetapi kita akan tunggu dan lihat bagaimana strategi beliau yang beliau akan melaksanakan tak lama lagi. But at this moment, kita lihat Iqbal Suji kini berada di dalam P yang kelima, cuba untuk mengejar Muhammad Juwaidi yang berada di dalam P keempat. Dan kita terus saja ke dalam seleko yang kedua dan kita menuju kepada fourth quarter sekarang ni. Dan adakah ini masanya untuk Iqbal Suji mendapat satu peluang di hadapan? Kita tunggu dan lihat mampukah, bolehkah daripada Iqbal Suji untuk memintas beliau, dan masih lagi tidak juga di situ. Muhammad Juwaidi masih lagi menutup ruang di situ. He's not letting him in. Not even a sniff of it there, Victor. And that is some perfect racing. Iqbal Suji now trying from the other side. Tetapi tak juga, Victor. It's not happening for him today.
Yeah, the thing is, why you're not seeing like moves as aggressive as when you compare it to the sprint race is that these guys have to think actually about the health of the tires and the load of the fuel a lot here, because the simulation rate, I should have mentioned this earlier on, the simulation rate for the tires and the fuel here are both 4 times the simulation, which means that the tires and the fuel are going to wear out very, very quickly. I do wonder whether that's going to be enough to cause a 2-stop, but then I remember as well that it incurred extra time to your pit stop when you change tires as well, as Juwaidi makes a mistake, and that just basically gave Iqbal Suji a position now just behind Mio Hafiz. Iqbal is now up into P4 thanks to a bit of a slip up there from Muhammad Juwaidi coming out the exit of the final chicane.
Ya, satu move yang sangat baik daripada Iqbal Suji untuk mendapatkan posisi yang beliau betul-betul mengejar daripada tadi, dan ini adalah posisi yang keempat. Bagaimana pula di hadapan, kita lihat Itzam masih lagi menjadi boleh mengatakan the race leader di dalam sepanjang race ini, berada di dalam P yang pertama, diikuti oleh Akil Safi di dalam P kedua. There you go, kita on board bersama dengan beliau. Dan di tempat ketiga adalah Muhammad Hafiz yang kini berada di dalam posisi yang cukup baik, especially in the top 3. Tetapi boleh mengatakan masih lagi awal di dalam perlumbaan ini, Victor. Only 21 minutes right now that has elapsed, so it's a long way to go, especially the pit stops that's coming up very, very soon.
I wonder how different the tire degradation are on these rally cars compared to like the
normal cars,
the SFR that they drove early on, because I'm thinking that even the suspension differences here could possibly make the nature of the wear a little bit different for these guys, or maybe it might actually be more similar than I'm assuming right now. But it all banks on whether or not as far as pit strategy is concerned, it depends a lot on the condition of the car at this point. Which one's going to give up first, the tires or the fuel? If it's a fuel, no problem. You can go into the pit lane, take a splash and go. That takes very minimal time away from your total pit stop time. So it was definitely the strategy that Uzair was running when he was running his fourth race. Remember, he took 2 pit stops. He pretty much was doing splash and go every single time, which means he spent very, very little time actually in the pit box, which allowed him to just basically catch up the time in the actual race itself by taking positions. But for this case though, with both the tires and the fuel going to be of major concern, I think fuel is going to be the biggest concern right now for Iqbal Suji. We're already seeing the warning light come on for his car here, so sooner or later he's going to be taking the pit. Is he going to be taking it now, or is he going to be taking it later?
I think he must there, Victor. I think there is no other way for him. Tetapi tidak apa, kita akan teruskan di dalam race ini. And of course, talking about pits, he needs to get into it as it was already blinking. You don't want to be in trouble, especially at the very early start of this race. So kita akan teruskan dengan Hakim, dan Hakim pun nampaknya sudah masuk ke dalam pit. Everyone is taking a pretty early pit over here. And how about the timings over here, Victor?
A lot of them are going into the pits right off the bat. I mean, they've already realized, especially after having run like 3 races races now that the undercut is super strong in this competition. So they're going to be going for the early pit stop here at the 10-minute mark, and they're going to try to run the rest of it on a different compound as required by the regulation. And by my estimation, they'll probably go on the soft compound, the softer and the faster wearing tire, but definitely the fastest in terms of lap time. But if you can manage your laps very well and preserve a lot of performance on the tire, especially especially towards the end, that means that you're going to be able to make up a lot of places just from that undercut alone, now requiring you to actually physically battle these guys for that position.
Yep, so kita on board bersama dengan Shamir sekarang ni cuba mengejar Chong Kai Chang yang kini berada di hadapan. Adakah ini masanya untuk beliau dapatkan P yang kedua daripada Kai Chang, tetapi Kai Chang cuba untuk menafikan daripada garisan yang luar. Tetapi kita akan teruskan di dalam chicane sekarang ni, satu seleko yang cukup technical sebenarnya. Banyak kali kita lihat they are going straight into the pits, Director.
Yeah, I mean,
no, they need to.
No time wasted there.
No time wasted, yeah.
Because they're both going in at the same time, so that means they're going to pretty much come out the pit lane battling as well. So I think we're going to be seeing Itzam now inheriting the lead from Kai Chang, Shamir, and Akhil Salfi who are currently in the pits. Iqbal Suji is going to be coming in second. Mior Hafiz is going to be tucked up behind Iqbal Suji as well. So it looks like Kai Chang and the rest, they're just going to be relegated close to the back of the grid here as Juwaidi now comes out just behind Wayne Goh. He's in 7th place right now, trying to chase Wayne Goh for that 6th place, and he seems to be getting quite close at this point here. He might have a think actually about making a move, maybe if he can get close enough by the time he gets to that 3rd turn. But again, especially when I was witnessing that battle early on between two of those drivers, I think it was Shamir and Kai Chang. Like, I love the way that Shamir was basically putting a lot of respect to the car in front there by just not like diving recklessly into the car there, like actually braking reasonably late, but also keeping the distance as well, keeping the space really to Kai Chang to allow him to have the good maneuver through the final turn, so that they wouldn't ruin each other's race there. And that's very key to do as a racing driver. You think that sometimes racing is all about it's my way or the highway, that kind of attitude. But at times, you have to be respectful of the other drivers on the same track as you, because on the one hand you want to be able to take the race from them, but you don't want to ruin anyone's race at the same time. So massive respect there to Shamir, but now it's going to be Kai Chang who's on the attack here because he's right behind Shamir. He's carrying a lot of speed through turn 1. He's maybe thinking about looking on the outside. No, he switches around, tries to go on the other side instead. The feint actually catching Shamir a little bit off guard as now Kai Chang has the inside line, takes 9th place and stays in front of Shamir.
Yeah, fantastic racing from Kai Chang right now, who's on P9, trying to climb up the rest of the other pack. But Shamir right now trying to get his position back again, and it might not be happening at this moment because we can see Kai Chang trying to maintain his pace and keeping up all in the front there as they are coming into the 11th corner. But one thing for sure is that on the top there, I'm not sure how many of them pitted on P1. Did Itzam pitted just now?
I think Itzam may have pitted. Iqbal and Mior definitely had pitted already. 4th place Aswira, not too sure. We don't actually have like the live sort of like hit information about these guys, so it's going to be kind of hard. We kind of have to run by memory here. But if memory serves me correct, I know at least Iqbal and Mior have already taken the pits. Not too sure about Itzam specifically, but given that he's in the lead right now, I would be surprised if he did also take a pit stop earlier on, because I don't remember seeing him in the front of the pack early on this race. And certainly I think gap-wise, if I can just have a look there, yeah, there's not much of a gap between Iqbal Suji and Itzam, so it stands to reason that Itzam may have taken a pit as well. Hakim now is being attacked by Kai Chang, who sees him as his next victim as he attacks him around the outside. That's going to give him a bit of insight, but Hakim fights back though. He does have a little bit more speed as he didn't brake as hard as Kai Chang in order to get through the 3rd corner. Now coming up to the 4th here, Hakim still has the racing lines. So Kai Chang's going to try to switch a room, but no, Hakim closes it on him. No way, Jose, you're not getting way past me without my say, says Hakim, as Kai Chang now now. Tries again around the outside this time around, but no, he cancels. He tries to feint it on the inside, but Hakim still has a lot of speed. Kaichang is not able to get alongside before having to break inevitably with his final corner here, and Hakim defends very well to keep himself up into 8th place.
I just want to add on to that. It's just like my way or the highway, man.
Yeah,
that's what he's been trying to say over here. But right now we see Kaichang on P9 trying to chase down Hakim. Is on P8 as we're coming into turn number 1, the Matwick corner right now. And let's see if there's a chance for him from the inside. But then it's well blocked by Hakim, giving him no chance at all. Shamir right there just waiting for both of them to make a mistake so he can take an advantage out of it. But at this moment, it looks like this battle is going absolutely strong. Kaichang coming in from the left side, from the outside actually, but he got it in and he got into P8. And there you go, that's the moment he was waiting for. And Kaichang got the moment and he got into P8.
It's literally that split second of difference between when they start the break.
Yeah.
So because when you break into turn 3, it's literally like a half-second long tap on the brake. There's not much kind of like, you know, breaking threshold you kind of play around that corner. It's a very fast corner. So Kaichang was just waiting for the timing there, knowing that he already had the inside line. He knew he was already on the racing line by the time they got to turn 3. So he knew that as long as I break just maybe that millisecond later, no matter where it is for Shamir or for Hakim, it can basically eat him up by the time they enter that 3rd corner.
Absolutely. So I guess we have less than 13 minutes on the clock for this race. And on P10, we are on board with Hakim that is trying to chase down Shamir on the front. But the race leader is still the man in the front is going to be Itzam. P2 is going to be Iqbal Suji. P3 is going to be Mio Hafiz. Not much of a changes on the leaderboards there, Victor. There you go, Iqbal Suji right now, trying to chase down the man. It's just 1.2 seconds behind Itzam. Let's see if he's able to close down the gap as we have 12 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's a long way to go in this race, ladies and gentlemen, and the strategy has paid off just as it done before for Iqbal, but he's not quite in the lead at the moment. That still rests on Itzam's shoulders, and he is still maintaining a 1.2 second lead to Iqbal Suji, but Iqbal has been catching him steadily and slowly over the course of this race. In fact, like in the Sector 3, no one is faster than Iqbal here. He has a purple sector in Sector 3, so he's already getting very good exits out of here, definitely pulling a lot of speed through the main straight even after the chicanes. So again, Iqbal is just chasing it down. He doesn't want to let this one go without straight wins here, and he really wants that final win no matter what.
Yeah, no matter what, Victor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the spirit right now. So kita bersama dengan Muhammad Juaidi yang kini berada di dalam P yang ke-7 dengan 11 minit yang berbaki di dalam race ini. Kepada anda yang baru saja masuk ke dalam siaran langsung di dalam Facebook, kita sedang berada di dalam Group B race yang keempat di dalam semi-final sebenarnya, dan anda sedang menyaksikan Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2022. Kita sedang menunggu saja siapakah 5 pelumba yang akan layak ke dalam grand final esok. So in the meantime, this is the race to find that out. So ini dia Go ataupun boleh mengatakan Go Ying yang kini berada di dalam P yang ke-6, diikuti oleh Muhammad Juaidi at the back. Will we see a move from him? We'll find out, Victor. He's only 0.2 seconds behind.
0.2 seconds behind, but not quite closing the gap coming to this turn here. So maybe next try, or he really needs to try and close it up a lot more, I think, through this first couple of sectors, because otherwise Wayne Go is going to continue to have a defensive advantage as long as he maintains a long gap. It's half a second gap, so it's definitely not enough there for Juwaidi to even think about making any moves at least at this stage of the race. With 10 minutes ago, there's certainly potential for him to try to claw back that lead, rather that gap, by basically pulling faster lap times, but that also depends on how well Wayne Go has been managing his tires so far, which looks to be quite worn actually, looking at the statistic right now. I mean, left side tires almost all the way rubbed through here. The right side tires is still actually holding on quite well, but I think it's really the right rear tire that barely gets any like action pretty much, because even for both races here, I've just been seeing the tire pretty much close to full health. But oh, that's a very brave movement there, and maybe a little bit overly ambitious by Juwaidi, almost causing Wayne to lose control, but Wayne expertly keeps it under wraps and makes sure that he stays in front of Juwaidi. But Juwaidi did cut the grass a little bit on the inside, so I wonder if that's going to cause concern for a penalty when he comes across the line, but I guess we'll find out one way or another. But at least at this point, Wayne Go continues to stay in front. Maybe just not. Oh,
no.
He drives into the pit lane. They dive in the pit lane right now, so maybe it's going to be a two-stop strategy for some of these boys because of how increased the tire and fuel wear situation is. So maybe that two-stop strategy is on the cards, at least for Juwaidi as well as for Wayne Go.
Ya, kalau kita lihat Victor, they are really pushing the car actually. They are basically just pumping it all out sampai di checkered flag. Tetapi kita akan lihat pertemuan antara Itzam dan juga Mior Hafiz yang kini berada di dalam P yang kelima. So top 5, let's see who's going to be accumulating the best points so far. Itzam sekarang ni, kalau kita lihat di dalam awal perlumbaan, beliau berada di dalam P yang pertama dan sekarang cuba mengejar Mior Muhammad Hafiz sekarang ni, dan masih lagi Mior Hafiz menafikan gerakan-gerakan daripada Itzam yang kini berada di hadapan. Go Ying nampaknya sudah pun dipintas di situ, dan Mior Hafiz di dalam P keempat. This is going to be a battle for P4 sekarang ni antara Mior Hafiz dan juga Muhammad Itzam. Kita terus saja ke dalam seleko yang kelima. Apakah yang akan jadi? Kita akan tunggu dan lihat di dalam seleko yang seterusnya. At least so far kita lihat Itzam masih lagi menggalakkan kepatasan yang cukup baik. It's all about the braking sekarang ni. Siapa-siapa yang brake lambat sekarang ni, ada je peluang untuk Itzam dapat memintas Mior Hafiz. But at this moment, Mior Hafiz, a well-experienced racer, penuh dengan pengalaman, and he is just showing how it's done.
Wayne Go is going like rather suspiciously slow, and I think that's because
Something
he
is happening,
he actually has damage on his car there. No wonder he was going slowly on the track, so he's now going to have to be forced to go into the pit lane to get those repairs done, as well as change those tires out. I mean, those tires are definitely well worn at this point, and it doesn't make sense for him to try to continue to run it even with the repairs done. Itzam now gets a bit of a nudge on Mior Hafiz's rear bumper, and nudge actually allows Mior to keep the position so far, but Itzam is letting Mior Hafiz know that Itzam is actually quite faster than him in this first sector here, so Mior is going to have to watch out behind his back here, because somebody's coming for his second place position, and his name is Itzam.
Yeah, definitely, man. So there you go. We are on board with Itzam right now, and Mior Hafiz sekarang ni berada di dalam P yang kedua. Lebih kurang 7 minit saja yang berbaki di dalam perlumbaan ini, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan. Anda sedang menyaksikan Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Esports Championship 2022, and in the next 7 minutes kita akan dah tahu dah siapakah yang akan melayakkan diri ke dalam Grand Final sekarang ni. So kita baru saja terus ke dalam seleko yang ke-7 dan 8, dan Mior Hafiz masih lagi mengekalkan posisi beliau di hadapan. Dan ini dia Itzam. Oh, someone pitted over there. I think Akil Safi just pitted there, Victor.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So it's basically two-stop strategies for most of these guys.
Most of them are doing that, yes.
I mean, we already saw two-stop strategy on Uzair, and that was with 3 times fuel simulation. So it's no surprise that 4 times of the both tire and fuel simulation, that the two-stop strategy is pretty much a go-to strategy now for these guys. But Itzam and Mior, they're not going to be stopping this battle quite yet, because they're getting very close and testy through these sequence corners, tapping the brake a little bit. It looks like Itzam doesn't quite have the space to pass, but is keeping enough speed here to stay on Mior Hafiz's tail, and that's allowing him to benefit off of the slipstream, and that's going to allow him to set up perhaps the next move in the next few corners. Now this slipstream is going to be vital for Itzam, because if he can close that gap successfully down to even a 10th, or maybe even get himself a tire within a hook of where Mior Hafiz is, maybe he will have a chance. But Mior defends very aggressively, hugging that inside the way a koala hugs a tree, and he's not letting go of that racing line anytime soon. Itzam tucks in behind, and Mior Hafiz stays in the lead of race 4.
Yeah, Mior Hafiz nampaknya nampaknya Itzam memintas juga Mior Hafiz dengan kesilapan daripada Mior, dan itu dia Itzam menunggu saja ke peluang ini dan mendapatkan P pertama. I mean, that is just absolutely unfortunate for Mior Hafiz there, Victor. I did not expect that. I thought exit itu cukup sempurna, tetapi itu dia tidak sempurna in the end, dan beliau pun terkeluar. Tetapi skipping up in P3 at this moment, cuba mengejar balik Iqbal Suji and the rest of them di hadapan. Not a drastic drop from them, but still 5 minutes to go, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the end of the world for Muir Hafiz. So he's still in third position regardless of him losing out that lead. But it would certainly have been nice if he was able to take that win there. But so many times we've already seen a lot of cars cut that specific patch of grass on the exit of the chicane, and they really didn't have that much issue. It's just surprising to me that Muir ended up with, I think, all 4 tires on the grass, which resulted in a huge loss of grip. And no surprise that he eventually ended up into the tire barrier there. Luckily, he didn't sustain too much damage on his car. Of course, his grip is all the way low now, but that's not stopping him from catching up to Iqbal Suji, because it's literally right up against his behind here, and it's definitely going to be carrying that toe forward into the next few turns. So coming out of the first turn now, Muir Hafiz about 2/10 behind, going to try to take a nice and clean line. Look at that, sliding the car very neutrally and very gingerly through that first turn now. It's going to be a 3/10 up to 4/10 of a second behind Iqbal Suji. Now it's going to try to close it up through this second turn. Now coming into his third turn, watch out from when they're going to be applying that brake. It's going to be a brief split second here as they turn in for that for the third turn. There we go. The slight tap on the brakes and the turn in to the left. And Iqbal Suji and Muir Hafiz will be continuing on to the fourth turn now, catching up to where Itzam is. Itzam currently, I think, is about 1.3 seconds ahead of where Iqbal Suji is. So Muir Hafiz now, as long as he still stays within the toe of Iqbal, and as long as Iqbal continues to make progress here to whittle down that 1.3 second gap, which is actually now at 1.1 second as we come to the end of the back stretch here, then it will become pretty much, I think, a 3-way battle by the time this race is coming to a close.
Ya, dengan 3 minit saja yang berbaki sebenarnya, Victor, kita akan tunggu dan lihat apakah yang bakal berlaku di dalam perlumbaan ini, di dalam race yang keempat, race yang terakhir, yang kita akan mendapat cari siapakah yang akan masuk ke dalam grand final. But at this moment, Iqbal Suji nampaknya berada di dalam tekanan yang cukup baik daripada Muir Hafiz daripada belakang. And let's see if Muir Hafiz dapat saja mencari satu peluang yang baik untuk meletakkan beliau di dalam P yang kedua apabila kita dah lihat dah satu kesilapan yang dilakukan oleh beliau apabila beliau terkeluar daripada litar dan diambil advantage oleh pelumba-pelumba yang lain. Dan Iqbal Suji sekarang ni is under pressure dan Muir Hafiz masih lagi menekan beliau untuk melakukan kesilapan. And kita akan terus ke dalam seleko yang kelima. Bagaimana dengan gerakan-gerakan daripada Muir Hafiz sekarang ni masih lagi dinafikan oleh Iqbal Suji, tidak memberikan skala peluang. Tetapi sekarang kita lihat Muir Hafiz berada di dalam garisan yang cukup baik, di dalam garisan ke dalam. Bagaimana sekarang ni, dan peluang yang baik untuk Muir Hafiz memintas Iqbal Suji ke dalam P yang kedua, dan nampaknya beliau sudah pun memintas. And that is something great from him there, Victor. Exceptional driving from him, man.
Oh, that came much sooner than I expected. I actually expected
I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that, actually. That's why.
Yeah, I expected Muir to continue to trail Iqbal until they caught up to Itzam, but it looks like Muir decided to pull the trigger now, take the second position while he still had time, and then see whether or not he can catch up Itzam, because he knows he's faster along with Iqbal Suji. So Iqbal at this point is now going to be along for the right inside the toe. Still trying to have a look around the inside here, but can't quite find a speed differential in order to pass Muir Hafiz, so he stays behind him. But now the battle is going to be to see whether or not Muir is going to be able to take his place back on the lead here, and with Itzam being only 1 second behind. I mean, again, we're only having 1 minute left in this race, one final lap to go here for these races, and that's one final lap for Muir Hafiz to see if he can finally take the win here, or is that win going to go to Itzam's hands?
Yeah, so less than 1 minute left on the clock there. We're still seeing Iqbal Suji holding on to P2, but right now maybe Muir Hafiz has a chance right now to close down the gap on the other side. Muir, he just needs to defend this at this moment, but he's just doing absolutely well, as we are seeing Iqbal Suji on the outside line earlier on there, Victor. But off we go into turn number 8. So coming off the chicane right now, as they'll be heading into the long straight that's coming up here. And let's see if there's going to be any sorts of changes there. But fantastic driving from all of these three racers in the front there, Victor. Especially Muir and Iqbal Suji, swifting positions after positions and keeping the battle up and going.
Yeah, Iqbal actually got a little bit loose there coming out of the first turn, so that unfortunately has cost him a bit of time. Now he's like half a second behind Muir Hafiz. He's catching up a little bit now, especially entering this third turn. But in terms of the progress that Muir was able to do on the Itzam, doesn't seem to be too much. Now it's why we're already sitting at 8:10. We're already looking at 20 seconds of time remaining here before we finally hit that 30-minute mark. So that means that this practically is the last lap now. Iqbal attempting to try to make another move yet again onto Mior Hafiz, but Mior just not budging from that position at all. It's he's 8/10 away, but I think he's too far away for Mior to think about the fight. Mior just is going to be thinking about the defense, but look at this. Iqbal finds a way to the inside. It's going to give him so much advantage now, but Mior kept the speed. He braked a lot later there, kept the momentum through the corner, and stays in front of Iqbal Suji to come to the chicane. It's he's been leading the race ever since Mior Hafiz made the mistake, and now it's wins in race number 4 for Group B.
Yeah, perfect racing from Itzam, followed by Mior Hafiz on P2, and P3 is going to be Iqbal Suji. P4, here he comes. Akil Safwi will be finishing in P4. P5, as we see the man, there you go, it's going to be Fakrul Shameh that has a wonderful battle. Aswigra on P6, and I guess that is the end over here. So there you go. On P7 is going to be Mohammad Juwaidi. P8 is going to be Kai Chang. P9 is going to be Hakim. And P10 is going to be Go Wayne. But what a race it has been there, Victor. I can really assure you that the overall results is going to be absolutely drastic right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be so curious to see how the overall result is. Of course, that can only be tabulated after all the, all the protests and such has already been settled with from our very hardworking marshal in the back there, our representative from the Malaysia Motorsports Association. But nevertheless, for Itzam, I mean, wow, just basically by staying clean and keeping his nose out of trouble, he managed to inherit the lead from Mior Hafiz, and boy, I mean, what an unexpected win, I think, on his part. And certainly he's going to do such a great boon for his points, right, coming into this grand final slot situation here, because, you know, taking a win, 25 points, that's a huge gap between that and the second place, who only gets 18 points. So that gap itself, I mean, that's going to be do wonders here, I think, for Itzam. But we have to remain to see how it goes into the official results, though, once we tabulate everything together.
Absolutely, for sure there. So before the results come out there, Victor, your most standout driver so far in this race 4?
Oh, I mean, most standout driver. I mean, what kind of question is that, honestly? But I mean, Iqbal has still continued to show like consistency in the way that he still maintains like fastest lap after fastest lap, and also still, you know, defending very, very well even after challengers like Mior attempt to try to take his own. So I guess like definitely a worthy shout out for him in particular. But then for Chong Kai Chang, I'm super impressed with how he handled the previous race, but this race though didn't quite see him put himself up there. But regardless, I think with the points he's already accumulated so far, I think he also stands a very good chance getting to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. So that has been the entire result so far, and I think, Victor, you can say that the racers gave everything all out. So before we go into our entire results that will be coming up later, but I'm very sure something that is going to be happening very, very special very, very soon, that Victor will be going with Nas as soon as he is ready. But at this moment, Victor, I'm really looking forward for the results, actually. I just want to know who made it to the finals.
I'm curious. I mean, there's literally 5 slots left. Okay? Group A is already
Precious
finished.
5 slots, yes.
Group A is already finished their third and fourth race. They're already done for the day. We already know who the top 5 are from that group. Now it's going to be about the top 5 for this group, and it's a lot closer in competition, especially if you saw the results after the second and third race. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be, the proof is going to be in the pudding. We're going to wait for our marshals and the race director to make their determinations on what the official results are, and then only then do we know who are going to be the rest of the 5 that are going to be joining our other top 5 to find our top 10 in the grand finals for tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just now you say that you had a little bit of prediction that Mohammad Kamil might have been in the 5th position to get himself in the finals. But over here, who is that one racer that you think should be making it to the finals?
I mean, I would be curious to see.
I mean, it's just a prediction anyways, no problem.
I mean, I would be curious to see where Itzam ends up.
Itzam, eh?
Yeah, because like earlier on, I mean, he won the race 4. That's a lot of points already earned there. I'm not too sure what his points are for the other races here, so I'm going to be very curious to see, especially when the official results come out, where does Izam stand once those results come out.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is the entire predictions that me and Victor had. So it has been a fantastic racing in this race number 4. But before we go for the results and the rest of the other shows, we're going to be heading over with Nas right now, who is at the main stage. So Nas, take it over, my man. It has been an amazing race.
Indeed, it's been an amazing race. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Matt. And now, although the provisional results are out, I think the smile on the face of this man, I have to speak to him. Izam Azli, first time ever entering Velocity Championships, first time qualifying, first time in the semi-finals, and his first P1 finish. How does that feel, man?
Oh man, it feels surreal, to be honest. Quite speechless. I never thought I could win this. So I just want to say, yeah, unexpected.
And how long have you been sim racing?
To be honest, it's only 2 years. I started during MCO. So yeah, just picking up the skills, during MCO. So yeah. So now everything that you see is based from MCO, I guess.
MCO and just 2 years of trying out the sim, yeah? Okay, so 2 years, try it out, you like it, but have you ever tried a rigging like this before?
I never had this rig in my house. I just had a table and then just one downgraded rig, so that's all.
So pedals and everything, this is new for you?
Yeah, this is a greater version from my house.
It's okay, you can't take it home. I'm so sorry, man. But looking at the fact, I was looking at your race 1, race 2, race 3. It does look like you were learning the ropes, you let people go, But this one, no holds barred. Does that mean you've completed your training and now you're ready to compete?
I'm not so sure about that, but okay, you can take that.
Awesome. We're going to be keeping a close eye on you. You're like the Anakin Skywalker, I tell you. Suddenly, zap, begitu kan. So hopefully you've got enough points to be in the grand finals. So let's wait for the final results, all right? Best of luck to Izam Azli. Ladies and gentlemen, watch out for this guy. Well done. Let's give him a round of applause. And the next guy that deserves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be approaching driver number 1. First runner-up last year, and this year he's come with a purpose. Encik Iqbal Soji. Berapa race yang korang menang hari ini?
Rasa 2 je kan. Aduh, 2 sajalah. Korang tak nak mungkin 3 ni.
Cewa, dengar tu kalau tidak ada 3-3 tadi. What happened in that last race tu? Awak bagi chan ke, tak nak tekan ke, macam mana?
Oh, it was genuine a few mistakes there because tadi perasan masa masuk pit tadi a bit flustered because I was really excited. My strategy was actually to use the same tyre, but I was flustered and then accidentally pressed the button and then choose the medium. So I have okay, I'm just gonna go for it. But if you notice, coming out of the pits, I didn't know that we were so close, so I didn't expect the turn would be so tight, so I went wide, and so from there, it's hard to catch up to the guys in front.
That cost you quite a bit, yeah? Especially with a little small mistake of choosing the wrong set of tyres. It was clear in the last few laps that others really had more grip than you. So did you decide right then and there, okay lah, cukup lah, tak nak tekan kuat sangat?
Yeah, I mean, it's better to save a race that you're already more or less guaranteed for the final, so, it never hurts to just relax and bask in the sunset.
Cewa, bask as he rides off into the sunset. And so, you have qualified for the grand finals, that's for sure, even with provisional results at this point in time. And so tomorrow is the grand finals. What's the plan?
All out, guns blazing, hope for the best.
Simple, sempoi saja. We shall be keeping our eyes on you most closely as well. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Iqbal Soji running awesome races. From race 1 all the way to race 4. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next driver. And this driver has just managed to garner some points for himself. He's a rookie and will be approaching Encik Fakrul Syameh. Di mana Encik Fakrul Syameh kita? Sila angkat tangan. Di mana dia? Itulah pakai mask. Itulah dia riders kita atau drivers kita yang pakai mask ni susah. Syameh, berapa lama dah sim racing?
Setakat ni baru 3 tahun. Tahun 2019 tu saya guna controller. Lepas 1-2 tahun lagi, 1 tahun setengah macam tu lah saya guna wheel.
Oh, dah start guna wheel dah. First time in Velocity Championship?
Yeah, first time.
First time masuk, first time qualify, first time semi-finals. Dan sekarang ni anda puas hati dengan prestasi anda?
Saya agak berbuat hati lah. Saya dah buat yang terbaik untuk semi-final. So harap okey je lah point kali ni.
Sebab dia first time sampai kan, dia macam, tak apalah, aku dah sampai sini pun okey lah. Seronok tak? Your first time right here, rasa dia lain tak?
Seronok lah sebab sebelum ni kita online je kan. So kali ni kita dapat datang ke World Utama ni, dapat rasa feel lah, pengalaman tu.
Dapat feel pengalaman Jadi selalunya kalau kita masuk online, kita race dengan other racers, kita tak tahu rupa dia macam mana dan sebagainya. Tapi dia kat sebelah mata ni, inilah muka orang yang tengah cuba cucuk awak ni. Jadi feel dia lain dari yang lain. Tapi macam mana dari segi competitionnya? What do you think of the other drivers in your group?
Saya rasa semua yang lepas semi-final ni semua laju. Kalau tak laju tak lepas.
Sempoi dia cakap, kalau tak laju memanglah tak lepas. Jadi kalaulah anda berjaya mengumpul cukup mata, tak ada disqualification dan sebagainya, anda dapat masuk ke Grand Finals. Pertama kali cuba terus dapat masuk. Jadi apakah sasaran anda?
Sasaran saya akan buat yang terbaik lah. Harap-harap bukan nombor last ke. I try my best lah.
Asal jangan curut sudahlah.
Ya, betul.
Ekspektasinya rendah kerana pertama kali sampai ke Grand Final. InsyaAllah kalau sampai ke Grand Final. Ladies and gentlemen, tepukan untuk Fakrul Syameh kita. Alright. Best of luck, my young gentlemen. Okay, and that concludes race 4 Group B, ladies and gentlemen. At this point in time, we are tabulating the points untuk Group B semi-final. We've already confirmed the first 5. And so, we are waiting for the final results. I think there's some discussion that's happening right about now. Jadi, to all our drivers, please stand by and we shall be announcing the results of our grand finalists. 5 drivers from Group B will make it to the next round. That's happening tomorrow right here live at One Utama Shopping Centre. Sementara itu, kepada anda semua yang bersama kita di One Utama Shopping Centre, kita ada satu tawaran istimewa untuk anda semua. Yo, what's up? Have you come down here and tried the sim? Not yet? Why? Dia bukan racing betul-betul. Dia tipu-tipu je. Kalau awak crash pun boleh masuk balik. Boleh buat lagi sekali. But more importantly, for those of you guys who want to win fabulous prizes, we've got a lucky draw session happening right here. Who wants to win a brand new iPad? Who wants to win a brand new Apple iWatch? And who wants to win a brand new iPhone 13 mini? All you have to do is head down to the registration, scan the QR code, and you are in the running to win. There'll be one given today of each of the prizes. Tomorrow, there's another lucky draw session. And if you are the lucky winner, don't call us, we will call you. So come on down and check out the lucky draw. Kepada anda yang sedang menonton di rumah, masih ada masa. Baru 7.45. Masih ada masa untuk kita party, rayasakan dekat sini. One Utama Shopping Centre at Centre Court. Old Wing, ya. Dan juga kepada anda yang nak mencuba simulation kita, we've got special machines set up just for you guys yang berada di sini. Jadi kalau nak cuba, boleh cuba time attack kita. If you manage to beat the time by the ambassador of Toyota Gazoo Racing, we will give you exclusive merchandise. The jacket that we'll give you will make you feel cool bananas, begitu. Alright? So, enjoy yourself with us here at Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Championships 2022. Sementara itu, saya nak bagi hadiah kepada anda semua. So, I'll be asking a few questions, and if you can answer the question, I will give you a prize right here, right now. So, let's take a look at what we've got for you. I'm going to take a look at some of the questions yang ada di sini. Very, very easy questions, okay? Very, very easy. First question. The first person who raised their hand and you can tell me any Toyota car name. Any name. Hey, performance, sorry. Cameraman pun tak boleh, minta maaf. Yes, come on down. I just perlu satu nama kereta Toyota. Kalau awak tak bagi saya nama kereta Toyota, memang siap awak. Okay, are you ready? Give me a Toyota car name. Camry! Yes! I see you are a man of style. Ambil gambar sikit, Toyota Camry. Orangnya bergaya. Saya ingat orang nak jawab AE86 ke dan sebagainya. Bergaya orang dia. Alright. Next up. You see everywhere. Toyota. Dia ada GR kat belakang tu. What is GR? Yes! Abang t-shirt kuning. All the young people seem to know the answer. Silakan. Akak standby kak. Kalau nak jawab lagi boleh. Standby je. Excellent. What is the answer?
Gazoo Racing.
Gazoo Racing is right. Congratulations. There, silakan. Ambil gambar sikit. Tengah. Dia tak suka ambil gambar sengit. Dia kena betul-betul tengah-tengah. Excellent. Terima kasih tahniah kita ucapkan. Yes. Toyota Gazoo Racing. Gazoo Racing is the jenama or the brand for Toyota to sell their particular cars. Like this one, the AE86 is called a GR AE86. Only sold at Gazoo Racing garages across Malaysia. Very, very special indeed. Meanwhile, I'm here to give away more prizes. Akak, standby kak. Standby. Okay? What is the model of the display car at the event? What is the name of that model? Okay. Orang yang kat belakang akak tu. Akak tak tahu. Saya nak bagi Chan. Dah kena marah. Tak. Orang belakang tu kak. Tu. Yes. The guy in black. Give him some space. Yes, you can come across here. Just watch the wires. We've got another guy who thinks he knows the answer. Before that, let me ask you, are you a Toyota fan?
Yeah, of course.
Excellent. What is the name of that car over there?
GR Supra.
Ooh, you know your cars, baby. Congratulations. Extra points if you know the horsepower.
Horsepower? 500?
Wah, okay lah, close lah. You don't have to get betul-betul tepat, tapi cukup bagus. Come. Excellent, congratulations. Yes, the GR Supra, also one of the cars available at Gazoo Racing garages across Malaysia. InsyaAllah, I pun tak tahu masih ada model ataupun tidak, atau ada waiting list. Kalau anda nak cubalah nasib. Baiklah, kita ada satu lagi nak giveaway ya. Do we have time? We have time, yes? Alright. Now, next up, what is the name of this esports championship? Apakah nama kejohanan kita di sini? Orang pakai t-shirt Velocity semua tak boleh. Alamak. Siapa boleh? Abang pakai t-shirt lembu. Come. I can see this man is a garang man. Come, right up here, sir. What is the answer to my question?
GR Velocity Esports Championship.
Pandainya dia sebab dia pandai baca. Very easy to win, ladies and gentlemen. Kita beri tepukan untuk pemenang seterusnya. Alright. Okay, baiklah. Itu saja masa kita ada. Don't worry, kepada yang nak satu lagi. Kesianlah diorang, bagi Chan diorang lah. Satu lagi untuk anda. Name me one type of merchandise that we are selling at the counter. Satu je merchandise. Apa yang kita jual? Angkat tangan. Siapa tak tahu? Yes! What is the answer? Come closer lah. Come closer. Kat mana? Kat akak. Abang, sorry bang. Akak tu. Boleh ladies first kan? I love you. You are a gentleman. Sila kak. Akak ni excited dari tadi. Dia nak angkat tapi selalu 3 saat lambat. Kali ni betul-betul kena. Tapi kena jawab soalannya. Apakah di antara barang-barang yang kita jual di GR counter kita di sana? T-shirt. Ada t-shirt tak? Ada t-shirt? Ada! Walaupun akak ni pakai mask, bila dia senyum boleh nampak kat mata dia. Cing! Macam tu. Sama tahniah kita ucapkan. Ambil gambar sikit. Okay, enjoy your merchandise. Ladies and gentlemen, not to worry. We've got some more to be given away, but I think we're going to be switching to highlights at this point in time, yeah? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. Kita akan ada masa untuk memberikan anda hadiah. Just stick around. and of course enjoy the rest of the evening. Sementara itu, kembali kepada Victor Cax dan juga Matthews Isaac. We've got the highlights of race 4, Group B, semi-final 2.
All right, thank you so much, Nazir. It has been a fantastic day, actually, and we saw lots of actions happening from the semi-finals, and this is the highlights for Group B, race 4. Man, we saw drastic changes from the start till the end.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see whether or not we'll be able to see some footage here that I can kind of highlight because, again, there was so many things that happened during the race that we couldn't really cover everything, realistically speaking. So this is where we saw Kai Chang fighting with Hakim here, and Shamir, you know, you can see him closing in the back line there because he was going to try to capitalize on Hakim being a little bit slow on this turn here in order to try to get himself up one place. Then Itzam, of course, he ended up taking the lead here ahead of Iqbal Suji, but Mior Hafiz was able to challenge him for that until they had to go into the pit stops here. Wayne Go, of course, had a bit of a spill over there, but it still managed to end up inside the pit lane anyway, and this was the battle between Itzam and Muhammad Hafiz. And we thought that Hafiz was going to have it until this very moment when he gets all 4 wheels up onto the grass and unfortunately collided into the tire barrier. Thus, Itzam will inherit the lead here, and Mior Hafiz drops behind Iqbal Suji. And then from this point onwards, it was mostly a battle between Mior and Iqbal, as Mior was able to finally overtake Iqbal Suji in order to take 2nd place. So while Itzam takes the win, Mior Hafiz falls very closely behind him, and Iqbal Suji takes up the 3rd spot.
Yeah, so that is the end of the entire highlights and actions that happened from that race number 4. And this is the race results from Group B. So we see in P1 it's going to be Itzam Adli on 25 points. P2 is going to be Mior Hafiz, 18 points. P3, Muhammad Iqbal Suji on 15 points. P4 is going to be Akil Safwi on 12 points. P5 is going to be Fakhrul Shamir on 10 points. P6, Putra Azbira on 8 points. P7, Mohammad Junaidi with 6 points. P8 is going to be Chong Kai Chang with 4 points. P9, Mohammad Hakim on 2 points. And last but not least, it's going to be Go Ying on P10 with only 1 point. So I'm really excited to see the overall points right now, Victor. This is the moment that everyone has been waiting for. If everything is gone, let's bring you the 5 races that will be qualifying into the finals. It's going to be Iqbal Suji, Mior Hafiz, Chong Kai Chang, Itzam Adli, and also Putra Azwira.
Wow, Itzam off of that win
got
there,
it right.
got it into 4th place there.
Get
but
in, man.
I mean, without that win, he wouldn't have made it otherwise. He only got 1 point in race 1 and race 3. He managed to get 10 points in race number 2. This race 4 win single-handedly catapulted him into that top 4 position. Putra Azwira, of course, also is going to be taking up that last spot in 5th place. Fakhrul Shamir just missed out on that by 2, maybe 3 points there at 32 total. So that might be a little bit heartbreaking, but that's the way it runs. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a top 5 in terms of points to get through. And sadly for Fakhrul, sadly for Go Ying, Akil Salfi, Muhammad Hakim, and Muhammad Jawaidi, they just didn't have enough points to get into the top 5.
Oh man, what an exciting day it has been. And these are the 5 races that will be going into the grand finals from Group B. We already have the grand finals from Group A, so this is for Group B. So they'll be battling all out on the grand finals. I'm excited to see this rivalry being all alive again there, Victor, and it's going to be massively hot tomorrow. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's going to be an exciting 3 series of races here. Give you guys a little bit of a preview though, because basically tomorrow we're going to be having our grand finals. They're going to basically race 2 races in the morning and then 1 final race to determine the overall championship on that race itself. And then we also have exhibition races running on. We've got basically our rookies from the TGR Vios Challenge. We also have some of the racers from the KOLs as well as the.
Yeah, we'll also be having all the celebrities as well coming up.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a highlight.
Of course, we'll be having amazing big names. I think many actually know the names there. Should we announce the names there, Victor? Actually,
I don't know. I kind of want to keep it a surprise for tomorrow, to be honest. But in any case, you know, those
I
are
mean,
things.
for the exhibition race, I think people will definitely come there for this. So I guess tomorrow we will be having races like Nabila Razali, Zizan Raza, Nabil Ahmad, Wani Hasrita, and we also have Shukri Yaya, Ahirin Ahiruddin, Ain Idris, and also Kai Bahar, who will be joining the race tomorrow for the exhibition. So that is something that you don't want to miss out. So if you're watching live right now, so make sure to head down here over here in One Utama tomorrow, and you might be catching your favorite artist going on a race on the virtual machine. So this is going to be absolutely exciting. I'm all pumped up there, Victor.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just, don't just come for the show, come for the festivities that we have over here. I mean, we literally got sim racing setups here for you guys
Victor,
to test out your fastest time.
We should not forget about these 4 big names as well from the esports scene. It's going to be Danny Hood, Solos, Penjahat, and also Putra Adam. I mean, of course, we know him. Putra Adam, another amazing racer as well. So these are the people that's going to be coming up tomorrow as well. So make sure if you're free, come down here in One Utama to witness the grand final live and for yourselves. Man.
So you can go ahead and try things out. I mean, go ahead and check out the cool GR Toyota merch here as well. Pick up some good prizes as well through the giveaways. And I mean, there's plenty of fun here for everyone.
Absolutely.
So highly recommend you drop by One Utama tomorrow here. But it's been a treat so far. Having seen all the racers here and finally seeing our top 10, I can't wait for tomorrow, man. I can't wait to see who's going to come with the crown. Is it going to be a returning champion? Is it going to be someone completely new? It's all up in the air. We're only going to find out tomorrow.
We are pretty much geared up for that. So I guess it has been a long day for me and Victor. So I guess that's all from me and Victor actually on the commentary tables. So we had fun. I hope you all had fun. So right now we'll be throwing up to Nas to wrap up everything. So Nas, take it over, my man. Thank you so much everyone for watching on the live stream. But Nas have a lot to say from here. So Nas, here we go.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Victor. You guys had fun. I definitely had fun here on this set as well. And surely, our semi-finalists, there's been thrills and spills. And more importantly, congratulations, a round of applause to our 10 grand finalists who will be vying for $20,000 tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolutely smashing time. It's been an honor to be here on the stage to, of course, witness these guys, especially taking a look at that last race. AJ Idam, he's still right here. He still can't believe it. Winning that last race and getting into the top 5 by a mere 3 points. Now that is a story to tell for his children. That's for sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Toyotayos, NK, Denso, Motis, Modelista, Drive M7, as well as Toyota Capital. Thank you for the support given for Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Championships 2022. This is Season 5. And as Victor and Matt said earlier, it's going to start at 11 a.m. tomorrow. We're going to go live streaming as well as, of course, for all of those people coming down to One Utama Shopping Center, All Wing, Center Court. Be here or be square and watch these guys race live. Watch them in action and feel the excitement. I'm Naz Rahman signing off, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you bright and early, 11 a.m. tomorrow for the grand finals of Toyota Gazoo Racing Velocity Championships 2022. Assalamualaikum and have a great evening.